Preface to American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Williamson. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Preface. The greeting to my first book has encouraged me to continue the collection of our legends. Americans have an interest in their own traditions, at least such as concern the land during the centuries of white occupancy, a fact disclosed by the appearance, within half a dozen years, of many stories, poems, and essays that have for their subjects these transmitted but unverified histories. Where the legend becomes parable or myth and widens beyond any local source or application, it is a subject for scientific rather than popular treatment, because it may then give a clue to tribal immigrations, race origins, world faiths, and social history. In these days, we hear scorn for the rumors of haunted houses and haunted men that figure in so many rustic traditions, and for the transformation and supernatural appearances that pertain not only among the records of early settlers whose religious faith was deep, but to our Indians. Yet the belief in the immortality of the spirit which is betokened in these stories is more illuminative as to certain phases of thought than are volumes given to the recounting of merely material happenings instructive as to mankind's moral advancement. I plead guilty to a bit of autorial conceit in the preface of my Myths and Legends of Our Own Land, in that I claim for it some measure of completeness. I am older and wiser now. The first collection was not complete, or the second would not be here. End of preface.
Section 1 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Smoking Pine. On the banks of the brook that bears the name of Vaughan, at Hallowell, Maine, stands the Smoking Pine. When the stream, then known as the Bomber Hook, was first seen by white men, the wigwams of many Indians stood near this water, and the red people were friendly with the invaders. They asked only to be let alone. They wished to live beside the stream. But whether they were led into conflict with the whites, or whether they succumbed to the diseases and vices sown among them by the English, and deadlier they were than the weapons of their armies, the Indians began ere long to peak away in body and lose the hold they had on life when they were free of all horizons. Their chief, Asonimo, realized, before many years had passed, that the place which his brothers had held in the land was no longer secure. That although the white people might still smile and withhold their hands from wrath, the woods in which his fathers had chased the deer, and the fields where the squaws had raised corn and fruits, were not much longer to be called his own. So he gathered his people and told them that the Great Spirit had spoken their fate. It was to be destruction. Yet he warned them how useless it would be to strive against their doom. The Great Spirit had willed it, so let it be. They could at least spend their declining days in peace with the newcomers and secure life and some of the comforts of life for their children. And he called the English that were near, and bade the red men light the peace pipe and smoke it with the settlers as a token that never more should strife befall between them. And said he, When I am gone, a pine shall come from the earth above my body, and from that pine the smoke shall rise for a sign of friendship that must always be between you. It was but a little later that Asonimo was struck dead by a thunderbolt near the spot where this council had been held. The fate ordained by the god had begun its work. He was put into the earth, and surely, as he had spoken, there grew from his grave by and by a pine that seems to carry in its tough branches the stoutness of the life that had been ended there. In early summer, when his people went back to that spot, great was their surprise to see that the tree had grown to full height, and lo, as he had told, the smoke of peace floated from its branches and spread mist-like on the breeze. It was a sign they dared not disobey. They ceased their murmurings against the newcomers in the land, and went their way toward the setting sun, in sorrow but in wonder. End of section 1. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 2 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Judith Bobrow, American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner, Section 2. Various Grindstone Hill. Near the west branch of the Penobscot stands a tall hill in the form of a grindstone on edge and half sunk in the ground. The oddity of Grindstone Hill has given rise to many queer tales, and none of those concerning its origin agree with one another. The Indian story is this. Long before the white men crossed the blue water to vex the red people, a little yellow moon used to float through the heavens in the wake of the bigger one that is still shining. Melgasaway, a boy who was like other boys in that he would rather practice with his bow and arrows and worry the dogs and go fishing and swimming and kill snakes and climb trees and tear his breechclout and pick berries, than gather firewood and do errands, was sent by his mother to fetch a pumpkin out of a cornfield for supper. No doubt Melgasaway intended to gather the fruit and dutifully return with it, but he saw a rabbit and he chased it so long that when the sun set, he found himself miles from home and pretty tired and hungry. The big moon set soon after the sun, so that the boy would not have been back until morning had it not been for the little moon's light. As this orb lifted into view, he stood still and laughed aloud, for seen through interlacing branches, it was wondrous like a pumpkin. Melgasaway did not dare to go back without what he had been sent for, but the cornfield was a mile or so out of his way. His mother was old and nearsighted, and this moon might pass for a pumpkin, if only he could bring it down. As it came swinging above him, he drew his arrow to the head and shot. The shaft passed out of his sight, and he thought he had missed his mark. But after a little, the moon began to quiver. Then it pitched out of the sky and tumbled toward the earth. Now, it had been supposed that this little moon was just above the treetops and was no larger than a pumpkin. Great was the astonishment of Melgasawe when it grew and grew in his sight until he saw that he would be crushed if he stayed there any longer, and he didn't. He bounded off to his spanking at home, yelling with dismay, for while the falling mass was still at some distance from the earth, he saw that hundreds of devils were clinging to it, yellow devils with long tails and claws. Melgasawe took his whipping with positive enjoyment, for he expected worse, now that he had destroyed a moon and released a company of imps into the woods. Yet he told his people what he had done, and they, who had met the devils already in the neighborhood and had discovered the moon stuck in the swamp with its light out, praised him for his daring and made him medicine man. So Melgasawe lived to the end of his days in honor, in sight of the hill he had brought down from the sky. As for the Yankee version, that the hill was put where it is by a wizard in order to accommodate the mowers at opposite ends of a hayfield when they might need to sharpen their scythes, and that it used to turn by means of a water wheel in the West Branch, and the Irish version, that the hill is the wheel of a barrow on which a stout fellow was trundling a monument back to the North Pole where his ancestors had placed it, but which had been brought down to Maine on an iceberg. They may be dismissed as inventions of a day of sensational journalism. The French habitant who comes down to chop wood and goes back to Canada at the end of the lumbering season, eagerly clutching all but 4 or 5 of the American dollars he has earned, knows Grindstone Hill and tells his version of how it came there. His story slightly suggests the Indians. It is that during the war which ended French rule in Canada, a number of Frenchmen were marching across Maine to reinforce Montcalm's garrison in Quebec. It was August, and the heat and thunderstorms were trying to the temper of the men. One afternoon, when it was raining especially hard, and there was not one in the dripping, draggled party who had not sworn all he knew how to swear, and wished that he was fluent in English so that he could swear better, that being the tongue in which past masters of the art exploit themselves, the captain, one Antoine Leblanc, roared out with a compound oath in 2 languages that nearly loosened his molars, that he wished it would rain grindstones and harrow teeth and have done with it. Hardly had he uttered this dreadful wish and coupled it with an invocation to the devil, ere a dense shadow fell upon the spot, and a fearful rushing sound was heard. Then plunging through the clouds came this father of all grindstones, and tumbling on the company, buried them 2,000 feet deep in mud, all but the man who survived to tell what happened. And this he would not have done but for being so frightened at the oaths that his legs were weak and he could not keep up with his comrades. End of section 2. Read by Laura Judith Bobrow, Leesburg, Virginia, July 2nd, 2022.
Section 3 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. A Prophet of War. Nell Hilton's ghost will appear on the big rock of Hilton's Neck, Jonesboro, Maine, wave its hands, and give the Passamaquoddy war whoop at dawn on the 1st of March of any year in which this country shall engage in war. She foretold the French and Indian troubles and the Revolution before her death, and after it she prophesied our break with England in 1812, with Mexico, and the Civil War. Nell Hilton was a Puritan girl who, in 1740, wearying of the coldness and strictness of life in Plymouth, prevailed on her father to move to the Passamaquoddy country where they might enjoy a little liberty. She proposed to have her own share of it, anyhow, for her father, returning to his cabin in Jonesboro on a certain evening, found her in the embrace of a big Indian and submitting with smiles to his kisses. After killing and scalping his visitor, he learned that the girl had just engaged herself to him as his future wife. In disgust, Hilton told her that if she was so fond of Indians, she could go and live with them. And she did. The Puritans would sell no powder to the natives, while the French in Canada would sell no rum. Hence the savages had to travel constantly, selling their skins in the south for ammunition with which to get more skins, and selling those skins in the north for strong waters in which to pickle their own skins from the inside. Nell's services were in demand at the frontier as bargain maker and interpreter, for she spoke French and Indian as well as English, and taught in the rude schools of Maine and New Brunswick. Though she never married, she gained power over the natives, who regarded her as a queen and invited her to all their councils. In 1746, when the English drove the Acadians from Nova Scotia, she foretold the war that was to follow and advised the Indians to remain true to the French, who had exhibited more regard for their physical, if not their moral hankerings, than had been shown by the English. In 1775, she reappeared among her neighbours in Jonesboro to urge them to prepare for war, outlining the history of the Revolution from Lexington's skirmish to Yorktown's surrender. 2 years later, she was captured by Tories and carried to St. John for trial as a Yankee spy, and though everyone who knew her testified to her charities and virtues, she was declared guilty and hanged. It was on the gallows that she promised to be true to the American people and to revisit them on her death day anniversary whenever they were to prepare for war. There, on her rock of prophecy, people always saw and heard her when strife was imminent. End of section 3, recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 4 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Shot in the Moonlight. On the Stroudwater Road leading out of Portland, Maine, stood the Horse Tavern, a mere watering place in the woods, but a landmark, for it occupied the site of a cabin put up there in 1740 by Joe Wire, known more generally as the Scout. Wire dressed in leather, with a powder horn and a knife slung from his shoulder, and this hut was his lonely shelter when he was not hunting Indians. In the summer of 1746, word reached him from Horse Beef Falls 10 miles away that his sister had been killed by the savages and her daughter carried into captivity. He was on the trail within the minute. The girl had evidently been confident of rescue, for she had struck her heel into the earth occasionally to leave a mark, had broken off twigs and leaves, and on one rock where she had rested had scattered some beads from a bracelet that the Scout had given her on a birthday. Wire's trained eye was quick to see and understand these tokens. He followed fast. Once, as he slipped on a ledge, he caught a branch tearing its foliage. The noise was heard, for presently an Indian came slinking back upon the trail, peering cautiously about. Wire dropped behind a bush and held his breath. The Indian listened long, then straightened and went back, evidently believing that the sound had been made by a deer, and unsuspecting longer that an avenger might be on his track. The Indian soon overtook a comrade of his own race who had been walking onward with the girl. She had small reason to fear harm, for she guessed that she would be sold to the French in Canada, and to make the march a long and slow one, she was affecting lameness. When the two savages stopped at nightfall, they bound her wrists and ankles, but allowed her to sit beside their fire while they prepared some venison and berries for her supper. After smoking for a while, one of the Indians rolled himself in his blanket and instantly went to sleep, leaving the other to watch beside his prisoner. Luckily, a wind was stirring the forest, and the slow steps of Wire were not heard amid the sway, creak, and crackle of the branches. Waiting patiently in the shadows until the Indian had turned his head, he crept behind the captive and cut her bonds. She was frontier-bred, and not a start or murmur of surprise betrayed her glad emotion. Wire approached closer, and in the faintest of whispers asked if any other Indians were of the party. She shook her head. The guard, who an instant before had been seated stolidly on the earth with his eyes seemingly fixed on vacancy, noticed the motion and leaped up, knife in hand. Almost at the instant Wire's rifle spoke, and the man fell, dead. The sleeping Indian, wakened by the report, sprang to his feet with senses all alert, and hoping to get the girl away from her rescuers, he grasped her wrist and urged her into the darkness. She broke and ran. "Double on him," cried Wire, who was hastily reloading his gun, and she did so. In a little break where the moonlight came down, he could see the two running toward him, exactly aligned. Evidently the Indian had now given up the thought of saving the girl alive, and was bent upon her death and that of her friend. The scout could not fire without imperiling the girl, though the savage was gaining on her and had pulled out his axe. The risk must be taken, though it might be death in either case. The Indian was a head taller than his captive, but both were in quick motion, and it was dark and confused under the trees. Groaning a prayer, Wire threw the piece to his shoulder. He saw the axe lifted and glint in the moon. Another report. A lock of hair flew up, cut from his niece's head by the bullet that pierced through the Indian's brain. The girl was saved. As they set off homeward way, they heard wolves quarreling over the corpses. End of Section 4. Section 5 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Rescue of Molly Finney. In 1756, Thomas Maines had cleared some acres in what is now Freeport, Maine, and had put up a comfortable log house, but he was not to enjoy his possession long. The Indians came to the place in the night, slew him and one of his children, wounded his wife, and carried into captivity his sister-in-law, the pretty, pert, and lively Molly Finney. One of the Red Raiders had been shot, and on the 6 weeks' march into Quebec, where the band was to collect the bounty offered by the French for English and Yankee scalps, and where they expected to sell their captive, the girl was compelled to serve as nurse to the wounded man. It is thought that she put more salt and tobacco than emollients into the dressing, for the patient would spring from his couch with the most awful howls and threaten her with beatings. But the others always interfered, for they were forced to admire her pluck and pride, albeit they told her that if the injured one died on the journey, they would surely make an end of her at the same time. On reaching Quebec, she was sold to a man named Lemoyne, who treated her fairly except that he gave her no more liberty than she needed, for the sweeping of dust from the walks under his eye, and into it when she could. She was a good cook and manager, hence she presently reached a place in the kitchen, and was there seen by one Master Beauvais, a soft-hearted, none too stout-headed neighbor, who found frequent reason for calls on the Lemoynes, and who presently began open court to the red-cheeked wench. Old Lemoyne did not like this. An elderly wife of acid temper had suspected him of pinching the cheek of their housemaid. But, be that as it might, the old fellow had paid hard cash for Molly, and the servant question was as much of a problem then as it has often been since. He was not going to let his prize escape, and biding the time when she might be trusted abroad on errands, he kept close watch upon her, and locked her into her room every night. This precaution was to her ultimate advantage. One morning she answered a knock at the front door, and was confronted by a young, well-appearing Yankee sea captain, whose ship had recently come to port for trading. For hostilities were over, and the colonists were eager to make money again. Before she could ask his errand, a commonplace one made up for the occasion, he had thrust a note into her hand with a sign of caution. This paper she read in her room. It told her that friends in Maine had commissioned a bearer to smuggle her away from Quebec as quickly and secretly as possible. He had learned, through diplomatic inquiry, where she was and how closely guarded, so he would await her reply at 7 o'clock next morning. At that hour she was industriously sweeping the walk, and one of the things that was swept almost into the hands of Captain McClellan as he strolled past was a folded letter, which that worthy read as soon as he had rounded the corner, for old Lemoyne was glaring upon them both from the doorway. It revealed the plan of the house, showed the position of Molly's room, and appointed 11 o'clock that night as the time for the escape. Prompt at the hour, the sailor was under her window. He tossed a rope to her, which she made fast to her bed, and descended into his arms. In a quarter of an hour, the two were aboard the Hezekiah Strong, which was off for her home port Falmouth at daybreak, and after the journey, of course, they were married. When Daddy Lemoyne unlocked Molly's door in the morning, he knocked and called, but there was no response. He entered. Gone! Ha! A note! What was that? Woman's will is the Lord's will. Good day, Master Lemoyne. A rope, too, the minx. An elopement. That's what it was. That sneaking scamp Beauvais, with his soft voice and smooth ways. Lemoyne seized his cane, and a good stout timber it was. He went around to neighbor Beauvais, and before that worthy could offer any protest or explanation, he had given him a dreadful basting. End of section 5. Section 6 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Dead Man's Ledge. Dead Man's Ledge, near Gull's Head, on the Maine coast, has borne that name since the finding of a body there. The body of a man clinging to the kelp and swinging grotesquely in the surges. His ship had been pounded to splinters the night before. People on the head have claimed that they could hear the man wailing whenever a storm was coming up. Recking little of this superstition, old John Brown and his wife Bess set up a ship-shaped cabin near the ledge and eked out a living by gardening, jobbing, fishing, and gathering stores and timber such as washed along the shore. A sturdy soul was Brown, and although they called him a wrecker, he never in his life had shown a false beacon or kept property claimed by any other. Solace of his age was his foster daughter Nell, a precious bit of flotsam that in her infancy had come to land from a stranded bark, while a fourth inmate of the place, that is, for several years, was Antonio, a strong, quiet, dark-faced Spaniard who sometimes helped Brown in his work on the boats, but was allowed to ramble, much as he chose, often wandering alone for hours together on the rocks, muttering to himself, his eyes, that could gleam lovingly, flashing in a dangerous fashion. For another had come to the crowded little house, a young Southerner, Edward Irving, whom old Brown had rescued offshore from a capsized yacht. Irving was a student, a fellow of taste, manner, and reading, and Antonio saw with misgiving the dawn of an interest on Nell's part in this visitor who had so much to tell her of the life of the field and the sea that she had never known, and to whose interpretation she owed a new love for the grandeur and beauty of nature. Antonio shadowed them in their walks, and his way of moodiness and silence increased upon him. One evening he proposed that Irving should go with him to a rock beyond Dead Man's Ledge, where some curious purple shells were to be found. With a promise to return presently, the two sailed off together. The ledge was but 3 feet out of water, and the tide was coming in, the tide that in a few hours would bury the rocks under 2 fathoms of sea. Knowing that the time was short, Irving bent so earnestly to the search that he had no eyes for anything else. He did not see Antonio wander in pretended aimlessness back to the boat. He did not see his black scowl as he clambered in and cast off. The rattle of the sail as it was hauled into place aroused him. The incoming waves were wetting his feet. Antonio uttered a gibing laugh as he caught his eye, and throwing down the helm, swung about and danced off on a freshening wind. Irving called to him to stop his pranks and take him aboard. The Spaniard showed his teeth in a tigerish snarl, shouted a curse at him, and bade him die as a dog. Then, turning his back, he let out the sail and cut away. Irving was, for a time, unable to believe that Antonio was not joking, but as the boat receded in the twilight and the water rose about him, it came upon him that he had been abandoned there to certain death. Antonio then was his enemy. Why? The girl, heaven! Why had he been so blind? The vast and whitening waters now lapped to his knees. The moon was rising. Its light was the last he should ever look upon. He realized the hopelessness of his situation. His last breath he would give to prayer, to begging pardon for his sins, and blessings on the girl who had smiled happiness into his heart so short a time before. With the utterance of her name, a new life seemed to enter him. He called Nell, then despite his distress he half smiled at his folly. He was miles beyond her hearing. But what was that? That black thing going by in the moon track? A boat? No. A shark? Possibly. Yet it floated too lightly to be alive. It was a floating spar. If only he could reach it, he might be saved. Death was certain if he stayed. He would chance his strength against wind and tide. Throwing off his shoes and jacket, he plunged into the waves, and after an exhausting struggle, he reached the timber, threw himself upon it at full length, and prayed more earnestly than before. How long he drifted he could not tell. It seemed days. As he lay clinging to the piece of wreckage, a far faint halloo came to his ears. He replied with a shout. The call was repeated from time to time, a little louder each repetition, and each time answered. At last a rushing sound was heard, and a boat came flying up. "Luff there, Nell, steady, here he is. God's name, lad, how came ye in this fix? Gie a hand, easy now, there ye are. Where's Tonio? Where's the boat? Nell, you see you couldn't have heard Mr. Edward call your name, but you were right in guessing he was in danger. Women are mostly, well, I don't mind your kissing him considerin'. Don't cry, he's only chilled a bit. We'll have him before the fire in half an hour, and this old sail will cover him meantime. But the boat." The old man's rage and astonishment were boundless when he learned of Antonio's treachery, but he and his household buried their animosity next day, when some neighbors came to report that they had found a body on Dead Man's Ledge. It was Antonio, drowned. End of section 6. Section 7 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner, Maine's Woodland Terrors. It is feared that some of the creatures which infest the woods of Aroostook, Piscataqui, and Penobscot counties, especially in the lumbering season, have had their mischievous qualities magnified in local myths for the silencing of fretful children and the stimulation of generosity on the part of green choppers. It is the newcomer in a lumber camp who is expected to supply the occasional quart of whiskey that shall pacify razor shins and to do a little more than his share of the breakfast getting, errand running, and so on, in order to quiet the hostility of the Willamalones. Like the Duppies and rolling calves of the West Indies, these creatures are not seen as often as they were, for they have a fixed hostility to schools, never venturing within 10 miles of one. The Willamalone is a quick little animal, like a squirrel, that rolls in its fingers poison lichens into balls and drops them into the ears and on the eyelids of sleeping men in camp, causing them to have strange dreams and headaches, and to see unusual objects in the snow. It is the hardest drinkers in the camp who are said to be most easily and most often affected by the poison. The liquor in Prohibition states is always plentiful and bad, and in combination with the pellets of the Willamalones is nearly fatal. More odd than this animal is the side-hill winder, a rabbit-like creature so called because he winds about steep hills in only one direction, and in order that his back may be kept level, the downhill legs are longer than the uphill pair. He is seldom caught, but the way to kill him is to head him off with dogs when he is corkscrewing up a mountain. As the winder turns, his long legs come on the uphill side and tip him over an easy prey. His fat is a cure for diseases caused by the Willamalone, but to eat his flesh is to die a hard and sudden death. Much to be dreaded is the dingball, a panther whose last tail joint is ball-shaped and bare of flesh. With this weapon, it cracks its victim's skull. There is no record of a survival from the blow of a dingball. In older traditions, it sang with a human voice, thus luring the incautious from their cabins to have their sconces broken in the dark. It is fond of human flesh, and will sing all night for a meal of Indians. An unpleasant person is Razorshins, a deathless red man who works for such as are kind to him, but mutilates that larger number of the ignorant who neglect to pay tribute. Keep Razorshins supplied with firewater, a jug at every full moon, and he will now and then fell a tree for you with his sharp shin bones if nobody is around, or will clear up a bit of road. But fail in this, and you must be prepared to give up your scalp, which he can slice from your head with a single kick, or he will clip off your ears and leave cuts on you that will look like saber strokes. When a green hand arrives in a lumber camp, it is his duty to slake the thirst of Razorshins. He puts a jug of virulent Bangor whiskey at the door. The best proof that the Indian gets it is shown in the odor of breathed alcohol that pervades the premises all night, and the emptiness of the jug in the morning. Where French Canucks are employed at chopping, you must look to see them all quit work if a white owl flies from any of the trees they are felling. And they must not look back nor speak to it, for it is a ghost, and will trouble them unless they leave that part of the wood for fully 30 days. But worst of all is the Wendigo, that ranges from Labrador to Moosehead Lake, preferring the least populous and thickest wooded districts. A Canadian Indian, known as Solo-Your-Foot, is the only man who ever saw one and lived, for merely to look upon the Wendigo is doom, and to cross his track is deadly peril. There is no need to cross the track, for it is plain enough. His footprints are 24 inches long, and in the middle of each impress is a red spot showing where his blood has oozed through a hole in his moccasin. For the Wendigo, dark and huge and shadowy as he seems, has yet a human shape and many human attributes. The belief in this monster is so genuine that lumbermen have secured a monopoly of certain jobs by scaring competitors out of the neighborhood through the simple device of tramping past their camp in fur-covered snowshoes and squeezing a drop of beef blood or paint into each footprint. There was at one time a general flight of Indian choppers from a lumber district in Canada, and nothing could persuade them to return to work, for the track of the Wendigo had been seen. It was found that this particular Wendigo was an Irishman who wanted that territory for himself and his friends, but the Indians would not be convinced. They kept away for the rest of the season. The stealthy stride of the monster makes every lumberman's blood run as cold as the Androscoggin under its ice roof, and its voice is like the moaning of the pines. On the slopes of Mount Katahdin lives Pumula, the Indian Devil, a being that has the shape of a panther but is larger and wears 4 tusks that hang out of his mouth for 12 or 14 inches. He will eat animals and Indians, but is so terrified by white man that no scientist has been able to get within telescoping range of him. Bullets avail nothing against him, and knives are as mosquito stings. Only one thing can kill him, a stroke of lightning. In the old days, Pomula made a yearly levy on the Indians, selecting half a dozen of the most juicy. But since they had doings with sportsmen, the Indians have become so flavored with rum that Pomula can stomach only the maidens. In 1823, the devil killed 4 members of a hunting party on Joe Mary Lake, 3 more next day at South Twin Lake, and had nearly overtaken the survivors at Millinickert Rips near Elbow Lake when a thunderbolt fell down a birch tree on which he was sharpening his claws and stretched him dead. The Indians say that he was twice as long as a 4-man canoe. The body was floated to Old Town on 2 boats, and the people of that sober burg, the capital of the Indian reservation, celebrated the death with candles and firewater. One of the tusks, blackened by the lightning, is treasured in the family of old Chief Sockalexis. Geologists have seen it and say it came out of the head of the saber-toothed tiger that lived in the Maine woods several millions of years ago. As the scientists did not live in Maine in 1823, how are they to know that the tiger did not hold over until that date? End of section 7. Section 8 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner, The Great Stone Face. After the Venerable Passaconaway had been translated to heaven on his fire car, the chieftaincy of the Penacooks fell to his son Wonalaset. His rule for some years was happy. His people trusted him, and he found a helpful wife in Mineola, daughter of Chocorus. But trouble came in time, as it does to all nations and all people. Ramon, the sister of Mineola, loved Wonalaset secretly, and loved him to sickness. Finding that the chief was content in his family relations and unconscious of her longing, she flung herself from a steep at the west of Amoskiag Falls. The fortune of the tribe began to change. Wonalaset never knew the reason for the suicide. The Penacooks had lived in a peace their watchful enemies said was weakness, and their chief became a praying Indian. It was about this time that young Connosadon of the Mohawks, breaking up some ancient and forgotten injuries, roused his people to remember and revenge. Passaconaway, who had commanded the spirits, was no longer to be feared, and with 500 men to wage war, the Penacooks might be exterminated. So Connosadon picked his best and bravest, and left his home in the Adirondacks for the loftier Adiochukes. He reached the principal camp of Wonalaset's people, while only the women and children and aged were there. The hunters having departed on an expedition in search and fishing game, and when the hunters returned to what had been their homes, they found only wreck, with the gory corpses of their fathers lying among the ashes. No time was lost in the pursuit of the marauders whose trail was still fresh, for their women and children were to be recovered, other villages were to be warned, and as many as possible of the foe were to be killed. The captives were overtaken and sent back, but the slippery Mohawks fled and were lost among the giant hills, the ghostly and forbidden mountains of Franconia. It is said that in the last hours of their march, they were led by a tall, dark man, a tireless man with legs of oak, who kept so far ahead that they could not be sure it was Connosadon. Yet nobody had seen Connosadon fall out. On through tangled woods they went, heavy with sleep, empty of food, unspeakably weary, some of them sore with wounds received in the fight. On over ledges slippery with moss, on over and under windfalls. Then they came to a lighter growth, then to broken masses of granite, and the domes of the Adiochukes were against the stars before them. Descending into a valley, stumbling with exhaustion, they found water and drank. Then stretched carelessly on the grass, they fell asleep. In the morning they rose wearily, for they must go far ere they could be safe from the axes of the Penacooks, and looked for their leader. An exclamation of astonishment and awe caused every eye to turn aloft. From the crest of a mighty cliff, smitten with the red light of dawn and wreathed in cloud, looked forth a great and solemn face of stone. "It is the Great Spirit!" cried the Indians, and falling to the earth they buried their faces in their hands. When they looked again, the morning glow had faded, and the face was dark and stern. A blaze of light filled the valley for an instant, and a voice spoke in thunder tones. "You have warred needlessly on your brothers. You have invaded the hills which are the home of Manitou. You have neglected your wives and children to shed human blood. I am angered at your cruelty, therefore die. But you shall be a warning in your deaths. You shall be turned to rocks on this mountainside." Then it seemed as if all the forest broke into a dirge, and the Mohawks sank to the earth again and slept never again to wake, and their bodies strew the slope at the foot of the stone Manitou's throne. End of section 8. Section 9 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner, The Stream Spirit's Wife. An Indian living in the vast amphitheater of Tuckerman's Ravine on the side of Mount Washington had a daughter famed for amiability and beauty, and long before she had reached maturity, the suitors for her hand had included nearly every young man whose lodge was within sight of the central peak of the Angiochooks. Yet, considering her charms and goodness, none of these seemed worthy to call her wife. Returning from the hunt one evening, the father found his wigwam empty. This did not surprise him, as he knew that his squaw had gone to the glen to gather raspberries, and he supposed that his daughter was with her. But when the woman returned at nightfall, she came alone. No spicy smoke or savor of roasting bear meat or of boiling succotash foretokened the cheer and sufficiency of home. The husband and father sat upon a ledge looking stolidly up at the rocky walls of the ravine deepening in shadow. Seeing that the girl was with neither, both parents began to suffer anxiety on her account. Had she lost her way in the wood? Had she fallen from some of the cliffs? Had she slipped into some of the ponds or streams and, striking on a rock, been stunned and drowned? They called loudly, but there was no answer save in the faint, far echo of their own voices. They sought persistently while light remained, forcing their way through thickets, over rocks and fallen trees, but without avail. Next day they resumed the search, and the next, but to no purpose, for the girl did not appear. Bitter then was their grief, for they now believed that she had fallen from a height or had been dispatched by a bear or panther, and she was given up as lost. Some hunters came in after a time with joyful news. The girl had been seen at the edge of a pool below Glen Ellis Falls, smiling into the stream born from the summer-lasting snows, and clasped in the arms of a tall man with a shining face, whose hair fell to his waist. The two disappeared when they found the eyes of the hunters upon them, even as the spray of the torrent vanished in the wind. But the parents' hearts were eased, for they knew that their daughter had become the wife of a god of the mountain. And though they never saw her again, the Manitou blessed them for her sake, these mountain spirits being nearly always kind. The old couple had only to go to the pool and call for a deer, moose, or bear, when the animal would bound from the shrubbery into the water and swim against their spear points. End of section 9. Section 10 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Stone Woman of Squam. Squam Lake in the White Mountains is really Wanna-Squamook, meaning beautifully surrounded place of water. But with a willingness to avoid work that is characteristic of some of us in this day, the name has been reduced to a syllable. One of the bays on this lovely sheet has for years been known as Squaw Cove, because of a block of granite on its shore that resembled a woman. This block, having a history and interest, was destroyed by white men years ago. Here lived Onondaga, a withered crank who in his age desired a young and pretty wife. Yes, Sunita would do as well as any. He had known her father for more than 70 years. He had 2 ponies to swap for her. She was a pretty good cook and leather dresser. Therefore Sunita it should be. He proposed to her father and was by the latter accepted as a son-in-law. Albeit red, human nature is like other kinds, and pretty girls do not marry fusty codgers except when money or titles are thrown in. This girl had no love for Onondaga. She had long ago changed hearts with Ananas. But this exchange of affection not being a needed prelude to marriage in the Indian country, she was told off to wed the rickety groom. There was a great feast on the day that should have been happy, a feast that Ananas failed to grace by his really graceful presence, and old Onondaga so gorged himself with corn and deer meat that he could keep awake only long enough to reach his wigwam, where he dropped on his pile of furs and went sound asleep. A squall was rising, so he did not hear the lifting of his tent flap, nor see the dusky face that was peering in. Sunita sat apart, motionless, silent. Ananas entered and bent over her. "Come," he whispered. "My canoe is waiting. I cannot live without you. If I go from here alone, I shall never see the sun again." "My heart has always been yours," she answered. "I hate this man to whom they have given me. But hark, the storm. The Great Spirit is angry. I dare not go." "I dare all. Trust me, and I will protect you." Seizing her in his arms, he carried her through the door and down the path. Either the fall of the door flap or a gust of coming tempest awakened the husband, and looking about him in the gathering dusk, he found that he was deserted. With a fear of something amiss, he caught up his bow and arrows and looked out. 2 figures were entering a canoe. A lightning flash revealed them. Fitting an arrow to the string, he shot. Ananas uttered a cry and pitched headlong to the bottom of the lake, overturning the canoe so that Sunita was fain to scramble for the shore, where she stood dumbly, wringing her hands and peering with great eyes into the water. The husband made no step to recover his bride. He looked up and raised his lean arms to the whirling clouds. "Great Spirit," he prayed, "the other I leave to you, but this faithless one, make an example of her to all her sex. Strike her with your fire arrows." A flash sent him tottering back, and a roar so filled the glens that his heart stood still. Repenting his anger, he staggered toward the lake, calling on Sunita, but she did not answer. He stumbled and fell heavily on his head. When he awoke, with many pains, the sun shone, and near where he had killed Ananas stood Squaw Rock, a monument. End of section 10.
Section 11 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Burks. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Section 11. The Confession of Hanserd Knollys. It is not generally known that Hawthorne's romance The Scarlet Letter had at least an alleged foundation, the charge, namely, against the Reverend Hanserd Knollys, M.A., first pastor of a church in Dover, New Hampshire, a man of learning, a good man, in Cotter Mather's reckoning. He was a native of Lincolnshire in Old England, where he died in 93, and he came to New England to escape persecution, for he had embraced Puritanism and was obliged to endure the usual consequences. When the law put its grip on him for the holding of mischievous doctrine, he had the rare fortune to fall into the hands of a sympathetic constable who, seeing no more evil in one religion than another, allowed Knollys to escape. 12 weeks it took him to reach America, and 6 brass farthings were his only wealth when he went ashore. This man was born for trouble. Hardly was he secure in the stronghold of Puritanism ere the Spirit again moved him, this time to become a Baptist. So he was as vigorously cast out and as rigorously kept out as if he had been a Papist. In those days it was no slight matter to differ with the clergy, and for one to cast contempt on them was to incur a fine of 20 shillings, and set in ye stocks not exceeding 4 hours. But if he go on to transgress in ye same kind, then to be amerced 40 shillings, or to be whipped for every such transgression. He may have been neither amerced nor whipped, but he was driven away from Boston. Still, a safe harbor offered in Dover, and there for several years he preached the gospel according to his lights and lived in seeming peace. Alack, it befell that his deeper troubles only began with his removal. His look and carriage, at first so full of strength, lost quality. His aspect grew haggard and furtive. He shrank in body, his eye was clouded, his brow bent or lifted at an angle, as in pain. He walked the street, gazing abstractedly on the earth. The greetings of his people made him start and cry out. His dress was uncared for. His wife kept her home and was often in tears. Rumors of witchcraft were abroad. Surely the pastor was a victim. Would it end in death? No, it ended in confession and deliverance. That day was long remembered when Mr. Knollys from his pulpit humbled himself and asked forgiveness of his people and his God. Never again would he preach from the sacred book. Never again would he stand at that desk their minister. Never again would he meet his fellow citizens as friends. A figure bowed almost to the floor in the parson's pew, his wife. And now, says Knollys, I leave you, I unworthy, self-despised. He tore apart the sermon he had preached. It fell fluttering to the floor. He closed the great Bible and reverently kissed its cover. I cast myself on the pity of our Father. Comfort and aid my wife and children. Have mercy on the maids I have dishonored. He looked over the assemblage. Every head was bent. Slowly, with white, drawn face and uncertain step, he passed down the aisle into the soft, white Sabbath sunshine. Next day 2 girls, whose cheeks had been fresh, were seen with scarlet letters broidered on their garments, the A.D. that spelled to every colonist, adulteress. End of section 11. Section 12 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Burks. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Section 12, Peabody's Leap. Peabody's Leap, a cliff 30 feet high on the Vermont side of Lake Champlain, perpetuates the fame of Timothy Peabody, who settled thereabout when there were no other white residents within 50 miles. His family had been killed by the Indians, and it was in order to retaliate on the red men that he chose this solitary place for his abode. Whenever he had news of the movement of any company of natives within striking distance, he was waiting somewhere on their line of march, and they had generally left 2 or 3 dead behind them before they reached their destination. Several times they tried to burn his hut, but were always interrupted by a succession of shots from some unlikely hollow or treetop, and in time they came to have a superstitious fear of him and were greatly willing not to meet him. His leap was made in escaping from a party that had passed his neighborhood with 3 white prisoners. An Indian who had gone aside from the advanced guard to look for game saw the well-known cap of the hunter, a long cap of fox-skin, cautiously projecting itself from behind a tree, whereupon he fired. Peabody, who had hung his cap on the end of his rifle in order to draw the bullet of the Indian, coolly stepped from his cover and shot his foeman dead. Knowing that 2 shots in quick succession were likely to bring the band upon him, Peabody rapidly stripped the corpse of hunting shirt, moccasins, belt, wampum, and knife, which he put upon himself, daubed his brow, chin, and cheeks with the warm blood of his victim in lieu of paint, and so disguised that any stray Indian might not fire at him, he pushed along the trail and reached the camp at nightfall. Without disclosing himself, he contrived to gain possession of the guns of the party long enough to withdraw the charges, wriggled to the shore, cut 1 or 2 of their canoes adrift, silently entered the water, and in a whisper warned the 3 prisoners, who were tied and lying in a boat for safekeeping, to make no noise and not to try to sit upright. He then swam back to shore where he had left his rifle, Old Plumper, he called it, but was seen by a guard, and the whole company made for him. He shot one, gave another a dreadful clump on the head with gun butt, then, leaping from the precipice into deep water, he swam to the prisoner's canoe, and with vigorous strokes pushed it into the darkness. He made a small circuit and landed the captives in safety, while the Indians were shouting in rage over their lost canoes and harmless guns. End of Section 12.
Section 13 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dr. O. Martin. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Traveled Narrative. There is one narrative formerly common in school readers, in collections of moral tales for youth, and in the miscellany columns of newspapers, that is thought to have been a favorite with Aristophanes and to have beguiled the pharaohs when they had the blues, supposing blues to have been invented in their time. Every now and again it reappears in the periodicals and enjoys a new vogue for a couple of months. Many villages clamor for recognition as the scene of the incident, but as Rutland, Vermont, makes a special appeal, it may as well have happened there as anywhere. So let it be in Rutland that the crossroads storekeeper dwelt, who was burdened by the usual loungers that sat about his shop, talked politics, squirted tobacco juice on his stove, and, merely to beguile the time, nibbled at his dried fish, cheese, crackers, maple sugar, and spruce gum, consuming in the course of a year a long hundredweight of these commodities. These pickings were made openly and were not looked upon as thefts any more than are the little pieces of cloth that are taken home as samples by women who go shopping. Groceries that were not nailed up or down were a sort of bait to gather purchasers. The storekeeper did not mind these obstructions because he added a penny to a bill now and then, and so kept even. What he did object to was the sneaking away of dearer commodities like white sugar, drugs, tobacco, ammunition, ribbons, boots, scented soap, and catechisms. On a sharp night in December, the usual worthies sat about the stove, telling one another how many different kinds of a great man Andrew Jackson was, and what was the best way to cure mange in dogs. The air of the shop was close and hot, but those who breathed it believed it pleasanter than the crisp cold outside. Fresh and wholesome air is never so little prized as where there is most of it. The proprietor, who occupied a rickety armchair and was throwing in his wisdom to make the aggregate impressive, kept his eye roving over his stock, and presently he noticed that Ichabod Thompson, a shiftless, out-at-elbows fellow, was nibbling more freely from the cracker barrel than it was genteel to do. He pretended ignorance of this, and in a little time he saw Ichabod slip a pat of butter out of a firkin where each pound lay neatly wrapped in cloth, take off his hat in a pretense of wiping his forehead, drop the butter into the hat, and put it on again. Ichabod then loitered ostentatiously before the harness and blanket departments, made a casual inquiry as to current rates for Dr. Pilgarlick's providential pills, went to the stove, spreading his hands for a moment of warmth, then, turning up his collar, said he guessed he must be going. "Oh, don't go yet," said the shopkeeper, kindly. "Sit down a minute while I tell you what happened to Hank Buffum's big sow last week." Not wishing to come under suspicion by exhibiting anxiety to reach home, the place to which he never went until all the other places were closed, Ichabod accepted a seat in the circle. The shopkeeper spun his yarn to a tenuous length. He piled wood into the stove, too, until the iron sides of it glowed cherry red. The heat became furious. A glistening yellow streak appeared on the suspect's forehead. He wiped it away with his handkerchief. He did not seem at ease. In a few minutes he yawned laboriously, remarked that he had been up late the night before, and that he must be going home. "All right," consented the merchant, "but just wait a few minutes till I put up a few ginger snaps for your missus. Some I just got from Boston." Naturally, an offer like that could not be refused. It took an unconscionable time to put up a dozen little cakes, and Ichabod was now sweating butter in good earnest. He accepted the gift thankfully, yet with a certain preoccupation, and as he bent over to tuck his trousers into his boots, he showed his hair soaking with grease, his collar limp with it, streaks and spatters down his coat, and spots appearing in his hat. The storekeeper winked at the members of his Congress, pointed significantly to the butter tub, then to Ichabod's hat, then laid his finger on his lips. The loungers caught the idea, and when their victim was again ready to start, they remembered errands and business for him that kept him for several minutes longer in their company. The butter was now coming down in drops and rills, and the poor scamp was at one moment red with heat and confusion, then pale with fear, because thieves fared hardly in that town. On one pretext and another he was detained, till the butter was all melted and his clothes, partial ruins before, were wholly spoiled. He arose with decision at last and said he could not stay another minute. "Well," said the shopkeeper, "we can let you go now. We've had fun enough out of you to pay for the butter you stole. You'll be needing new clothes tomorrow. Give us a call. Good night." End of section 13.
Section 14 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Virginia Neville. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Section 14, The Escaped Nun. All trace of it is gone now. The convent that was burned in 1834. The hill it stood upon, the garden, the orchard, the high walls, and it is better so. With its disappearance has vanished the token of an act never to be repeated on American soil. For 50 years, the ruins of an Ursuline nunnery topped the deserted Mount Benedict in Somerville, Massachusetts. A rifle shot away arose the shaft that commemorates our first great battle for political liberty, the monument on Bunker Hill. Strange contrast to the shattered masonry that recorded a seeming attack on religious freedom. It is well to weigh the case before blaming too severely. And because prejudice has so clouded it that the truth will never be known, this story of the convent has already become a tradition rather than a history. Puritan Boston was disturbed when a Romanist convent was built within her precincts in 1820. The great eruption of Celts and Latins had not then begun. Americans were of English stock and were a people united in belief, the descendants of the Cavaliers in the South forming so small a Catholic population that it made no show worth mentioning in figures. Popular dislike had something to do with the convent's removal a few years later to an isolated hilltop overlooking the marshes of the Mystic, though it could not have been dreamed that such a measure had been compelled by any sense of insecurity. It was strange and foreign, this house of the black-robed. The inmates had all been sent from Europe, women apt in the teaching of accomplishments which passed for an education in that day. The harp, the piano, singing, drawing, wax flowers, embroidery, etiquette, and French. Women who could read Latin and had gone through Euclid were frowned upon as blue stockings. Yet the benign purposes of the nuns were so misunderstood and misconstrued that a select man of the town told the Mother Superior that he wanted to tear the place about her ears. Echoes of medieval history sounded in the streets and were alleged to come from the lonely building on the hill. There were tales of horrible punishments, of nuns walled up alive for disobedience, of tunnels and dungeons deep under the earth. And it was common belief that the priests and nuns were proselyting among the Protestant girls who had been committed to their care. There was no active hostility until Sister Mary John, who had been Miss Elizabeth Harrison of Philadelphia, escaped from the convent and sought shelter in Cambridge. She was greatly agitated and said that one of the priests had made violent love to her and pursued her out of the grounds. Public indignation mounted to fever heat when this was rumored, and it approached the danger point when a second report was broadcast that the nun had been captured and taken back to the convent. Here we come to the parting of the ways, for there were men of position who averred that the evidence against the priest was absolute, and that the subsequent denial by the girl was forced from her by threats, while Bishop Fenwick and the Mother Superior declared that the girl had been crazed by overwork in teaching, in addition to certain religious fasts and observances of an exhausting nature. When she was called to testify in a court of justice, the sister said that she had been out of her mind. Then, suddenly averting her face from the gaze of those in the courtroom, she burst into tears. A few nights after this episode, a mob was heard coming down the Medford Road. Torches glimmered through the dusk, and above the threatening shouts could be heard the cry, "Down with the convent!" A panic overcame the pupils, though the nuns preserved an outward calm and drew away with the girls to places of safety. The throng broke down the high fence, assaulted the gardener who alone attempted to stay its entrance, insulted the sisters in their flight, looted the main building, smashed the windows, split up the pianos, and at last applied the torch. Fire alarms were rung, but the crowd kept the engines from playing on the building. No lives were lost, but the convent was destroyed. Next day, such of Boston as had not lost its senses in that sad and savage foray, or had recovered them, took measures to secure the arrest of the offenders, several of whom were as well known as the mayor. But they stood together in a general defense, and the only one to be punished was a scapegrace and scapegoat of a boy who was sent to prison for life. There were mutterings of revenge for long after, but no active retaliation was attempted. The fences were repaired, a keeper was put in charge, and the blackened walls were preserved, apparently as a reproach. Year after year, unfailingly, a bill was presented by the church to the state for the damage worked by the mob. As regularly it was overlooked, refused, or pigeonholed by the legislature. Hatreds were sown on that night that in some quarters are traditionary still. End of section 14. Section 15 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Virginia Neville. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. Section 15, The Long Sleep. Mount Maenomo, or Rag Rock, in eastern Massachusetts, was one of the dead monsters that had crawled down from the north with ice and stones on its back to desolate the sun god's land. All of these creatures were checked when they reached the hollows dug by the sun god to stay their march, the hollows that have become the pretty New England lakes, and there the god pelted them to death with heated spears. At the foot of this hill, 3 centuries ago, lived many of the Aborigines, progenitors, it is said, of the Abernits, that arose on the Isle of Manhattan in after years. Their chief was one Wabanoi, who thought more of himself than all the rest of his people did, who never learned anything, never made a true prophecy, and passed into vulgar local history as headman Stick in the Mud. This chief had a daughter, Heartstealer, and he made it a duty to nag and to thwart her in every wish, as befitted the Indian parent of romance. Fighting Bear, chief of the Narragansetts, fell in love with the girl, and after a speech of 3 pages in which he likened himself to the sun, the storm, the ocean, to all the strong animals he could remember, and the girl to the deer, could it have been a deer? The singing bird, the zephyr, the waves, and the flowers, he descended to business and claimed her hand. Every Indian, he said, had heard the prophecy that a great race with sick faces, hair on its teeth, thickly clad in summer, and speaking in a harsh tongue, was coming to drive the red man from the land of his fathers. By this marriage, the Aborigines and the Narragansetts would be united, and 2 such families could destroy anybody or anything. The professional pride of Stick in the Mud was touched. He sprang to his feet and cried, "Who has foretold this? I didn't. There is only one prophet in this district, and that's me. It isn't for green youngsters, Narragansetts at that, to meddle with this second sight business. Understand? Moreover, my arm is so strong it needs no help to exterminate an enemy. I can beat him with my left hand tied behind me. Had you merely asked for my daughter, I would have given her up without a struggle. If somebody doesn't take her soon, I shall lose my reason. But you have added insult to oratory, and if you don't go quick, you'll never get there at all." Thus speaking, Stick in the Mud once more wrapped his furs around him so that only his nose and his pipe were left outside, while Fighting Bear folded his arms, scowled, observed something to the effect that ha, a time would come, and strode into the forest. One evening a smoke hung over Rag Rock, and shadowy figures flitted through it. A vague fear possessed the public. Stick in the Mud, waking from a mince-pie dream in the middle of the night, saw in his door, faint against the sky, the shape of a woman who beckoned, and, hoping to uncover some secret that would be more useful to him in his fortune-telling matches than his usual and lamentable guesswork, he arose and followed her. The spirit moved lightly, silently up Rag Rock, and entered a cavern that the chief had never seen before, a cavern glowing with soft light and bedded with deep moss. He sank upon this cushioned floor at a gesture from the spirit. Then, with her arms waving above him, he fell into a sleep. Next day, and for several days, the citizens scoured the woods, the hills, and every other thing except themselves in the search for Stick in the Mud, but they did not find him. Another man who had enjoyed singular misfortune in foretelling the weather was promoted to be seer. Then, when the news reached Rhode Island, that was what it was going to be ere long, Fighting Bear hurried to the scene of his former interview and again claimed Heartstealer as his bride. Nobody said a word, so he took her to his home. Now came the men of sick and hairy faces, white men, who wanted the earth and took it, making it no longer a pleasant place to live on. It was plain that they were the people whose coming had been foretold, and when King Philip waged a war against the English, Fighting Bear and 100 of his friends joined in the riot. He was beaten soundly, and, being a man of sense, once was enough. He kept the peace after that. When Stick-in-the-Mud awoke, the cave was lighted again, and the spirit that had led him there stood watching. As his eyes opened, she spoke. Wabanoi, I caused you to sleep that you might be spared the pain of seeing your people forsake their home for other lands. The men with pale faces and black hearts are here. Had you been with your people, you would have stirred them to fight, and all would have been killed. As it is, they have not fought. I now set you free. Go into the Narragansett country and live with your daughter. You will find her married to Fighting Bear. Do not disturb their happiness. Come. Then the rock opened, and the chief tottered into the sunlight. He was full of rheumatism and fringed with moth-eaten whiskers that presently made the dogs bark. He needed new clothes. He needed a dinner. He needed a smoke. If he had known anything of firewater, he would have been sure that he needed a drink. He looked down at Lake Initu, not a canoe. On the site of his village, not a wigwam. The trees had been cut. Log houses stood in the clearings. People with colorless faces were using strange implements in tilled fields. A cock crew. Stick-in-the-Mud started. It was a new sound to him. A horse laughed. He winced. A sheep bleated. He began to sweat. A cow lowed. He started for a tree. A jackass warbled. He looked around for the cave, but it had closed. Descending, after he had gained confidence, he shaved himself with a quahog shell, found his wreck of a canoe, guided it for the last time across the lake, and landing at its southern end, crushed it to pieces. Not the pond, but the canoe. Then he went to Providence, where his daughter met him and presented a few of her children, who climbed over him, hung on to his hair, and otherwise made him feel at home. He saw that he had been outclassed as a prophet, and that if he had taken the advice of his son-in-law, he might have avoided being put to sleep in Rag Rock. Still, this Indian, Rip Van Winkle, had been refreshed by his slumbers, and he lived for a long time after, spending a part of every pleasant day in playing horse with the youngest of his grandchildren, for he had found that horses do not bite hard, and proudly watching the replacement of youngest number 8 by youngest number 9, then by number 10, and so on to a matter of 18 or 20. In September, on the day nearest to full moon, he still goes back to Rag Rock and looks off at sunrise. You may see him then, or you may see him half an hour later skimming the surface of Horn Pond in his shadow canoe. Having thus revisited the scenes of his youth, he retires for another year. End of section 15. Section 16 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Virginia Neville. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Section 16. Tom Dunn's Dance on Rag Rock. Rag Rock, in which Wabanoi had his long sleep, was a home of sprites and demons down to the 19th century. Thomas Dunn knew this, and on ordinary nights he would have taken all manner of long cuts around it, for he had no fondness for things not of this world, whether they were ghosts or gospels. But on the night of his dance, having been to a husking bee where he had kept his spirits up by pouring spirits down, and having found so many red ears that he was in a state of high self-satisfaction, for he had kissed his pretty partner 20 times, he spunked up and chanced it straight across the hill. As he approached, he saw a glow among the trees and heard a fiddle going like mad. He buffeted his way through the thicket to see who of his townspeople were holding a picnic in the moonshine and dancing to such sacrilegious music. For there was dancing. He could hear the shuffle of feet. In a minute he had reached the edge of a glade lighted by torches, and found there a richly dressed and merry company, triping it with such spirit as he had never seen before. He dearly liked to shake a leg in a jig or reel, and a chance like this was not to be withstood. He entered the ring, bowing and all a-grin, and was welcomed with a shout. On a hummock of moss sat a maid without a partner, a maid whose black eyes snapped with mischief, whose cheeks and lips were rosy, and whose skirt, raised a trifle higher than common, showed a pair of marvelous neat ankles. The invitation in her smile and sidelong glance were not to be resisted. Tom caught her by the waist, dragged her to her feet, and whirled off with her into the gayest, wildest dance he had ever led. He seemed to soar above the earth. After a time he found that the others had seated themselves and were watching him. This put him on his mettle, and the violin put lightning into his heels. He feated it superbly and won round on round of applause. He and the girl had separated for a matter of 6 feet and had set in to dance each other down. As he leaped and whirled and cracked his heels in the air in an ecstasy of motion and existence, Tom noticed with pain that the freshness was leaving his partner's face, that it was becoming longer, the eyes deeper and harder. This pain deepened into dismay when he saw that the eyes had turned green and evil, the teeth had projected, sharp and yellow, below the lip, the form had grown lank and withered. He realized at last that it was the demon crew of the hill with which he was in company, and his heart grew so heavy that he could barely leap with it inside of him, yet leap he must, for he was lost unless he could keep up the dance till sunrise, or unless a clergyman should order him to stop, which was not a likely thing to happen. So he flung off his coat, hat, vest, and tie, and settled into a business jog. The moon was setting. In 2 hours he would be free, and then a cramp caught him in the calf, and with a roar of, "God save me!" he tumbled on his back. The cry did save him, for a witch cannot endure to hear the name of God. He saw a brief vision of scurrying forms, heard growling, hissing, and cursing in strange phrases, realized for a second that a hideous shape hung threatening over him, was blinded by a flame that stank of sulfur, then he saw and heard no more till daylight. If he was drunk and imagined all this, how can one explain the 2 portraits of the witch he danced with? They were etched in fire on the handle of his jackknife, one as she appeared when he met her, the other as she looked when his eyes were closing. A fever followed this adventure. After he had regained his health, Tom took to himself a wife, joined the church, forsook all entertainments, drank tea, and became a steady workman. He recovered his peace of mind, died a deacon, and was rewarded by having a cherub with a toothache sculptured on his gravestone. End of section 16.
Section 17 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Woburn Ghosts. The ancient town of Woburn, Massachusetts, had its complement of sprites and spooks. Did not John Flagg have to pull water from the Black House well from midnight till dawn, as fast as he could make the bucket go, to slake the thirst of various imps that crouched on the earth around him, roosted on the well sweep, leaped on his shoulders, and gambled in the air? True, he had visited the tavern assiduously for a week before, but the only contestants against his claim that he had seen imps and fish with owls' wings and snakes' tails were the people who could do no more than swear they had not seen any. And why? Because they had been asleep. This black house, so called because it was painted black, was built by one of the cleverest criminal pleaders of his day, so skillful in thwarting justice that people said the old Harry was his partner. A thief having stolen a quantity of trousers from a Woburn tailor, he argued him out of quod and took the trousers in part payment for his services, to the deep regret of the tailor who had constructed them. The thief, considering himself wronged in having to give up all the trousers when half of them would have been enough, and strengthening his purpose by repeating a well-known adage, relating to honor among associates, broke into the lawyer's house to steal them back again, when he was so terrified by the appearance of a ghost on the stairs, a white ghost with black wings, that he leaped through a window, cutting himself sadly, and escaped to another county, leaving his jimmy, keys, dark lantern, and pistol, an added prize, in possession of his defender. While this burglar did not succeed, somebody else did, for the trousers began to disappear, one pair every night. The serving maid swore that they were of no use to her. The lawyer had no wife who might be ambitious to wear them. And the strange part of it was that the bells attached by the lawyer to his windows never rang. The stiff paper strewn over the floors to crackle and make the robber advertise and scare himself was never rumpled. The bolts and keys were all in the morning as they had been when shot for the night. So the thief was the ghost. Several neighbors had seen this dreadful shape with its white robe and dark wings, seen it as plainly as they could see the house. Being a sound sleeper, the lawyer hired a young farmer to bring his gun and watch for the robber from the covert of a closet where the now famous trousers hung in concealing festoons. At 2 a.m, the watcher saw the lawyer arise from bed, tie a pair of trousers about his neck like a huge cravat, softly descend the stair, unfasten his door, cross his yard, bury the garment in his hayrick, return, lock his door, and go to bed. He did this in his sleep. Next morning they pulled 11 pairs of trousers out of the hay, and again the tailor sorrowed. Another disappointing ghost lived in a ramshackle loft above the horse shed of a tavern that occupied the site of the central house. It moaned and groaned and rattled a chain. A traveling showman investigated the place, pulled out a splinter that hummed in the wind like a reed, hooked up a chain that clanked whenever the building shook, and brought in a pigeon that wheezed with pip or asthma. The populace was so convinced that he had laid the ghost, not by courage, but by supernatural acts, that it flocked to his show and enabled him to reach his next town with money enough to live on for a week. A less explainable ghost is that of the Indian squaw who was drowned in Horn Pond by her husband, and who pokes her head out of the water sputtering and screaming, as she did at the time of the tragedy. A gunner, hearing this hubbub, and taking it to be the outcry of a loon, was going to fire when he saw the head and shoulders plainly, and found on the shore a blood-stained moccasin. As to dead Indians, a party of them used to hold dances in a cavern opening on Dunham's Pond, now drained, filled, and built over. An early settler who found his way into the cave never found the way out, and he too may be dancing, with impatience. Most feared of all the ghosts was the sheeted skeleton of Daddy Wright that lived in a hollow oak on the edge of Wright's Pond, also drained and filled. The old man had hanged himself from a limb of this tree, probably because he could not find the Spanish dollars that a thief had buried among its roots. A man in the neighborhood, who had become suddenly rich, was believed to have been quicker and luckier in his search than the late and previous Mr. Wright. When this ghost came out for an airing, he shone with green and moldy light. He could burn, too. A man who passed the tree on his way from the tavern in the small hours was so frightened by the sudden emergence of the skeleton that a lock of his hair turned white. It leaped on his shoulders, scorching his hat as it touched him, and thence bounded back into the branches. Once it leaped upon the back of a cow as she drank from the pond in late twilight, and when the startled animal ran from under the tree, the skeleton darted out of sight among the leaves, rising as lightly as a bubble. End of section 17. Read by Robin Lee, Denver, April 20th, 2022.
Section number 18 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allegra Littlecole. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. How the Black Horse was Beaten. Samha of Woburn was well known in the Bay State in the later years of the 18th century, for he was a lover of swift horses, a fearless rider and a layer of shocking wagers, and a regular attendant at fairs, races, and other manner of doubtful enterprises. He had one mare that he offered to pit against any piece of horseflesh in the country, and he bragged about her in season and out, making of her his chief topic of conversation and prayers, after the manner of men who drive fast horses. While taking the air on his doorstep on a summer evening, he was visited by a bland and dignified stranger whose closely shaven jowls, sober coat, cocked hat, and white wig made him look like a person, but whose glittering black eyes did not agree with his makeup. This gentleman had called to brag about his black horse that would beat anything on legs, as he wished to prove by racing him against Hod's mare. He offered odds of 3 to 1, with his horse into the bargain, and he would give the mare 10 rods start. The race was to begin at Central Square, and the black horse must catch the mare by the tail of his teeth before Woburn Common was reached. Sam accepted this challenge in an instant. The next morning the village emptied itself upon the street to see the fun. The word was given, there was a cry and a snap of the whip, and away went the coursers, tearing over the earth like a hurricane. The mare was supple, long-winded, and strong, yet the big black was surely gaining. His breath seemed to actually smoke, so hot was his pace. Sam began to suspect what sort of being was behind him, and instead of ending the run in the way prescribed, he made for the Baptist church. It was impossible to pull up sharply with such a headway. The chase went 3 times around the building at a furious gallop before Sam could steer the mare close enough to the church door to be on holy ground. Fire sprang from the black horse's nostrils. It singed the mare's tail and the horizontally streaming coat-tails of her rider. Then the black horse went down upon his haunches, and Sam, pulling up with difficulty, dismounted. The devil who had been riding the black was out of his saddle first. Said he, "You have cheated one whose business is cheating, and I am a decent enough fellow to own up when I'm beaten. Here's your money. Catch it, for you know I can't cross holy ground, you rascal, and here's my horse. He'll be tractable enough after I've gone home and as safe as your mare. Good luck to you." A whiff of sulphur smoke burst up from the road and made Sam wink and cough. When he could open his eyes again, the devil was gone. He put the black horse into his stable and had him out at all the fairs and functions, winning every race he entered. Still, the neighbors doubted the blessing of the devil, for they used to say that the black was still the devil's horse, and that money, won by racing, especially when it was won on a sure thing, would weigh the soul of its owner down to the warm place when he died. End of section number 18.
Section 19 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. The Breaking of Plymouth Rock. The rock on the beach that enabled the fathers and mothers of the Yankee nation to land dry shod figures in popular oratory as the cornerstone of our liberties. The rude block of granite, sea-stained and weather-worn, is now protected from the elements by a stone roof and from the vandals by an iron fence. Through the weary time of war and toil and hunger and privation, when the permanence and safety of the little colony were in constant doubt, the place of this cornerstone was remembered. A century and a half later, the people of Plymouth, in common with those of all New England, were alarmed by the rumours of war that began to fill the country, and fearing lest the stone should be forgotten in the years of battle that might follow, the organisation known as the Sons of Liberty decided to move it back from the water's edge. Should they be driven from their homes, they might yet fight their way back one day to Plymouth, and the Rock of the Pilgrims would then become the basement stone of a stronger, finer nation. In any case, they deemed it well to save it from the wash of the waves and the burial in sand and concealment in weeds and mosses, and to place it as a memorial where their descendants might always look on it and so doing might honour the principles that in an accepted symbolism it represented. As it was being lifted from its bed by a derrick, it cracked and fell in 2 pieces, and there were some who saw this as a forecast of affliction, for it surely boded a rupture between those who now peopled the land and those from whom they were descended and who still ruled the colonies from beyond the sea. Truly, in 4 years from that time, the shot heard round the world rang out at Lexington, and England's old dominion in America was shorn of strength, influence, and dimension. New pilgrims make holiday at the place, pressed by the feet of the first settlers, and each day's news brings proof that the offspring of that hardy band are extending their power around the globe. End of section 19. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 20 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Swan of Light. There was no island on Horn Pond, Massachusetts, in the long ago. When it was Lake Innitou, the red men worshipped so many lesser gods that they had no time to praise the one Master of Life. So it chanced that signs of anger were seen on the earth and in the heavens. Lake Innitou, mirror of the spirit, was dark and troubled even in the calmest weather. Flashes of light and unaccountable sounds were seen and heard on Towanda and Mianomo. Then the game fled away, the fish grew scarce, the roots and berries suffered from a blight. As Chief Wakima lay in sleep on the lake shore, he saw through his closed lids a growing light, and, opening his eyes, beheld a luminous boat advancing, self-driven, across the water, bearing a tall and beautiful form that also shone in white. The chief sprang to his feet in amazement, but sank to his knees again in awe when the boat grounded on the beach, and the messenger stood before him, looking down with a face of sorrow and rebuke. The Shining One said, "You pray to the air, to the lake, to the trees, that your people may not suffer from disease and hunger, from the heat of summer and the winter frosts. You do not appeal to the spirit that rules all lesser ones and all the earth. Are your prayers to the Manitous of the woods and waters answered? No, you have only sickness, famine, disappointment. Bid your medicine men stop their follies, their shaking of rattles, their chants, their ceremonies, and address their words to Him who bends from the clouds to listen, and is sorry to hear no voice of His children. When your people have prayed properly, gather them at the waterside, and if you have been true and good, the Great Spirit will give a sign that He loves you." Wakima raised his head to answer, but found himself alone. The vision seemed like a dream. Yet in his heart he knew he had offended. He would obey the Shining One. He told his prophets what had been told to him, and ere long the game returned to the hills, the fish to the waters, the fruits were sweet and plenty, and the young grew fast and strong. When the moon of flowers had come, Wakima recalled the promise of the messenger, and gathered his people on the lake in their canoes to wait the sign. Gradually the boats, as of some will of their own, drifted into a circle, And in the middle of this ring, deep down, a light began to glow. It became brighter and brighter as it neared the surface, and presently arose in the air a gigantic swan that shone with a glorious white light, as silver would shine in the sun. It spread its vast wings till they covered all the tribe, as in token of blessing. Then it settled on the water again and sank, the light paling as slowly as it had grown. When it had disappeared, something dark arose silently from the lake, and in the morning an island stood there, the island that the red men called the Swan. End of section 20. Section 21 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Love of a Praying Indian. When an Indian became a praying Indian, that is, a convert to Christianity, he was not always so well trusted by the Massachusetts colonists as he felt he should be, and his pride was often hurt by the slights that white men put upon him, after he had forsworn his native fashions. So it was with young Bran of Natick. He had given away his axe and feathers, cropped his hair, taken to washing himself, learned to drink ale and eat pumpkin pie, and, dressed in the cast-offs of a Puritan farmer, was thoroughly moral and uncomfortable. How much of this reformation was due to preaching, and how much to the farmer's pretty daughter Lydia, it would be unsafe to say. But the neighbors believed that Lydia had at least as large a share in it as the parson. And she, being strange to the ways of town gallants, seeing more of red folks than of white ones, contrasting the usefulness and gentleness of Bran with the wildness of his relatives, and meeting him at the table every day, for he had become her father's helper, was not wholly averse to the young fellow, whose chief aim in life was to so shape that life as to please her best. The idea of a union between Lydia and the Indian was monstrously distasteful to the girl's parents. She told them rather tartly that they falsified their own precepts and reflected on their own work when they persisted in treating Bran as an inferior and an outcast, especially as he could now read, write, cipher, had become a steady worker, and was a better hunter than any white man in Natick. A time of trouble came. The war begun by King Philip against the whites reached the village and broke forth in fire and blood. Some of the praying Indians forgot their gospeling and joined him. Bran returned from the fields one evening to find the farmhouse in ashes, and no trace of the people, save their footprints in the earth. That was enough. He kicked off the garb of civilization, glad to be free of it, put on his beach clout and moccasins, stuck a feather in his hair, painted himself gaudily, begged, borrowed, or stole an axe to add to his knife and gun, and almost before the trail was cold, he was following the route of the conquerors through the woods and over the hills. From Mount Wachusett he saw the smoke of their camp rising through the trees, and in another hour he was among them. As he was apparently in arms against the English, he was welcomed by the people, and a certain white captive of theirs, who was no other than Lydia, did not imagine that it was her lover who was strutting about and urging the savages to fight. She, poor girl, was trussed against a tree for burning. She had tried to escape, and, as a warning to the other prisoners, it had been resolved to punish this attempt with death. Bran delivered an oration of some length and much fervor, reciting the wrongs he had suffered from the whites, and asking that Lydia and her parents be given into his hands for torture and killing. He pleaded his cause so well, following his address with a present of 3 or 4 silver pieces, and a swig from a bottle of rum for each of the leading warriors, that he had his wish. That night he volunteered to guard the camp at its eastern edge, for the pursuit of the Puritans was feared, and he gave the rest of the rum to the guards who were nearest to him, rum in which he had steeped the leaves of a drowsy plant. Then in whispers he disclosed himself to his captives, bade them arm, and when the night was half spent, he led them out of camp and away to safety. They lodged next night in the ruin of a house but lately burned, and if there was any chase, it did not overtake them, for they reached Natick tired with the haste of their journey, but otherwise none the worse. When they had rebuilt their house, the old folks resolved to take life easier, and they looked with a kind eye on their rescuer. They could no longer refuse to become the parents-in-law of one who had showed himself so courageous, so ready in resource, and so true in love. And the marriage was a happy one. End of section 21. Section 22 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Gander's Message. In the 18th century, there stood a gambrelled house at Somerset, Massachusetts, where Widow Ledois lived with her daughter and 5 stout sons. Beale, the youngest, suffered a fate common to the smallest member of a family, in that he was teased and badgered by his brothers, so that he often begged his mother's permission to go away and earn his living elsewhere. Above all things, he would be a sailor. He was a confirmed roamer, and he wanted more room. In one of his lonely rambles, he caught a wild goose that he domesticated and prized until somebody shot her. He suspected his brothers, but one of her eggs was hatched under a hen, and the cute little gosling that emerged became a special charge of Beale. A time came at last when the widow yielded to the boy's pleadings and consented that he should go to sea. As a pet, a reminder of home, and possibly as a Thanksgiving dinner in some distant port, the Gander kept him company in the ship Louverture, bound for the Western Indies. 3 years the ship was gone, for she was to change cargoes and trade in the interests of her owners, so that letters were infrequent. Beale might be in Uruguay, China, or Denmark, or he might be on any of the seas. On the 3rd Thanksgiving Day, when the horn was blown for the great dinner of the year at the old home, a queer call came back, the honk of a goose. Widow Ledois's eyes filled. She recalled her son's pet gander. Another blast and another call from the meadow. The daughter shuddered a little. "Is the meadow haunted?" she asked, "or is something about to happen?" "Why do you speak of such things, Annie?" "Because there is only one wild goose in the world that knows our horn, and will answer it. Blow once more, mother." A third blast rang from the horn, and echoed against the low hills. A form arose from the grass and the laurel patches in the pasture, and flew low toward the house. It alighted before the two women, honked loudly, then flew off again. Annie hid her face on her mother's shoulder. "Beale is dead," she cried. The elder woman soothed the younger, and tried to laugh at her fears, but the laughter had no ring in it. The two went in presently to receive their guests. All seemed dull and oppressed, until another call of the wild goose sent a little shudder through the company. It seemed like an omen. "It is there again!" exclaimed the widow. "I will call it." And stepping to the door, she sounded a stronger note than ever on the horn. In a few moments the wild fowl, as the others thought it, alighted in the yard and pattered up the walk toward the door. Annie sprang upon it and carried it to the table, where it stood, stretching its wings and pluming itself, not in the least disturbed by the presence of the company, until, with a sudden rouse, as if it had heard something at a distance that it meant to answer, it stretched forth its neck and uttered a honk that made the roof ring. A step sounded on the door-stone. A brown-faced, sturdy figure dashed in, caught the widow about the waist with one arm, Annie with the other, and smacked them heartily, then gave to each of the brothers such a resounding whack upon his back that he quailed. It was Beale. After a minute of tears, laughter, and hand-shakings, the gander paddled to the edge of the table and cocked up an inquiring eye. "Well, if it isn't our gander!" cried the sailor. "He cut away from the ship 2 days ago, and I supposed he was a long way ahead of us. Aha! I see. You thought we were wrecked. Not a bit of it. Gold in our pockets and appetites for two. Am I in time for the Thanksgiving dinner?" End of section 22. Section 23 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Case of the Brothers Brown. Toward the end of the Revolution, Captain Ira Brown, having endured his share of the dangers and privations of war, retired to the home of his elder brother Hezekiah, near Fairhaven, Massachusetts, to rest for a few weeks and forget, so well as he might, the shedding of blood. Hezekiah was a lawyer of no great brilliancy, who lived by egging the farmer and fisher folk of the vicinage into quarrels and suits, that he might be employed as their attorney. At that time the lawyer was paying court to the daughter of a well-to-do merchant, who obviously felt little warmth of interest in him, however, the favored suitor being a young fellow of good family named Seymour. The rivalry for this damsel's hand had established a bitterness between Seymour and the lawyer. On an evil day, the captain, who was in no wise concerned in this love affair, was taking his daily walk near the shore of Buzzard's Bay, when a startled, half-smothered exclamation caused him to look about. A figure dodged out of his sight behind a sand dune. What did that mean? Was somebody preparing to play a joke on him? He climbed the dune, and from its top commanded a view of a damp hollow, half filled with bushes. Among these bushes lay the body of Seymour. Crouching at a little distance, with bloody fingers held weakly before his face, was Hezekiah. "What is this?" cried the captain, hurrying to his brother. "You have blood on you. Are you hurt?" "No, no, we met here. He called me a name, you understand. I thought he would fight when I struck him. I struck him again, and Hezekiah, you have committed murder!" "No, no, no, not that. I didn't mean to hurt him. I thought he would attack me. It was self-defense, self-defense." "This is dreadful, Hezekiah, to kill an unarmed man." "I know it. I didn't mean to do it. Save me." "Pull yourself together. Take my handkerchief and wipe your hands. Don't shake so. You must get out of this somehow." "You won't tell. You can't. You're my brother. For our mother's sake, you won't give me up." "No." "Swear it. Swear that whatever happens you'll not tell." "I swear." "Let me get away. Stay and watch for a minute, and call if you see anyone coming. Or, if anyone does come, decoy him away from here." And with a face as white as that still face in the shrubbery, he peered over the dune's edge, looked about in every direction, and with soft yet rapid, eager step, he went out of sight. Some minutes later the captain took the homeward path. He walked with a firm stride, but his face too was pale. His expression was that of astonishment and pain. His fingers locked and shifted behind his back. Two neighbors whom he met presently, and to whom he hardly gave greeting, had never before seen that mood upon him. That night the captain was arrested and taken to New Bedford jail on a charge of murder. Seymour's body had been found. The captain's bloody handkerchief had been picked up near it. The captain himself had been seen leaving the spot in pallor and agitation. He was a man of arms, quick in quarrel. His motive might appear at the trial. When the case came before judge and jury, as it did quickly, for it was not the way in those days to delay trials on quibbles month after month and year after year, Hezekiah was his brother's defender. Everybody commented on the coolness of the prisoner, on his almost disdainful regard for the lawyer, and everybody noted how his advocate trembled, started, and perspired at various passages in the evidence. The prisoner declined to testify in his own defense, merely pleading innocence. If he were a murderer, the people said, he must have struck his victim for some reason, and probably in a dispute. Of the two brothers, the lawyer was in the worse case. One might have fancied him to be the accused. The evidence on both sides was quickly taken. The state's attorney made a case against the prisoner, circumstantial, without motive, yet plausible, and the jury found him guilty. "Have you anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed on you?" asked the judge. For several seconds the captain looked into his brother's eye. The lawyer quailed. His brow was wet. He could barely stand. It was pitiful to see him. "I can say nothing," answered the accused. "I regret the need of condemning one to the gallows who has fought ably for his country, one whose name has borne no stain till now. But I am only the agent of the law, and you are held guilty of the abhorrent crime of murder. You have faced death in other forms. You must now prepare to face it in its most shameful, terrible shape. I sentence you to—" There was a shriek. It was the lawyer, who, throwing up his hands, fell heavily to the floor. It was too much for him. "How he feels for his brother," was whispered in the throng. A glass of water revived him. His eyes were wild. "I saw him there at the door. It was his ghost," he exclaimed in hoarse, tense tones. "There, look! It is he, Seymour! My God! It was I who killed him. My brother is innocent. I am the assassin." The judge had risen and was looking down in amazement. "Is this true?" he asked, so soon as he could find words. "He has confessed," replied the captain. A pallid man with a bandage on his head had been trying for some moments to get through the throng. He raised his hand and caught the eye of the judge. "This man has not told the truth," he said, "though he told what he believed. I am Seymour, hurt, but not a ghost. Let these men go free." End of section 23. Section 24 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Recovered Pocketbook. In the days when Brighton, Massachusetts, was the greatest cattle market in the eastern states, a certain farmer went there to sell his cows, and realized a good price for them. A pickpocket and miscellaneous scalawag, disguised as a trader, had seen with longing the wad of bills that the farmer had stowed away in his garments, and after the manner of such knights of fortune, had found an excuse to introduce himself, and treat the happy agriculturist to 3 or 4 glasses of whiskey and a drugged cigar. This combination took effect presently, while the farmer was resting under the shade of a tree, and he gradually collapsed on the grass and addressed himself to sleep. His rest had not been of many minutes' duration when an acquaintance shook him and asked him if he would change a bill. He felt in his pocket for the money, but it was gone, and so was his friend of an hour. He was awake now. Far down the road he saw the fellow running, and although a pursy man himself, he gave so lively a chase and bawled, "Stop thief!" so loudly that the rogue made toward a woman who sat beside the way, enveloped in a cloak and rocking a child on her knee, tossed something at her, and was off, over a fence and out of sight behind some sheds. The farmer arrived, panting. "Aha!" he cried to the woman. "You are that scoundrel's confederate, are you? Give me that pocketbook." And with a dash at his treasure, he wrested it from her hand. Then, plucking aside the cloak, he looked into the face of his own wife. It chanced that the farmer's wife had started to town to do some shopping several hours after her husband had left home, and that near the market her sympathy had been awakened by a forlorn woman in a faded dress, who held a child and swayed back and forth, moaning as in pain, and muttering sentences from which the spectator surmised that she awaited, yet dreaded, the arrival of a husband who was engaged in some wrong-doing. She begged the farmer's wife to hold her baby while she explored the cattle yards and inns, that she might find her husband and persuade him to go home before he fell into trouble. This the farmer's wife undertook willingly enough, for she was a motherly soul. And to protect herself and the infant from dust, she slipped the thin black cloak over her head in the same fashion in which its owner had worn it. In a few minutes along comes the thief at a run, and not realizing that his wife's place had been taken by a stranger, being intent only on saving his bacon, he emptied his pockets into her lap, saying, "Look out for these," and continued his flight. If her surprise at this action was great, it increased when she recognized her husband's pocketbook, stuffed as never before, and it was at its height when her lord confronted her and claimed his money. Great was the astonishment of the man to find in his partner the apparent consort of a thief. But matters were explained directly, and the couple were put about on finding that, in addition to their own wealth, they had become custodians of one other well-filled pocketbook, a purse of silver, a gold watch and chain, and half a dozen silver spoons. The pickpocket's wife returned presently to claim her babe, and sat by the wayside again to wait for her scamp of a husband. The thief was caught in a few days, and you may be sure that the farmer's wife did not allow the wallet to leave her sight till she had obtained from it the price of the most resplendent bonnet that ever was shown in the village church, and she wore it with great pride on the next Sunday. End of section 24.
Section number 25 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Walking Corpse of Malden. In the old graveyard of Malden, Massachusetts, is the burial place of a citizen who disturbed the town for years because he would not rest after he was dead. He had been moody and misunderstood in his life, and had given his nights to the study of strange things. Odors of abhorrent chemicals had issued from his house, and choked people in the street. Unaccountable noises had been heard in his laboratory. Shadows had flitted athwart his curtains, so goblinesque and frightening that 2 people who saw them lay down on the spot and had fits. When his death hour came, the man called an attendant, who had braved the terrors of the mansion, and with mouth at his ear he gasped,
"In my life I have differed from other men, and by the foul fiend I will continue different after I am dead. My flesh is not common flesh like yours. It will never rot."
Nor did it. His body was put into one of the old-fashioned tombs, 5 feet below the ground, and reached by an iron door in a granite gable. Some years afterward this tomb was opened, and the corpse was almost as it had been in life, save that it had grown brown and hard and dreadful. A medical student, who was greatly exercised by this discovery, and had doubts if it were really a man's body that had been coffined there, visited the cemetery alone on a squally night, entered the tomb, lighted a lantern, and with some composure sawed the head from the body and put it into a bag, intending to remove it to his home, where he could examine it at leisure. No sooner had he finished this gruesome business than there came to his ears whispers from the other coffins in the sepulchre, soft treading in the wet grass outside, Moans and wails, stifled gibbering cries, and shadows passed. He saw them on the green and slimy wall of the tomb. His heart was shaken. With a yell for mercy, he flung the head upon the floor, leaped out of the pit, and ran at a frenzied speed toward home, hurting himself grievously by falls and stumbles over graves and stones. Some months elapsed before anyone else took courage to visit the desecrated place. But curiosity would not be stayed, and after a time, adventurous boys would go into the tomb and exhibit the head at the door to scare their smaller friends, especially the girls. This was always in the daytime, with the bright sun shining, for nobody would enter the yard at night, lest they should see the fearful thing that happened when the clock struck 12. On the last stroke of the bell, the tomb door opened. The brown trunk in its mildewed garments crawled out of its coffin, pulled itself up by the door ledge, and went stalking about the cemetery as if in search of its head. At the first crowing of the cock, it went back to its rest. 75 years ago, a man bathing in the river just before sunrise saw a white-robed figure scramble out of the tomb, and, too horrified to realize what he was doing, he fled through the Malden streets, unclad as he was, waking the public with his yells. It was found that the figure was no corpse, but a poor, insane creature that had crawled into the house of death to sleep. The man was so frightened that he would not believe this. He insisted that he had been summoned by a ghost, and from that very day he began to change, becoming silent and self-absorbed, and his death occurred soon after. Then the authorities banked earth against the tomb until its door was buried, and the corpse was never afterward seen abroad. End of section 25.
Section number 26 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Rollicking Ghost. It was none of your crying, moaning ghosts, damp and afflictive, that visited old Buxton Inn in Massachusetts on a winter night. On the contrary, he was just such a wight as any good topper and easy gamester would wish to pass an evening withal. It was harsh weather out of doors, snow and wind and cold, and the travelers, storm-bound in the tavern, had gathered in the cozy tap-room, where they were beguiling the time with cards, flip, pipes, and the telling of stories. All were joined in a chorus, none too steady or tuneful, but hearty and mirthful. When the knocker gave a lively rat-tat, and, as the landlord was rheumatic and fumbled at the bolt, the first summons was followed by a couple of sounding kicks. "Let him in out of the weather, heaven's name," urged one. "'Tis one more to our party, and the more the merrier," declared another. The door finally opening, there entered a dashing, handsome blade, whose gold-laced garments, something out of style, to say the truth, yet well preserved, were covered with snow. He shook off the white burden to the floor with a stamp, a laugh, and an oath, and there seemed a prodigious deal of it. "Gad, neighbor," exclaimed one of the roisters, "you must have been buried." The young fellow told the landlord that his horses had been stabled, and his servant had found lodgings in the loft. He had supped, but he wanted tobacco and drink. "If I have a price for them," he added, slapping his pocket with a roguish smile. "If not, I'll throw the dice with any, or all, in the company." The others were willing enough. When the wine is in, the wit and the wealth are out, and after some hours, Every penny in the pockets of the company had transferred itself to the purse of this unknown lack-grace, who sat, tilted in his chair, sipping the last of his drink, and viewing and chaffing his victims with easy insolence. Presently, the old serving-woman came in to begin her day's work, to put out the candles, sweep the hearth, and take the glasses to the kitchen, for the storm was over, and the dawn was in the east. She stared long at the young fashionable, who, with pipe in mouth, and looking perhaps a trifle faded in the grey light, stared as fixedly at her.
"Master, you do be the very cut of Sir Charles off our signboard," she cried.
"Is it so?" asked the guest. "Then let's see what I look like." The yokels, startled at the old woman's discovery, followed her to the window. Surely Captain Charles Buxton in the paint was very like this ruffler in the flesh. Indeed, one straining his eye out of the smoky room into the morning twilight might have indulged the fancy that Sir Charles out there in the snow had put on a mocking hitch in his lip overnight, and that the lid of the right eye drooped knowingly, just a trifle. And one of the fellows said, in a voice thickened with the night's potations, "It's the image. Downed if he isn't looking down at us." All turned to compare the picture with the person, but he had gone. Gone, and no door or window opened, no footprint in the snow. Gone back upon the signboard. End of section number 26, read by Brianna Childs on April 25th, 2022.
Section 27 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Crystal Spring. Medfield, Massachusetts has its Crystal Spring, where good Deacon Smith dipped water on a memorable day in 1675. The Indians have been growing uneasy and have been threatening vaguely. A council of Wampanoags and Narragansetts had been held on Noon Hill, and the light of their fire had been seen afar. Philip and Canachet had upbraided their followers for allowing the white men to overrun their territory, and the voice of both tribes had been for war. Deacon Smith did not know that when he arose in the frosty dawn and went to the spring for water for his cattle. On the way, however, he caught a glimpse of an Indian, crouched in the shadow of a tree. In a moment he saw another, lying flat in a thicket. Truly, methinks this savours of dissembling, thought the deacon, and thereupon he began to dissemble himself. If he were to shout with surprise or fear, or if he were to run to a cover, the Indians would spring up with the cry, "We are discovered. Let us slay him before he carries a warning to the others." So Deacon Smith sang, not a merry ballad, because he was a Puritan, and he knew no such trifles, but a solemn hymn of wrath and vengeance against the enemies of the Lord. He filled his bucket and stalked severely home with it, singing all the way. But directly that he had gained the shelter of his house, he kissed his wife and his 2 children and hurried them to the back door. "Quick," he whispered, "don't lose a minute. The Indians are here. Through the woods to the garrison house. Tell them there is danger. God keep you." "We will go with you," answered his wife with composure. "No, unless they see me back at work, they will know that we are trying to run away. I will be with you soon," and he added, as the door closed on them, "if not here, in the better world." To keep the attention of the lurking foe and give time to his family to escape, he went to the water again, singing as before, and he was yet again on his way between the spring and the house when the clang of a bell in the distance gave note that the settlement had been alarmed and its people were gathering for defense. Almost at the first stroke upon the metal, the song died from the deacon's lips, and he fell to the earth with an arrow in his thigh. The Indians dragged him to his house, intending to shut him in it and burn it over his head. For their rage was great when they found his wife and children gone. And Canishet, realizing that he had been tricked, ordered him to be kept for the torture. At that moment King Philip rode by, and seeing the deacon wounded on the earth, he asked, "What is the white man doing here, alive, and wearing a scalp?" Canon Shay, scowling blackly, told how the captive had gone about his work, singing the worship songs to throw the Indians off their guard, how his wife had reached the settlement and aroused its people, so that the raid was certain to fail, and how this offender was to be kept for signal punishment. Philip paused. "Take out the arrow," he commanded. "Bind the wound. Now let him go. Philip loves a brave man, whatever his nation. If he cannot walk, leave him at the spring. Now on with all, and kill the others of this lying, stealing race." The fight was hot that day. Men on one side were battling for their lands, and on the other for their homes. Clouds of smoke from burning houses hid the combatants from time to time, but the torches, knives, and arrows of the red man were of small avail against the murthering pieces of the white. Ere long the Indians were in retreat, and as the men of Medfield swept on in pursuit, they heard, from the hollow by Crystal Spring, the voice of Deacon Smith, a little shaky with weakness, yet full of vim, singing one of Cromwell's battle hymns. "Let God arise, let his enemies be scattered." End of section 27.
Section 28 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henry K. Noble. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. Section 28. The Cheapening of the Lucy Jackson. Considering that the fishing schooner Lucy Jackson was so good about, it was hard for the Gloucester people to understand why she changed owners so often. Somebody would buy her, fit her for a run to the Grand Banks, then suddenly sell her for less than she had cost him. When she had been sold 4 times in about as many weeks, public interest in the matter demanded that the reason should be made known. And so at last it was learned that it was not leaks. No, the Lucy Jackson was seaworthy. She had a ghost. The owners were quiet about this, because ghosts are apt to injure the value of property, and they tried to sell before damaging rumors had gone abroad too widely. Everybody heard of it, however. By the time she had been transferred for the 5th or 6th time, and more than that, several people had seen it, a white figure that moved about the deck, that entered the cabin, that lost itself among the smells and shadows of the hold. This was no dream, no invention of nervous persons. It had been seen by fishermen not more than commonly affected toward sea superstitions. The last purchaser was Jake Davenport. "What do I care for ghosts?" he asked. "Ain't I sailed with them often enough? Damns, I'd rather have 'em aboard any vessel of mine than rats. They say the Lucy lost some of her men on Banks. Drowned, you know. Well, if it's any comfort to the poor devils to keep their berths with us, I guess we can let 'em, so long as they keep middling quiet and don't hurt our luck." These were brave words, but they may have been no more than throat deep, for old Jack Davenport knew, as well as anybody, that he would have had the tormentedest kind of a time shipping a crew aboard of any craft that had spectres in her hold. He went down to the wharf to see his prize, for she was a prize, considering how much he had not paid for her, and to estimate what it would take to put her into the best condition. He botched around till night fell, and the harbor front was deserted. A melancholy fog came in, dulling the few lamps to be seen ashore. So he lighted a lantern and continued his explorations. She was a lonesome tub, he had to admit that. And the mice and rats and roaches emphasized the loneliness rather than otherwise. The forecastle, pervaded by the customary smell of stale pipe smoke and moldy boots, was in a dreadful state of dirt, and he began to pile up some old boxes and rusty pannikins and torn oilskins, intending to pitch them ashore or slip them overboard, when he was interrupted by a groan. He stood, shock still, and listened. Pshaw! It was the schooner rubbing against the timbers of the wharf. Maybe the wind was coming up. He would just gather the rubbish and come around in the morning and finish, because his lantern might go out. And there it was again. He felt a sudden chill. For a moment, his legs were paralyzed. But he kept a hold on himself. It would not do to give way to panic. The noise this time seemed to come from the deck. He ascended the narrow, greasy stair, held the lantern above his head, and looked about. All dark. A faint roll in the water and choppy gurgles under the wharf, under the bearded piles. Nobody stirring. He went aft toward the cabin, for he had left his pea-jacket there. He would put it on and go home. Hardly had he passed the hatch when an awful groan ascended, and something white came toiling up the ladder. Captain Jake felt his scalp slide back and his eyes pop and his mouth pull into a grin of terror. In a sort of frenzy, he clutched a swordfish lance that jutted over the deck-house, and, recovering his speech in that action, suffered his feelings to explode in vigorous marine language. The spectre was on the deck, groaning and reaching toward him. He yelled and flung the spear full at the dread visitant. The ghost threw up its hands and went down with a shriek and a slam. This seemed human and substantial, and therefore comforting. Jake ventured nearer and put his lantern close to the mystery. It wore boots, number 10s. It was also bleeding, for the spear had grazed and cut its neck. It was also sparing. Captain Jake gave a tug at the white wrappings, and they came off, considerably blood-stained. Then he stood erect, with his arms akimbo and brows darkling, and said, "Abe Dimmick, you derned old fool. What are you doing in them duds? This is pretty business for a grown man to be in, ain't it? And you the skipper of this very boat once. I'm surprised, I am, and I'm good and ashamed on ye. Say, you do look most sick enough for a ghost. Guess I must have scratched you, eh? Well, I've got my flask of Medford rum. Take a pull and I'll tie up your neck. You can say a prayer while I'm a-doing it. If you've a mind to, along of not being killed outright." So ex-skipper Dimmick, being patched and strengthened, was taken home, and there he confessed that he had been playing ghost so as to bring a bad name on the schooner, that she might be cheapened down to $3,000, for he had saved that much and wanted to buy her. He got well, sailed in the Lucy Jackson as mate, and was drowned off the Cape soon after. Since becoming a real ghost, he has not been seen on board at all. End of section 28.
Section 29 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Parson Hooker's Gold Plate. You must never lose your wits when the devil is about. He is unceasing in his devices for the upset of good morals. There were the 4 lads in a Connecticut village, for instance, who knew well enough that card-playing was a sin, but intended to make it merely a little sin by playing for only a few minutes. A stump of a candle was on the table when they began, and they lighted it, saying, "We will stop as soon as the candle goes out." They played, and looking up after a time discovered it was daybreak, and they had been at the cards all Saturday night. Of course the devil had kept the candle burning, and it is dreadful to think what happened in consequence. This instance and others like it were doubtless known to good, keen Parson Hooker, and he profited by his meditations on them, as this narrative will show. Traveling on horseback and on church business, at one time he was benighted in the village of Springfield, Massachusetts, and put up at the inn. There were so many people in the house that the best the landlord could do for his reverend guest was to bestow him in a room his townsfolk would avoid, for it had the reputation of being haunted. It proved to be a comfortable, well-furnished apartment, and, after reading a chapter or 2 in his Bible, the minister addressed himself to sleep. At midnight he was roused. The witches were coming. It seemed as if all the hags of Salem and every other pestered settlement were crowding in. They arrived by the chimney. They came in at the open window. They squeezed through the crack under the door. Presently they had set a noble feast with gold and silver dishes, and discovering the parson, whose eyes bulged like dark lanterns over a rim of bedclothes, they clamored with delight and bade him draw up and eat with them. Now the parson had supped but lightly, and he was tempted, yet it was known that if one ate with witches he would become a witch himself. After a brief cogitation he made a resolve, arose, slipped on his breeches, and sat with the rabble of uncouth creatures at the table. All grasped knives and dishes. "It is my habit," quoth the parson, "to ask a blessing on my meals." At the first words of the prayer the creatures fled, gibbering and whining, leaving everything to the clergyman, who ate a good meal and put the gold and silver plate into his saddlebags. As he rode away in the morning, a crow squalled from a tree overhead, "You're Hooker by name, Hooker by nature, and you've hooked it all." End of section 29. Read by Robin Lee, Denver, Colorado, April 20th, 2022.
Section 30 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Evil Doing of Hobomok. In Hobomok Pond, the Star Mirror, at Pembroke, Massachusetts, was a stump that always stood at the same height out of water, whether the pond were low in an August drought or high with melting snow in April. Believing it to be an evil thing, the Indians avoided it. But one reckless company of fellows, while out in a canoe, struck it with their paddles. Immediately the water was stirred as by a wind. The water lilies closed. The stump rocked harder and harder, finally tipping completely over and, as it turned, giving such a clump to the boat that it capsized, and the young man had to swim to shore. It was by this token that the stump was known for Hobomok himself, the evil one. There are Indians, and some folks not Indians, who seldom take the trouble to pray to the good gods, arguing that because they are good, they can have no wish to do an injury. They pray to the malignant gods instead, that the latter may be considered in respect of punishments. And that was the way with these Matakesets. They offered corn and meat and wampum to Hobomok, so that whenever he saw red and was moved to hurt somebody, he would go over and worry the Tunks in the next valley. But though Hobomok said little, he bobbed about the pond, waiting to avenge the injury he had suffered in his dignity. He struck Chief Buck first, with a sly but consuming illness. When that worthy felt that his end was near, he asked his wife, Sunny Eye, to dress him in full regalia, draw him to his wigwam door, where the people might look at him. Then, so soon as his breath should be gone, to wash his sins off in the pond, and bury his weapons with him in a quiet grave under the pines. So in a few days it was Sunny Eye who ruled the Matakesets, and now Hobomok had a new chance. His wiles, his temptings, his pictures shown to the late chief in dreams, had been vain as lures from the broad, straight path of virtue. He had put it into the hearts of the white settlers to take away the Indians' lands, but against Buck they had made no head. On his death, they renewed negotiations with the Queen and made some offers of beads and penknives for fields and woods that they knew were worth gold watches and iron foundries. Still, the Indians were slow to move. As a last resort, the settlers sent a scar-faced peddlers to the natives, with blankets which he sold for so little that he left his whole stock in their hands. In a few days, the poison of smallpox began to work, for the blankets were infected. Now the curse of Hobomok was complete. The fever raged among the people. Many died and remained for days unburied, because there was none strong enough to dig the graves. Some lost their sight. Some lost their minds. The cooking fires went out before their wigwams. The Tunks, with whom they had smoked a Hoboken apiece but a little time before, kept away in dread. When the stronger had recovered, they could no longer endure the memory of a place that had been so bitterly cursed. They destroyed their plague-infested goods and moved away. Sunny Eye, who refused to follow the tribe, went to Furnace Pond, where she lived to a great age and was known to the English settlers as Queen Patience. Her people took their farewell of her with a solemn dance, and left her with ample gifts of furs, corn, and venison. As the last one disappeared among the trees, having turned his back on his old home forever, the stump arose high in the water, and a low, hoarse laugh was heard. The curse of Hobomok had worked to its end. End of section 30.
Section 31 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Terrible Moonak. Tuggy Bannox, a gaunt old negress and ex-slave, lived in Narragansett, Rhode Island, near the Gilbert Stuart Mill. Everybody believed her to be a witch, unless it might be the Indian woman, Mum Amy, whom Tuggy accused of witch-riding her at night, when she had awakened in fatigue, and found the mark of the bit at the corners of her mouth, and whom she could not counter-charm because the squaw herself had interrupted the boiling of a project, or pot of witch broth, in Tuggy's kitchen. Yet the negress seemed to get little good of her voodoo powers. She was the most superstitious of the superstitious. It was she who was thrown into frantic terror by chancing on old Benny Nichol's sick sheep, dressed in red trousers and a blue jacket, believing it to be the devil. When she found how she had been deceived, she took it out on Nichols by dancing on his roof, blowing soot and smoke down his chimney, and spoiling the cookery. Tuggy would never use a chair, and was alleged to have a habit of sitting on her kitchen wainscot, or clinging to it with her heels. She had 2 rows of double teeth, without incisors, and her grin filled the beholder with alarm. Her home, the ell of a tumble-down house, was seldom visited except in the daytime, and then by neighbors who wanted to hire her to help in their housework, so she could devote her nights to mischief with little fear of interruption. On a winter evening she was busy with her hell broth, for she had a conjure to work against a bungling tinker who had spoiled her kettle. She would not kill him, but she would fill him with rheumatism, make his body all stomach ache, as a Canuck habitant put it. The pot, with its project, including a rabbit's foot, a handful of graveyard earth, a piece of red flannel, the tail of a herring, some rusty nails, and sprigs of a plant stolen from the tinker's yard, was bubbling merrily, and she was humming and muttering the charms that brought the help of the Moonak, or devil's deputy, waving her arms and tapping the floor the while, when a rushing sound was heard that made her wool straighten itself on her scalp. Whatever the creature was, it came straight on with the speed of a tempest, gave 1 knock at her rickety door, a tremendous knock, burst it open, rushed over the floor, dealt her an awful blow on the legs, and threw her down. For a moment all was still. With face in her hands, she dared not look, she begged the fiend to go away, promising to do no more evil, to give up the ways of witches, and she lamely repeated such Bible verses and prayers as she could remember. Then she trembled and groaned anew, for she could hear soft steps and breathing in the room, and a grip at her ankle made her yell with fright. A dragging noise succeeded. It vanished into the distance, and roused by the winter wind that was blowing through her door, she at last summoned courage to rise, empty the burning project from the pot, close the door, and creep into bed. Perhaps she never knew that her Moonak was a heavy bobsled that 4 boys had been unable to control in its flight down an ice-covered hill. The youngsters had tumbled off as it approached the house, had watched its violent entrance to her kitchen, peeping in, had seen her abject fear, and had rescued their property from the place of dread, one of them giving a yank at her foot as he passed. End of section 31.
Section 32 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Pomperog's Love and Burial. Pomperog, Connecticut, is named for a young chief, one of 50 members in his tribe that survived King Philip's War. He knew little cause to love the white race, yet he was not one to nurse a hate. When the conquerors of his people entered his valley, under the lead of the Reverend Noah Benison, he welcomed them and promised that they should always be free of injury from the Indians. After the settlers had helped themselves to as much of his land as they cared for, and had built houses on it, he called on Mr. Benison, intending to offer some adjacent territory for money, as he had learned with astonishment that some Europeans were honest. This promised to be an amicable and businesslike visit, and probably would have been, so had not the parson's daughter slipped into the room to speak to her father. Pomperog saw her for no more than a couple of minutes at that time, but they ended his peace. Mary Benison was 17 years old, black-haired, rosy-cheeked, quiet, graceful, soft-voiced, and of striking beauty. She seemed unconscious of her visitor's admiration, but he went back to his cabin under the cliff, Pomperog's castle, they called it, with his dignity shaken, his pulse quickened, his thoughts busied about other matters than the hunt. He mended his weapons, he set his lodge in order, he prepared skins for tanning. It was useless. He could not fix his mind on any task. His work was a bungle, and when night came he could not sleep. The Puritan girl wholly occupied his thought. For several days he wandered through the wilderness, hunting and fishing with utmost energy and trying to forget. For was not the squaw for a chief's lodge a red girl, a free woman, rather than a house-dwelling paleface, with a skimped waist, who shivered in an autumn wind and could not live on bear meat in a bad season? It may have been so, but he could not argue longer with himself. He returned to the minister's house and went to the point at once. I love my woods as the eagle loves the air, as fishes love the sea. Yet I will give my land to you, if you will give me the bird in your nest. The clergyman was angry. It is the panther that asks for the bird. Keep to your own people, knave, and never name my child again. Striking his staff on the floor, Mr. Benison turned away and walked over to his desk, as a notice that the interview had ended. Without another word, Pomperog went back to his castle, but it was with widened nostril and blazing eye. That evening a messenger arrived in the village. Pomperog did not deign to go himself, with orders that the English vacate the land at once. Not an inch of it would be sold, not an inch be given away. The head men of the settlement undertook to argue with the young chief, to plead, to make offers of guns, beads, and blankets. He would not listen. He would not, in fact, receive them. Where the Anglo-Saxon plants himself, he stays. A few nights later, the settlers put themselves in battle order, intending to kill the owners of the soil. But they were ambushed on the way to the place of muster. The pastor fell at the first fire. Several were hurt, and only 2 Indians were shot. Within a year, however, all the red men had been killed or driven from their homes, with never a thought that one of them might have remained, or that he would have the heart to return. Mary Benison had gone to her father's grave at Bethel Rock, as her custom was, to meditate and pray. On this particular evening, a slight noise alarmed her, and thinking to reach home by a shortcut, she scaled the rock. At the top, a form sprang to meet her, with a smiling face and extended hands. Pomperog. With a shriek, she stepped backward, slipped, and vanished over the edge of the cliff. The chief hurried below, but he could do nothing. There was no life in the face that had haunted his dreams in all these months. He buried her with his own hands where she had fallen, a northern Choctaws, and his Atala, and her beauty became a memory. Pomperog joined a little remnant of his tribe in the Housatonic Valley. 50 years afterward, some Indians stole back to this region bearing a heavy burden, which they buried beside the grave of Mary, and in the morning they were gone again. No white man saw the burial, nor for many years knew that the fresher grave contained all that was mortal of Chief Pomperog. End of section 32.
Section 33 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles Skinner. Bloody Heart, Rhododendrons. It is called Mast Swamp in eastern Connecticut, because in other days good timber for ships' masts used to be cut there, and in spring it is often known as Ledyard's Flower Garden, for then it is ablaze with rhododendrons of strong crimson centers. Bloody Hearts they have been named. Before the white man came, the Pequots called it Ohomawok, place of the owls, and Kupakamawok, hiding place, the last name being given because of its darkness and tangle, for the Indians often found shelter there. Kupakamawok was indeed the commonest of its names. In this jungle, just as the rhododendrons were in their glory, the Pequots, who had survived the defeat at their fort on the Mystic in 1637, took refuge from the English, entering by paths unknown to their pursuers. Their case was desperate. Captain Stoughton was watching the swamp at every outlet day and night, with 120 soldiers, and he had told the Indians that whether they fought or surrendered, it was all one. He meant to have their lives. They held out for a long time, their wives and children gradually sinking from starvation, until at last they were obliged to sue for mercy. Over 100 of them, feeble with hunger and illness, were taken prisoners. 80 women and children became bond slaves of the whites, and 30 men were carried bound on Captain Gallup's sloop to New London harbor, where they were flung overboard and drowned. Stoughton had spared their chief, Putaquaponk, in the hopes that he would reveal the hiding place of others whose country he had invaded. But although he had seemed hesitant, the Indian refused to do this when he learned of how the English had murdered his brothers. Hence they bound him with withes, flung him upon the earth beneath a gorgeous rhododendron, and putting their muskets against the heart of their helpless victim, shot him dead. Finding that he was to die in this manner, the chief cursed Kupakamawok, because it had starved his people into surrender, and cursed the English for their craving for human blood. He prophesied that the flowers which nodded in the breeze above him would show golden hearts no longer, but hearts of blood instead, as a reproach to the white people, which they might read whenever the anniversary of the massacre came around. And since then the rhododendrons have been red, as with the gore of the Pequots, who have passed to the happy hunting grounds. When transplanted, the flowers are said to show yellow centers again, but in the swamp, where Putaquaponk's life was so cruelly taken, they bloom as he had said. End of section 33.
Section 34 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charlotte Temple. There are certain types not a whit different from their congeners and associates that keep their hold on public interest when other representatives are forgotten. Charlotte Temple's is a case in point. In the shadow of Trinity, in that grateful oasis which its churchyard makes in New York's desert of brick and granite, is a free stone slab bearing the name Charlotte Temple. Pilgrims go there with wreaths, bouquets, and potted plants and place them on the grave, and the crowd of money-makers who venture millions every day in the exchanges, a stone's toss distant, possibly wonder at the survival of sentiment in this day and in such a city. As a place for strangers to cry over, it is almost as popular as the tomb of Abelard and Heloise. There really was a Charlotte Temple, though this may not be the right one. She whose dust lies here was the granddaughter of an Earl of Stanley, according to one report, and of an Earl of Derby in another tradition. The oblong hollow in the gravestone was once filled by a plate, put there by Lucy Blackney, daughter of the deceased, in 1800, and said to have been engraved with the Derby arms and the words, "Sacred to the memory of Charlotte Temple, aged 19 years." This plate, being of silver, was promptly stolen, and although the thieves dropped it in the grass, being frightened away by the sexton, it was never replaced. What is popularly supposed to be the story of Miss Temple's life was told by Mrs. Rowson in the early years of the century in a book called Charlotte Temple, A Tale of Truth. It is an interesting relic of an affected literary period. It exudes sentiment on every page. It is stilted, rhetorical, and preachy. Its people pine and weep and declare their griefs with alasses and prayers. And when Charlotte is won from an English boarding school by the handsome, dashing Captain Montraville and brought by him to New York, she expresses sorrow at his continued neglect of the marriage ceremony by sitting in an arbor and playing on a harp, accompanying it with her plaintive, harmonious voice. She had run away from poor but aristocratic and affectionate parents, and had come to America on a troop ship with the man who should have wedded her. Captain Montraville seems to have found her too damp and miserable, and it was not many weeks after he had joined the British garrison in New York, a circumstance that interferes with the date and age on the tombstone, before he fell in love with a Yankee girl, an elegant creature of a lively spirit and an income. Yet he was kind to Charlotte until one Belcourt, a designing brother officer, made him believe her false, when he cast her off and married the American. Left without resources, the poor girl sought charity, and found it only with a servant, in whose hovel her child was born, and she received such kindness as wretchedly poor people could show. Her death followed in a few days, but her last moments were cheered by the outcries of the servants and the lamentations of her father, who had followed to New York to forgive and rescue her. Captain Montraville entered the churchyard by chance during the interment, and on learning whose body had been committed to the earth, he offered his life to Mr. Temple, who declined it, as of no advantage to him. He preferred that he should live and suffer from remorse. Captain Montraville then hunted up Belcourt, ran him through with his sword, and himself fell into a dangerous illness. To the end of his life he was afflicted with melancholy, and until the British forces were compelled to evacuate New York, he would often repair to the grave of his victim and repine because of his wrongdoing. End of section 34, read by Debbie Talley, San Antonio, Texas, May 6th, 2022.
Section 35 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner, Jan Sol and the Monster. In the solemn days of the Dutch occupation of New York, when people went bear hunting in Harlem, picked violets in Ladies' Alley, now Maiden Lane, wore gags in their mouths and had their elbows trussed for speaking evil of dignitaries, there was a ruffling little man of the town garrison Jan Sol, square-built, flat-faced, pop-eyed, who, by his own confession, was the doughtiest soldier on the Isle of Manhattan. As corporal of the town guard, his duty was to keep the Indians out and wastrels in, to see that no unwanted entries were made into the houses of burghers or the windows of ladies, and that people living taverns in an unaccountable state were piloted to their homes if they were persons of consequence, and to the lock-up otherwise. On a bright spring evening, he mounted guard as usual before the gate in the defense that has left its name to Wall Street. If Dutchman ever had nerves, he must have had them that night, for he could not sleep, and he kept thinking, and thinking was an employment that always left him used up for a day afterwards. Never had the hours seemed so long, never had the trees whispered and snickered and beckoned so, never were so many shadows floating over the earth. Witches had just reached the New World. Queer forms had been met in Ladies' Alley. A copious growth of toadstools had been reported on Windmill Meadow. The windmill, hark! Its creaking sounded like words. Tail of a swine. Why must his mind run on these things? He lugged out a leathern pottle that hung at his belt and took a long, long pull. Yet his warm courage went to zero, for as the flask went up at an angle of 45 degrees, he espied over the shoulder of that comforter a monster with glowing eyes, long teeth, and thrashing wings, and up went the hair of Jan Sol so high that it nearly lifted off his helmet. He had enough presence of mind left to fire his blunderbuss, which being heavily loaded knocked him flat, and the relief coming up, almost at a run in its excitement, took him limp and helpless before the governor, to whom he chattered his story. The governor gravely warned him against the overuse of schnapps, and as a punishment directed that he spend 4 hours of the next day riding the wooden horse in the sight of the populace. Punishment, echoed the soldier. Punishment for what? But the governor waved him majestically from the presence. The council, however, gave hearing to Jan Sol, after he had come from straddling the beam and kicked the circulation back into his legs. And for 4 hours thereafter, it discussed what ought to be done with the monster. At the end of that time, it adjourned in astonished silence, for a taciturn member had opened his head for the first time in a month to ask, respecting this bugaboo, "Is there one?" On the next Saturday night, 7 picked men went on guard, loaded with all the iron weights that they could borrow from the shopkeepers, that the creature might not fly off with them. Midnight having struck without anything happening to break the peace, it was agreed to take turns on guard, and greatly to his sorrow the first turn fell to Jan Sol. His companions forthwith rolled into the lee of the wooden wall, and fell to snoring doughtily. Now the moon sunk, and darkness overspread the earth. The windmill began to creak and chirp. There were strange rustlings and the patter of feet, and the heart of the guard began to bump in his oaken ribs once more. He was frozen with horror when, just as he turned to walk back along his beat, he saw the awful creature of his fears rising again above the timber fort. It flew down, glided swiftly toward the governor's house, where it seemed to leap the wall, covered though it was with its defense of broken bottles, and then Jan Sol found his voice in stentorian roars. The guard roused, and so soon as it could make out what Jan had on his mind, an affair of a quarter of an hour or so, it ran to the governor's mansion and roused the household, which turned out in nightcaps with pistols and pokers in hand. While the convention was discussing the affair of the night, a sound of a key softly fitted to a lock caught the ear of 2 of the guard. They therefore flattened themselves against the wall, one on either side of the gate, and held a rope across it. The gate opened quietly. Then a figure rushed forth, caught its foot in the rope, and fell heavily to the earth. The entire company, excepting the governor's daughter, a pretty minx of 18, who was in a state of tearful agitation, fell upon the monster, for there is courage in numbers, and pulled him within doors. After he had been despoiled of his long cloak and sugar-loaf hat, the creature proved to be a presentable fellow in his 20s. He admitted that he had leaped the wall at about the time the mill sails had begun to move on a freshening wind, a circumstance that had scared Jan Sol into a belief that the stranger had wings. Indeed, through the rest of a long life, Jan held out for wings and scornfully repudiated the idea that this fresh-faced gallant was the being that had leaped the wall. The stranger said he was from Pavonia, but when they asked him why he had come into New Amsterdam by a way and at an hour that laid him liable to the death penalty, he set his jaw and would not speak. So they sentenced him to die by the rope. Some time before the day set for the execution, the governor's daughter flung herself at her father's feet, made confession, and implored the young man's release. He was her husband. She had met him at a pleasure excursion across the river, where he had won her respect and love by kicking a drunken Indian who had been impertinent to her. Before the governor had recovered from the shock of this disclosure, he was waited upon by a dignified gentleman in a cocked hat, the governor of the rival colony of Pavonia, who had come to plead for the pardon of his son. The disobedience of his daughter and his dislike of all Pavonians well nigh confirmed the ruler of New Amsterdam in his intention to let the law have its course. But when the other governor began to talk of giving up his right to the riverfront and to the shad fisheries, and when he looked into the tearful countenance of his family and saw that his daughter was like to die of grief, the old man gave in and signed a pardon for the prisoner. The young fellow and his wife retired to a house in Broad Street, which, after a few years, they had peopled with chubby yonkers, every one of whom refuted Jan Sol's story that their father had wings. End of section 35.
Section 36 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Gift from St. Nicholas. Among the people leaving Old Amsterdam for a home in New Amsterdam, before the latter town was much more than come to its majority, was Klaus Schlossenschneiglinger, who practiced the profession of cobbler in a little house at the head of New Street, and had money enough to entitle him to wear 8 pairs of breeches at once, and therefore to cut a wide figure in the society of the new metropolis. He had a pond behind his house, where he kept geese that multiplied to his profit, and he was calmly content with his lot, in fact, with his house and lot, till he fell in love. Nobody is calm or contented after that happens to him. His love would have been a successful enterprise, had not the coquettish Annecy, on whom his heart was set, been desired by the burgomaster, Rolifson. There were other young women in the colony who might have endured that person's temper, his homeliness, his stinginess, for the sake of the comfortable widowhood promised by his advancing years, because he was the richest man in the town. But Annecy was none of such. She was too good an American already to sell herself for money or position, so she accepted Klaus, to the infinite joy of that aspiring artisan. Among his other mean qualities, Rolifson now developed a revengeful disposition, for, by the time Klaus and Annecy were comfortably and, as they fancied, securely settled, and were occupied in the rearing of an annually increasing family, the burgomaster began a series of expensive and disconcerting improvements, extending streets through pastures, filling hollows, lowering mounds, bridging rills and draining puddles. Klaus's pond had to go. The money for his geese tided him over until the next improvement, but the assessment for cutting trees and guttering the street and laying a walk past Klaus's house to a marsh took all the silver he had stored in the old pewter teapot. Worst of all, there arrived from Holland, about this time, to complete his ruin, a blacksmith who filled the soles and heels of New Amsterdam with hobnails, which enabled the wearers to preserve a pair of boots for years, and announced their goings and comings on the plank walks and brick pavements and tavern floors, with a clatter like a revolution. So it fell out on Christmas Eve of a certain year that Klaus, his wife, his 6 children, and his cat sat before a meagre fire and heard the wind howl and the snow dash against the panes. They digested their supper of bread and cheese and beer with deplorable facility, and bleakly wondered what there would be for breakfast. Klaus sighed forth his sorrow that he had ever left Holland. What could he do to carry him through another week? He might sell the silver clasp on the Bible. Fie! It had been his mother's, and beside, to deface the good book? Well then, what? He sprang up with a laugh, for it had just come to him that on the morning of his departure for America he had found in his best stockings a meerschaum pipe, so beautifully dyed by some faithful smoker that no mere cobbler was fit to use it. Without a question, it had been a gift from St. Nicholas, his name's saint. A pipe of such a rich mahogany color was worth the price of a Christmas dinner, and pork and tea for several days beside. He went to the old chest and unburied it from a quantity of gear that had come from the old country with him, took it to the window, and rubbed it carefully on his sleeve. A gust of wind filled the room. Klaus cried, "Now, which of you children will do such a thing as not to keep the house shut in weathers like these?" and started to close the door, when he bumped into a little portly stranger who had entered and stood regarding Klaus with twinkling eyes. "Eh? Did somebody call me?" asked the unknown. "Well, seeing that I am in, and have been out there in the cold for hours, I will make free to warm myself at your fire." The family having made room for him before the excuse for a blaze, the visitor rubbed his glowing cheeks and shining nose and spread his fingers over the ashes. "I must say, mein Herr Schlossenschlänger," said he, "that you are not very hospitable. You might at least put another couple of logs on the hearth. In need, one learns to know one's friends. There are more Fatherland proverbs than that also, and one is, it is hard combing where there is no hair. Pooh, never talk to me of that. Let me remind you of another. Who gives from what he has deserves to live." "Ah, mein Herr," answered Klaus with a rueful countenance, "no man has ever been turned from my hearth, but I have nothing left to burn, unless it is my house." "Aha! Is it so? Been wasting your substance, I see. Well then, who burns himself behind must sit on the blisters. There, never mind, I was jesting. A good understanding needs only half a word." And before Klaus could prevent it, the stranger had cracked a fine rosewood cane over his knee and tossed it on the embers. Instantly it blazed up merrily, giving as much heat as an armful of hickory logs, so that the cat roused in astonishment at the singeing of her tail, and was fain to crawl to a cool corner, and the cane burned for ever so long without going out, making the place seem cheery and homelike once more. Presently the guest began to rub his paunch, and looked wistfully at the cupboard, glancing aside at the cobbler and his wife, as if wondering how long they would be and taking a hint. Finally he blurted, "I've had no dinner, and I had hoped I might be asked to share a bite and sup. This, you know, is Christmas Eve." Klaus winced. "You should be welcome with gladness if we had some things to eat that we could offer to you." "Never tell me that you've had your supper. I can eat anything. Hunger makes raw beans sweet." "It is hard, what I have to tell. It is that we have no beans." "Look here, Klaus, I don't think you intend to be mean. Never trouble about the beans. A cut from that fowl will do, for it is a fowl I see on that shelf, isn't it? And there is no mistaking that big bread loaf. And are my eyes dim with the heat? Or are those cookies and oilicocks and mince pies? And never tell me it is water you keep in that bottle." Klaus eyed his friend wearily, yet warily, for he doubted but the little man was daft. Well, on it she went to the cupboard to show the visitor how well he was mistaken, that his eyes had turned flickering shadows and reflections into things that were not there. But she threw up her hands and cried aloud, then ran to Klaus with a roast goose on a platter, whereon Klaus cried louder, and the offspring cried loudest. "Better a half egg than an empty shell, as we say in Amsterdam," remarked the ruddy man with a sarcastic wink, and his finger at his nose. Candles were lighted, and in a minute a brave array of good things smoked on the table. For the wonder of it was that except the wine and schnapps, which were cold and fragrant, they seemed to have come but then from the oven. "Now then," said the stranger, beaming, "one may not give away his shirt if not sure of his skirt, as we used to say in Holland. But I think you can spare me a plate of that goose." So they fell to and feasted themselves in the merriest humor, and the shavers flocked to the knee of the man with the twinkling eyes, It was full of quips and stories, and they pledged one another in glasses of Rhenish, Klaus dimly wondering where he had bought those handsome glasses. And in the end the stranger gave Frau Onondaga a tremendous smack, which only made her blush, and Klaus to grin, for those greetings were duties and compliments in the simple days. Then Klaus showed the pipe he had intended to sell, whereon the stranger cried, "That pipe! I know it. John Calvin used to smoke it. It is a lucky pipe. You must keep it all your days, and leave it to your children." Whoop! What's all that? For at this moment the boys of the neighborhood, who were allowed on this one night to sit up later than 9 o'clock, or had been called by their indulgent parents, greeted their holiday by firing their little cannon. "Midnight!" exclaimed the twinkling little man. "I must be off. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you all. Good night." And with that the stranger arose and bowed himself into the chimney. Now, whether he stamped among the ashes and sent up such a cloud as to blind them all, for it is certain their eyes were watery, and they fell a-sneezing, or whether the little gentleman was so very lively that he got away through the door before they could say Jack Robinson, which they never did say, there being no such man in the colony, Klaus and his wife and children could never agree, Onondaga and the girls insisting that he went up the chimney as if he had been blown away in the draught. In the morning, when the wife swept the hearth before starting a new fire, she heard the chink of silver, and there in the ashes she found a fat purse bearing the words, "A gift from St. Nicholas." While she and her husband were marveling properly upon this, an increasing gabble of voices was heard outside, and behold, there was half the town populace staring up at their windows and expressing great astonishment. And with reason, for the house was no longer of wood, but of brick. There was talk of arresting Klaus and his family as wizards and dangerous to the well-being of the state. But he told so straight a story, and showed such substantial evidences of his new prosperity, that they made him alderman instead. The Dutch house, as they called it, was for many years a landmark. When it was torn down by an alien of British origin, the workmen were slapped about the sconce by unseen hands, and had laths and slats vehemently applied to their sitting parts, so that the neighbors said St. Nicholas was protecting his own. End of section 36. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 37 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick Randall. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Staten Island Dueling Ground. Although a borough of New York City, Staten Island keeps a hold on the past not generally retained in districts where people come and go so fast that the meaning of home is unknown, where relics and trophies are eagerly swept aside to make room for money-making institutions, and where immigrants, to whom our history is unmeaning and unknown, swarm in. Here are the old Moravian church, the home of Garibaldi, the Italian liberator, the quaint Black Horse Inn, the fort thrown up by Lord Howe back of old Richmond town, the Billup, Taylor, and Fountain houses, built when the chapel, castle, and tea house were erected on the New Jersey side of the Kill Von Kull, in the belief that Perth Amboy was to be the American metropolis. In a hollow southwest of Black Horse Inn, Newdorp, Many gallants and rufflers of the 18th century fought their duels with sword or pistol, as the challenged might elect. General Robertson, of the British Army, killed a French naval officer, Vallon, who had resigned his commission and followed him to America for the express purpose of fighting him. General Skinner, of the British Army, went out to exchange shots with a Hessian officer, but on General Howe's peremptory order he had to defer the duel and met his death in battle. Two other of Howe's officers, Colonels Illig and Pentman, fought here on horseback for an hour, slashing at one another like savages, and stopping only when they were weak with loss of blood. Major Andre was Illig's second. Two officers of a Scottish regiment, who sleep side by side in the cemetery of St. Andrew's, Richmond, in forced or seeming friendliness, fell on this ground, each by the hand of the other. They loved a girl who had been making havoc among the officers of the post, for she must have been a desperate flirt, and as her father was a Tory and a volunteer officer on Howe's staff, she was often seen about headquarters. Whether she showed a preference for either of these hot-headed Highlanders to the rage of the slighted one, or whether they fought in sheer exasperation because she would notice neither, was and is unknown. Friends tried to reconcile them, but without avail. Two brother officers paced off the ground, put the pistols into their hands, and the word to fire was given. Both fell mortally hurt at the first shot. Was the girl smitten with remorse? A slender figure was often seen at twilight in the graveyard where they rest beneath unmarked mounds, and while she lived, those little heaps of earth were kept green and fair. End of section 37.
Section 38 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Debbie Talley. A Transferred Love. Uptown, on the west side of Manhattan, is an unoccupied brick house standing back from the street and thereby attracting notice, since it differs from the average of residences in that quarter, which are built so close to the pavement that to see the cars go by would seem to be the most precious privilege of the people who rent them. This was the home of a young physician who, with his wife, had been drawn to New York in the hope of acquiring such a practice as his gifts would appear to warrant. For he was a man of good presence, well-bred, skilled in his vocation, and needing only a chance to make fame and fortune. But the chance did not come. The little he had saved was soon absorbed by rent and house expenses, and the two found themselves confronted by actual penury. When affairs were at their worst, an evil providence put wealth in their reach. It came as an orphan who had nearly lost her sight in a convent school. Though friendless, she was heir to a large sum that would become hers on the attainment of her majority, and that would be properly administered until that time only a year away. Her case required frequent treatment and good nursing, and when it was found that liberal payments could be made for these services, the doctor who had been called at a hazard persuaded her to go home with him, that he might study her case more closely and give kindly nursing. She was thankful that she had found a protector at last. Her health promised an early demise, and then the physician and his wife had consulted long before taking this step. They loved one another, even though poverty had entered the home and made life bitter for them. But a mutual sacrifice would ensure for their future such a provision as they had never dared to hope. It was a bold thing they resolved to do. It was conspiracy. It was violation of the law, yet it was so easy, and it promised so well. The wife was to represent herself as the physician's sister. She was to help her husband to commit bigamy in marrying him to this half-blind and dying girl, and she was to keep house for them until death relieved them of the incubus and put the fortune into their hands. The plan worked with surprising ease. Whatever the wife may have felt when she heard her husband promise to love and cherish this frail rival and saw him slip her ring on the finger of the bride, she held her peace in company. In order to impress the trustee of the girl's estate with the integrity of his efforts on her behalf, the physician took her on a wedding trip to the West Indies, believing, as he said, that it would restore her health. Before sailing, he bought this house in New York with her money and installed wife number 1 there to await their return. The trip lasted longer than any had expected, and the woman alone in the old brick house often paced up and down the rooms in agitation of mind. The baggage was taking a good while a-dying, she thought. It would have been better had she been kept at the north and killed with another of our raw winters. But word came at last that the happy pair would be at home on a certain date, and the house was put in order for their reception. The sister had freely spent all of the bride's money she could gain, and the house had become inviting. They reached the home, that husband and wife, and the sister's face grew gray, and her heart beat in pain, for she saw that the new wife was better loved than ever the first one had been, and that the voyage and the care had completely restored her health. Instead of a pallid, weak, dim-sighted girl, her rival was now a pretty, smiling, graceful, altogether attractive creature, clear of eye, merry in her laughter, and supremely happy. Well, the comedy must be played to its end. She received the couple with every token of solicitude and affection, and a delightful little dinner was served in the cozy dining room. The husband was alternately gay and moody, and he drank more wine than was quite meet. Charging 3 glasses, he bade the women drink with him to health and long life. The watchful sister had seen the quick motion by which something had been dropped into the glass he passed to her, but without ceasing to smile, she drank half of it. Then, under pretense of removing a dish, she managed, unknown to him, to exchange glasses with her brother, for his own glass now held the same amount as hers. "You do not drink," she declared. "You neglect your wife. To the bride!" The physician tossed down the half-glass of poisoned liquor. Then the wife, rising with an uncertain motion, her face drawn, her lips blue and shaking, her eyes staring, caught him about the neck. "At last," she cried, "you are mine again. Mine, mine, and death's." The servant hurried for a clergyman, but it was too late. Husband and wife were buried together. Shocked out of her sanity, the bride had to gain health anew in a retreat. The house was rented to several tenants, but none of them would stay, for they reported disturbances in the night. And one man said he had heard a failing cry, as in some remote room, of "mine, mine, and death's." End of section 38. Read by Debbie Talley, San Antonio, Texas, April 21, 2022. Section 39 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ghosts of Dosaurus. Dosaurus Island, off the north shore of Long Island, is said to have taken its name from Dos Uxorus, a wife's gift, the property having passed to a former owner on his marriage. It was sold to one Robert Williams in 1668 by Agilon, Araming, Gohan, Nothan, Yamalamak, and Goglamon, chiefs of the Matinacock Indians. If so small a tribe could afford half a dozen chiefs, the distinction associated with the title was about equal to that enjoyed by orderly sergeants in a regiment. And speaking of soldiers, General Nathaniel Coles, then owner of this land, was caught by the British during the Revolution and hanged here in his own doorway. They left him for dead after 10 minutes. and when they had gone, he untied his hempen cravat and walked away in a fine frenzy to do battle with them on some field where they had no facilities for hanging prisoners. The secret of his escape was in his great height, for while his enemies supposed that he was strangling to death, he was merely standing tiptoe on his doorsill. According to the people who lived on Dosaurus in the last century, its woods and its beautiful lane were a common resort of elves and goblins, and people who ventured out at night, except in company and with lanterns, were apt to scuttle homeward again at the first cry of a cricket or call of a dreaming bird, for the lane alone had 3 vexatious spooks. One of Derek Wilkinson, a hard-riding jockey who had broken his neck in a race, and who would waylay belated revelers from Glencove, not merely to affright, but to lare at them with a strangely ponderous cudgel. One of Billy Cowles, an asthmatic who hurried about in search of his breath, and who could be identified by his wheezing, his open collar, and a cravat which he never wore except in his hand, and one of a bibulous miller who was often seen flying up the lane like a belated member of the Wild Hunt, astride a monster demijohn that he lashed and spurred until it had carried him to the foot of the drinking tree, where he would disappear, for he ended his life under that very tree by filling his skin so full of alcohol that nature could not endure it. And if you don't believe it, the tree stands there to this day, in proof. End of section 39. Read by Debbie Talley, San Antonio, Texas, May 6th, 2022. Section 40 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rock of Battle. The early settlers at Massachusetts Bay did not go far from home. There were no roads, and there were savages and wild beasts to forbid long wanderings. Still, the Anglo-Saxons are a conquering and an easy race. There were incitements to exploration and adventure that they could not forego, and we have it on fair authority that stout and stubby Miles Standish, who was most of the military force at Plymouth, brought up on one occasion as far away from that town as Manhasset, on the north shore of Long Island, nearly a couple of 100 miles distant. Possibly his rejection by the lady of his choice may have made the company of the woods agreeable to him, and possibly he may have been casting about for worlds to conquer. His companion on this journey was one Davis, an English lad of gentle birth, strong, tall, and handsome. Their stay among the Indians of this region was long and friendly enough to allow Davis to get into a love scrape, for he conceived a violent attachment for one of the Manhasset girls, and his affection was returned. Had she not been promised to one of her own people, the affair would have had a successful issue. But Davis had a rival, and neither would yield in favor of the other. The girl encouraged her white admirer and held stolen meetings with him. Contrary to the way of many of the English, who wooed and won the native women only to abandon them, Davis was in earnest, and he wished to make the Fern his wife. He planned an elopement. Standish appears to have gone home, or at least he was not with his lieutenant when the affair became portentous, so that our Romeo had to venture all alone. Cautiously though he had planned, the Indian lover kept his watch, and he was quickly on the heels of the runaways with 12 or 20 Indians in his train. There is in Manhasset a great boulder that is a favorite trysting place with swains and damsels of the vicinage. This stone marks the end of the flight, for here Davis and the bride expectant were overtaken. Setting his back to the rock like Roderick Dhu, he loaded his cumbrous gun and gave battle. Some of his enemies he laid low, yet he could be no match against their ambush and their quick darts. It was a despairing and useless fight. Numbers conquered. Davis fell with an arrow in his heart. The dusky Juliet, plucking this shaft smoking with his lifeblood from his body, drove it forcibly into her own breast, and lying beside him with folded arms, breathed out her existence. The names of the two were cut in the stone and may still be read, though moss and lichen have partly overgrown them. End of section 40. Read by Debbie Talley, San Antonio, Texas, May 6th, 2022. Section 41 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Non-Arrival of Fitz-William. They do say that Matilda Roxana Sammis was a good deal of a flirt, but people who reasoned things out never took much stock in the success of her attempt to play hero to the Leander of Henry Fitz-William. For Matilda lived on the bluffs north of Glen Head, Long Island, and would sit on the shore reading poetry books at sunset. The Connecticut shore, where Fitz-William lived, is about 6 miles away across the Sound. So if, as they say, she displayed a candle in her window after her father had sent her to bed with a lecture tingling in her ears, and the possible mark of her mother's slipper tingling elsewhere, she was a wicked girl to expect her Henry to swim that stretch of water, and a foolish one if she thought he could see her candle 6 miles away. The chances are that Henry was less of a sentimentalist and a chump than she fondly imagined him, and that he crossed the Sound in a sensible Yankee fashion, in a boat. True, he may have spilled himself overboard just before he reached Glen Head, if he found that it made her happier to believe he was risking cramp, pneumonia, rheumatism, and sharks for her dear sake, and a reason for thinking that he did this can be found in the lessening number of his visits. He was engaged, it is true, but wasn't Leander too? Yes, he swam the Hellespont to call on his lady, and one night he didn't even get across alive. Aha! One night Fitz-William didn't get across either, and a corpse was found on the shore next week. They said it was his. Now, it may be true that Miss Sammis paled and peaked and pined and perished, or that her father moved to Iowa where she found a mate who did not know how to swim and became a shrill, fussy matron with 8 children to look after. Both versions of her fate are extant. 20 years after the loss of Mr. Fitz-William, a hardy mariner, somewhat bulbous of outline, somewhat bald, somewhat gay as to his nose, appeared in Glen Head, married a buxom farmer lass of Hempstead, bought the old Sammis place, and settled down. He pretended that his name was McCorkle, but some of his neighbors winked solemnly and said they knew whether it was or not. End of section 41. Read by Debbie Talley, San Antonio, Texas, April 21st, 2022.
Section 42 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Tragedy of the Secret Room. On Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn, between Clarkson and Winthrop Streets, stands a part of Melrose Hall that in 1740 was a noble old place, with 20 acres of lawn and garden about it, facing down a long drive, edged and shadowed with pines. It was furnished with a luxury unusual in that day, and in such a place, for although the prosaic trolley car now carries one from the mansion to New York City Hall in half an hour, it was no such matter in those days of sailing ferries and bad roads. It had a vogue of its own in the high society of the region, and its dinners, dances, and jollities were famous. Colonel William Axtell, second son of an English nobleman, was the builder, and it was designed with reference to a peculiar domestic contingency. All of the large oak-paneled rooms were well lighted save one that extended over the ballroom, and was commonly thought to be a useless garret. This had only 2 small windows with diamond-shaped panes, and no obvious entrance. When Colonel Axtell's father died, and he was left in the usual penniless condition of a younger son, an opportunity came to him of uniting with a rich family. It was the younger daughter Alva whom he would have chosen, and she fell deep in love with him at sight. But the family would have it that he must wed Agatha, the elder. Indeed, that arrangement was effected before any of those in interest had thought over the matter sufficiently, for the colonel had resolved to emigrate to America, where he believed new fortunes could be made, and where the promise of an office assured him of the social position he enjoyed. The next ship that sailed for New York after the marriage took the colonel and Agatha as passengers. On the ship that followed was Alva, a runaway. Arriving on this side of the water, the girl took a place as a servant, but having seen her sister and the colonel driving in a handsome carriage, with slaves mounted as equerries, she fell prey to love and jealousy, and found a way to gain her lover's presence, after a time, without exciting the suspicions of the wife. She was installed in the long chamber above the ballroom, which was fitted with more comforts than was any other part of the house. There were silken hangings, Eastern rugs, lion skins, pictures, books, ornate furniture, and such cheery knickknacks as women like to have about them. Fresh flowers were furnished for the table, and one old negress who could be trusted was a servant for the charming prisoner. This black woman was the only person, except the colonel, who knew that the entrance to the room was behind a full-length portrait that swung on hinges in the study wall. If Alva went abroad, it was only at night. For 3 years the sisters lived in this fashion, under the same roof, and while the mistress could hear all the merriment in the apartments below, she could share no social pleasures with the wife. Trouble with the Indians, the beginnings of that war which was to result presently in the destruction of Saratoga, compelled Colonel Axtell to leave his home for about 6 weeks. On his return, he found that the old slave who had been Alva's servant had died a few days after his departure. Filled with foreboding, he rushed to the study and would have swung the portrait on its hinges, but found it caught in some way. He applied his whole strength against the frame. It yielded suddenly, and he stumbled into the room. A withering corpse lay on the floor. Alva had died alone. The spring that opened the door had broken. To call from the windows or rap on the floor would have exposed the situation, ruined her sister's peace, and injured her lover's prospects. She had starved to death, starved in the midst of plenty, and none in that house had heard a moan. In the small hours, Colonel Axtell took the light and ghastly thing that had been his mistress and buried it in his grounds. 3 days later he, too, was dead, and his wife had learned the truth. Mrs. Axtell sold the property and went with her children home to England. End of section 42. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 43 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Who was John Wallace? John Wallace has prototypes in other lands and ages. Who was he? A stranger with a Scotch accent, who in 1840 arrived in East Hampton, Long Island, a village celebrated, if for no other reason, as the abode of John Howard Payne, author of Home Sweet Home. It is just possible that there was a suggestion in the song that lured him to the spot. He was a pleasant, courtly man of 50, who at first kept a servant and lived in the respect and curiosity of the whole township. For, being rich, the Paul Pris and sewing circle spinsters were almost perishing to know how rich and where he got his money. He was an easy writer, spoke often of literary associates in the Old World, taught Latin as a sort of recreation, was lay reader in the Episcopal Church, which was founded by his help, was free in his charities and gentle in his counsels. He lived here in comparative seclusion till the age of 81, when he died, as quietly and bafflingly as he had entered East Hampton. In over 30 years he had never left the village except for rides of a few miles. As John Wallace he lived and died, and that is the name on his gravestone. Of his history none, even in the family he lived with, had an inkling. The gossips said he was a bishop who had erred and come to the New World to hide himself, that his sin might be forgotten. Several times a year he received a letter with an English postmark, and would observe smilingly, "This is from my lady friend." It was thought that some woman sent money to him. The mystery about the man has never been made clear, but thus much has been learned since his death: that he was no Wallace, that he was a bachelor, though a lover of his kind, a founder of Sunday schools, and so much a creditor of the state that he enjoyed a pension or something of the sort. In 1840 he was High Sheriff of a county in Scotland, and had made fame as a jurist and a scholar. In that year a charge was made against him, a charge of some strange crime of which he had not been guilty. He was a victim of plot or misunderstanding, but he was sensitive, modest, and proud, and to be thrown into jail like a thief, to be a show in the courts, to be the butt of I-told-you-sos, was beyond his endurance. The Lord Advocate knew this and was not disposed to be cruel. He told a friend to let the High Sheriff know that a warrant would issue for his arrest next day. That day he died across the border, and Scotland never saw him after. End of section 43.
Section 44 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Hudson Spirits. At various times, in the mouths of various tribes, and in various miles of its length between its source and the sea, the Hudson has borne many names. Rising as it did in the tier of the clouds, in the shadow of Mount Marcy, the Indians of its upper reaches knew it as Cahohatanaya, the river from the mountains, and other names it bore were Skenektade, the river from the pines, Shatamoo, Mohegatanatuck, Shattanukuk, Manhattan, Manhattos, Nassau, DeGroot, Nord, North, Mauritius River of the Mountains, Great River, and Hudson. Its valley was once the home of the Mohicans, sons of the Great Spirit who had traveled eastward across the snow peaks and the vast dry plains. For they had heard that under the rising sun was a paradise where salmon, beaver, bear, and deer were plenty, where berries grew on the hills, and great woods abounded. Hundreds fell by the way, slain by fever and fatigue, privation, cold, and summer heat. But the survivors gained the green lands, extended their dominion, and multiplied. At the debouch of the creek at Stockport, they had great storehouses of grain and meat, and on the fields thereabout they raised corn. The last of their race, killed in an ambush set for them by the fighters of the Five Nations, lie buried on Rogers Island, a little above Catskill. The chief of the Mohicans during the great emigration was Evening Star, and Morning Star was his wife. Their child was Osco, son of the Evening Star. Father and son were destroyed by the Great Bear, and in pity for her sorrow, the Pukwononjini, the little men of the woods, who appear as night comes on, raised the bereaved Morning Star to the sky, where her son and husband had found refuge from the troubles of the world. Her mother-in-law, Minnewawa, fearing that others of the tribe might also be waylaid and eaten, lighted the dark places for them, and to that end gave to the fireflies the little lamps they bear even at this day. Then she climbed the Catskills and helped to light the heavens at night. She could reach it, for are they not Antayora, the peaks of the sky? And there she hung the moons, cutting them into pieces for stars when they grow old. So Manitou, looking down and noting her care for the human race, took away her mortality and made her a spirit like himself, with the mountains for a home, and gave to her the treasury of light and storm. When the hunting time was over, she warned her people by tipping up the lower horn of the moon so that a bow could be seen hung upon it, in token that the weapon need be used no more till spring. If the people grumbled or did evil, her voice thundered in rebuke, and she threw lightnings at them. But when they were good, she would shake showers and dews from her mantle, and spin clouds and blow them into the valley. In some of the legends she is not a goddess, but a witch, with many powers for mischief. There were wicked beings among the hills. A Manitou, or Manitou, lent his name to Manhattoes, or Manhattan, which is therefore a godly place, built the highlands and palisades as a wall to prevent their descent into the world of men, as well as to deter those mortals who might be tempted to intrude into paradise. The Hudson, bursting through the mountain dam behind which spread the vast inland sea of Ontario, made an exit from the region of lakes, and in the foam and mist, the upheaving and downbreaking of the cataclysm, the wicked ones escaped, and now dwell among mankind. End of section 44. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 45 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Ute Sayantha. Mount Ute Sayantha of the Catskills is a frequented viewpoint near Stamford, its dome rising a couple of 1,000 feet above that pleasant town. Few of the boarders in that neighborhood are aware that its name is that of an Indian girl, of whom her father was overfond, as few Indians are, most of them regarding women as a hindrance, or at least a superfluity. This parent could find none of his own race whom he deemed to be worthy of her, and in desperation, for her charms were beginning to fade, she took advantage of leap year to throw herself on the mercy of a white hunter. The eloping pair disappeared from view for a couple of years, and when a longing to see her old home came upon the woman, her welcome from the irreconcilable was startling. The father met them at the threshold, killed the white man offhand, then tore the infant, for there was an infant, from its mother's arms, and cast it into a lake. Having done this duty, and therein maintained certain traditions of tribal conduct, the old gentleman conceived that all of his daughter's affection would be once more centered upon himself. He was disappointed. She felt a sudden and violent aversion to this summary old person, and being helpless to express it in any other way, she paddled out upon the lake where her infant had been drowned, and threw herself into the water. The old man mourned bitterly when her body floated ashore, and chose for it the proudest tomb that ambition could have named. For he buried her at the very top of this mountain, and her name it will keep till some company of real estate exploiters succeeds in persuading the legislature to change it to Jones's Mountain or Smith's Peak. End of section 45. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice at Mesa, Arizona on the 26th of March, 2022. Section 46 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Uncle Sam. In illustrated journals, especially of the humorous sort, our republic is personified by Uncle Sam, a tall, gaunt Yankee with a tuft of beard on his chin, long hair falling from under a furry beaver, trousers that are striped like a flag, and a blue coat. He generally wears a confident air, and in days of peace he whittles a stick, while in time of war he is often pictured as spanking his opponent. The original of this figure has been variously accounted for. It has been said that the first of these pictures was an actual portrait of a Yankee then living in Maine. In his attributes he is the clock peddler, Sam Slick, who was invented by Judge Halliburton of Nova Scotia for purposes of sarcasm and amusement, but who is accepted by a nation that is not ashamed of its shrewdness. Brother Jonathan is an older name than Uncle Sam, and is thought to have been first bestowed on Colonel Jonathan Trumbull, one of Washington's aides, and a painter to whom the father of his country gave sittings for portraits. How the country's genius came to be called Uncle Sam is not surely known, but it is guessed that the christening occurred in Albany during the war with England in 1812. A sloop had gone up the Hudson with munitions for troops, and the powder boxes were marked U.S. Some fellow who did not spell straight enough to know that these initials stood for United States asked a bystander if he knew what merchant was receiving this uncommonly large cargo. It chanced that the dockmaster was an elderly man who, his first name being Samuel, was known to the neighborhood as Uncle Sam. So the person addressed replied that the boxes appeared, from the U.S. painted on them, to belong to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam's ammunition was fired at John Bull's troops and sailors, and Uncle Sam's name presently extended across the country and has likewise crossed the waters. End of section 46. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 26th of March, 2022.
Section 47 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Golden Tooth. Goede Vrouw Dorothy Stogpen sat alone in her little back parlor in a little back street of the little town of Albany, dreaming over the pictures in a meagre fire and taking comfort in the monotonous tapping of rain on the window. Her knitting lay in her lap, and she was debating within herself whether she would have more pleasure in quaffing a gill of Hollands as a sleeping draught, or foregoing and having so much the more spirits in stock. A drink avoided was 2d saved, and the savings of 2d was a thing to be seriously debated. She finally promised herself an extra allowance at Christmas, and an extra pinch of snuff at once as a reward for abstaining, so with a sigh of resignation she arose to prepare for bed. An operation that, in the case of a Dutch vrouw, involved not merely the mysterious marching and countermarching, the opening and closing of doors, the moving of furniture, the overhauling of bureaus, and the displacing of dry goods in closets that is common in the ceremonies which precede retirement in Western households, but the removal of a matter of half a dozen petticoats, some of them quilted and lined with silk from China, and therefore as greatly prized as family silver. Not more than 4 or 5 of these garments had been unpinned when there came a quick low knock at the door. "Who is there?" she asked. "Does the wife of Diedrich Stogpens, the sailor, live here?" was asked in harsh, weather-cracked tones outside. "Yes." "Then please let me in." I do not know your voice. Who are you that comes around at this hour? Here the hanging clock struck 8. Do you hear that? Be off with you. I am a friend. I bring news of your husband. My husband? It's near 2 years since I've heard from him. The dame went eagerly to the door, just as she was, with barely 4 petticoats on, and drew the bolt. A burly seafaring sort of person, with a wide head and thick neck, entered the room, stamped his feet on the sanded floor to shake the water from his baggy trousers, and gave his wilted hat a flip that scattered raindrops to the ceiling. A long queue dangled between his shoulders, and as he stepped into the light of her candle, the good of Rao discovered that her visitor's face was ringed with bedraggled red whiskers that had been the sport of the winds for nobody could tell how long. He lounged into Madame Stogpen's easy-chair and put his wet boots into the ashes, causing them to steam and hiss like a barbecue. Then he pulled forth a short, rank pipe, and lighting it with a coal that he picked up in his thick brown fingers, began to utter smoke through his whiskers as a wood-will issues vapor after rain. And if you have a noggin of liquor handy, ma'am, he remarked, I could persuade myself to taste it, being that I am chilled with long travel in the wind and rain. Poor Dorothy! She wished now she had yielded to the craving of her thirst, but there was the gin bottle in plain sight, and how could she refuse? Never mind a cup, said the stranger. I'm used to taking it from the glass. Whereupon he tilted the nectar into his beard, and when he offered the bottle again to his hostess, a miracle had been wrought, for lo, it was empty. Ha, that's better, said the salt-looking person, sinking deeper into the chair, resting his head on its back and straddling his legs farther apart. So you are the wife of my old friend Dirk Stogpens, eh? A mad fellow, madam, a mad fellow. Not at all, sir, the steadiest, most saving, tut-tut. Oh, you mean at home, I dare say, but at sea or in a foreign port, the deepest drinker, the loudest singer, the hardest swearer, the quickest fighter, the longest at the cards, and the quickest to see a pretty and the stranger cleared his throat. You are wrong, I'm sure. Most likely it is some other Stogpens. Now there's a branch of our family in Weehawk. No, for he gave me your address before he left our ship to overhaul a rich-looking stranger on the Grand Banks. Overhaul? Aye, to board her, to capture, to loot, you understand. To capture? But there is no war. Ha, 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 and you didn't know Dirk Stogpens was a privateer? What people call a pirate, a sea robber? Oh, Dirk, how you have deceived me. But wait till you come home. He will never come home. Prepare yourself, madam, for evil news. He was killed in the attack on the brig. Ah, we all lamented him. Yes, you may weep, yet consider how much wiser it was of him to meet his end battling stoutly, than to come to it at the end of a halter, as I am likely to do unless you shelter me. For your husband's sake, I ask you to hide me for a few days. I am Captain Kidd. Though the widow had been drowned in tears a moment before, at the mention of that dread name she nearly dropped from fright. Spare me, she cried, going on her knees and lifting her hands in appeal. Why, ma'am, replied Kidd, in a real surprise, I am not going to hurt anybody. Do you think so ill of me as that? Well, I have been a hard man, no doubt, but I am not for pirating in freshwater towns like Albany. Dirk has been dead these 18 months, so it's no use mourning for him now, and see, here's a purse of his earnings in our company. Don't refuse it, ma'am, for there's solid yellow comfort in it. The widow Stogpens was sooner consoled than one might have thought, and though she took the relic with lamentations, she took it nevertheless, and after a dutiful parley and protest, consented to keep the captain in her spare room in the garret till the search that was a-making for him should be over. He kept close for several days, receiving his meals from the widow, and carefully chewing them on the right side of his mouth, for on the left was the hollow, rather tender, in which he wore the golden tooth the devil had given him when he burned his Bible. A golden tooth? Inquired the relict, in one of the long conversations whereby he tried to modify the dreariness of his seclusion. Yes, it gives me the power to turn anything to gold that I bite upon. I don't know how long the gift will last, so I've been nibbling a quantity of copper money and tin cups, and my men buried them the other night over on Conymans on Barren Island, at the place they've already named the Kidden Hookton, near the mouth of Norman's Kill. So now, if you have any such matter as a couple endrans or a few dishes you'd like me to change for you, in the way of pay for my lodging, bring them in. And he was as good as his word. Confounded with the possession of so much wealth, the widow turned several of her plates into crowns and squandered them royally on new petticoats, shoes, buckles, combs, fans, girdles, and lace, to the joyous astonishment of the shopkeepers and mystification of her neighbors. Such a change from the prudence of her ways could not fail to arouse comment, and Captain Kidd began presently to be alarmed at the frequency of calls in the rooms below, and to suffer greatly at having to contain all the profanity that at other times had free vent. The devil's gift was removable, and as Kidd was in the habit of smoking a short pipe, the tooth would become unendurably hot after a dozen pulls, so that he was fain to yank it out and put it on a chest of drawers to cool. Leaving it there one evening, he sauntered down to the sitting-room for a glass of Hollands and a toast of his shins at the fire, when there came a lively rapping at the door and a scuffle of feet on the walk. Suspecting that he had been traced to the house and was wanted, Kidd flung up the back window and leaped out upon the turf and was gone from Albany forever. How the widow explained matters, if it really was a search party, for it may have been a church committee to protest against Dame Stogpen's extravagance, Kidd never knew. At least he never inquired, and the next that was heard of him was that he was hanged. On the morning after his abrupt disappearance, Good of Vrouw Stogpens awoke with an odd feeling in her mouth, and grinning seriously at herself in the glass, she discovered the devil's tooth stoutly lodged in a hollow of her jaw. She bounced out of bed in a trice, picked up her battered pewter snuff-box, and bit upon it. She cried aloud for joy, for the snuff-box was of gold. For several minutes she employed herself with gnawing and gnashing at various small belongings, and was in a way to become the rival in riches of the Rensselaers and Dokniks and other patroons down the river before breakfast. But a thought came to her that made her leave biting of her tableware, and caused her to plump into her chair so vehemently that the breath was shocked out of her for several seconds. The tooth was not movable. It was lodged fast. How, then, was she to eat? She bit on a crust, and it became as stone. It was gold. By cautiously stowing her food well over to the right side of her mouth, she managed to get enough to stay the cravings of her appetite, and fortified likewise with a draught of Holland, which the tooth had no power to solidify. She went straight to Petraius Huysmans, the blacksmith, who, for a consideration, would extract an aching tooth and give his patients full money's worth in time and pains, and he hauled out the offending member. There is no doubt that the devil put that tooth into Vrouw Stogpen's jaw in pure kindness of spirit, with which we know him to be occasionally overcome, and as pay for the goodwill she had shown to Captain Kidd, his pet and pupil. But never accept the devil's gifts. They always bring bad luck. True, they may be forced upon you as they were on Vrouw Stogpen's, and in such case a priest and a surgeon may be needed to help you free. The widow neglected the parson. Result, the blacksmith gossiped about her new tooth, a tooth that dented under his turnkey like metal, and was yellow like gold, that left yellow streaks on the instrument, and other gossips taking up the story enlarged and adorned it until they had made out the unhappy woman to be a witch, and vowed they had seen her riding above the roofs on a broomstick on nights when the weather was thick. Some affected that she had bought the tooth to replace one she had lost by walking into her bedpost after putting out the candle, and one or two discoursed of a new way of filling hollow teeth with metal, but these affected the prevailing belief not a whit, and watched, worried, and maligned Vrouw Stogpen allowed herself to take a cold in spite of her 8 petticoats, later increased to 10, and so perished. As for the tooth, it is believed that she cast it into the fire, and that, as it melted, it gave off blue flames that danced in the chimney in the shape of little imps. End of section 47.
Section 48 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner, The White Lady of Dobbs Ferry. Some time before the Revolution, a branch of the family that gave its unromantic name to Dobbs Ferry on the Hudson was allured by the original Dobbs across the sea and built a home on a sightly hill above that hamlet. For a time, the mansion was accounted palatial, and the occupants spent money with a lavish hand to increase its beauty. Those who mowed the lawns and trained the flowers about it were hired from the little farming settlements nearby, and when they went down to the tavern for a mug and a pipe, or went home on Saturday night to get a clean shirt and read the Bible, they were assailed with no end of questions by their eagerly curious relatives and neighbors. To live to yourself in the country is to rouse the protest of everybody within 5 miles of you. In the city, one may have a certain privacy, because there are plenty of other people to get acquainted with and to help in making a noise. The villages, on the contrary, have so few social advantages that every resident is expected to do something for the general entertainment, if it is only to run over to the next hamlet and collect gossip. The occupants of the Dobbs mansion were a comfortable, law-abiding people, not ascetics by any means, but they did not invite the neighbors and did not visit. They had books and music, dabbled in science, enjoyed gardening, and appeared to be happy. Who, then, was the White Lady? What was her power to destroy their home? Did she do it by destroying life? Or had she a craft, like that of the Pied Piper, to compel whom she would to follow? She arrived in broad day, dressed from hat to shoes in white, and on some ground persuaded the whole family to go with her to a house nearby. They never went back. None had seen the woman or the others pass by any road, or go up or down or over the river in a boat. The fine house filled with dust and cobwebs, the lawns and gardens went to weeds. Twice the glint of a shaded light was seen in the upper windows, but nothing was removed, and no footprints could be found on the rain-softened earth outside. Who, then, and what, was the White Lady? End of section 48. Read by Robin Lee, Denver, Colorado, April 21st, 2022.
Section 49 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S. E. Dell. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Underground Station. So near New York that its lights whitened their night sky, yet separated by so many marshes, woods, and rocks, that they are farther than by miles removed from the metropolis, the dwellers among Ramapo Hills have the character that isolation and rustic living fix upon a people. Here, the last men of the Munsee tribe came to their end. Here, after the Revolution, came broken soldiers, camp followers, and men with a dread of constables, from whom have sprung the lonely gypsy-like farmers and hunters of today. Here, just before the Civil War, were stations in the Underground Railroad that led from the slave states into Canada, and the hill folk were always ready to hide, clothe, and feed the runaway Negroes and send them rejoicing on their northward way. Some of these stragglers did not reach the British provinces. Secure in the guard of friendly whites, they took up homes in caves and cabins and in bosky hollows, seldom appearing among men and living apart like troglodytes. Into these watched and silent hills there came, on an autumn day, a tall and swarthy man with a black mustache and imperial sharp eyes that looked from under a gray slouch hat, a Southerner, as you could see, who chewed his cigar nervously, yet with a determined set of the teeth. An official-looking document peeped from an inner pocket of his long coat, and the right skirt of that garment bulged above the pistol pocket. A local worthy who had accompanied him on the gate of a valley and who carried a rifle, as if he expected to stir up game, showed such signs of fatigue as they neared the hills that the Southerner dismissed them contemptuously and smiled as he saw with what briskness the tired constable waded through the herbage homeward. The stranger took a hearty pull at a flask, examined a rude chart on a scrap of wrapping paper, then dropped a little aside from the path, though keeping it in sight, and struck westward into the wilderness. In an hour he had reached the edge of a clearing where stood a cabin of slabs, and seated on a stump in the concealment of a thicket, he resigned himself patiently to watch. A breeze sprang up as the sun went low, and the sounds in the wood increased, the cracking of twigs and whisking of leaves often causing him to start and peer cautiously about him. Time dragged. Nobody entered a hut. Nobody left it. He arose and stretched himself, yawning. As he did so, his arms were grasped from behind and brought together with a wrench that nearly loosened them from the shoulders. He was flung forward on his face, and in an instant his pistol was plucked from his pocket. He raised his hand. A blow with the pistol butt broke two of his fingers. "Kneel, or I'll shoot," commanded a voice behind him. "I know you, Tom Doggett, and I know your errand. Give me that paper, I say, you pound hound. Did you think the law of Alabama was worth the ink it took to write it in New York? So you turned sheriff, and you're taking a chasing runaway niggers, eh? I'm just going to give your Alabama judge a proof you've met me and tried to do your duty. When you were overseer 8 years ago, you flogged me. Remember that? I'm 7/8 white, and I don't take beatings. But I had to wear scars for you all these 8 years. Bend lower and don't turn, or I'll kill you." The whistle of a big whip sounded and ended in a crack. 10 blows fell on the sheriff's back, fierce blows that tore like knives. "Go back now and tell your people that a nigger thrashed you," added the voice. "And go on back soon, for you're not safe here. It's no use to look for me. The last train by the underground road leaves this yard place tonight." End of section 49.
Section 50 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. The Indian Princess Apple. An old orchard on the Peter Turner homestead, Monroe, New York, has a gnarly old apple tree whose fruit is different from that of any other in the country in that it is splashed with red from its golden skin to its core, and is known as the Indian Princess. Wild fruit grew plentifully in the Ramapo Valley a couple of centuries ago, when Indians abode thereabout, and among the red residents was that invariable unfortunate without whom no Indian settlement was complete, a lover whose sweetheart's father had refused to become a father-in-law to him. The old chief, this mistaken mortal was always an old chief, told his child to discourage the attentions of the lover, and threatened both of the young folks with the most substantial kind of opposition if they attempted any flirting in his neighborhood. The result was natural and usual. The young folks cared twice as much for one another as before, and lost no opportunity to be together. People became frugal of walking about in the dark, for fear of falling over them or bumping into them as they sat or stood in the shade, clasping hands and sighing over the parents' sternness. And the match was secretly and naturally helped along by all the gossips in the village. But the day of discovery and reckoning arrived. The old chief came upon them as they were walking hand in hand through the wood, and ordered the girl to return to her wigwam. The lover folded his arms and awaited her decision. She looked from one to the other for a moment, then ran to her lover's arms. The father said never a word, but bent his bow and sent an arrow quivering into his daughter's side. She sank quietly to the earth, never more breathing, and the father strode away. Something ought to have happened to him afterwards, but if it did, the legends of his people do not record it. Just where the girl was put to death, a wild apple tree was springing, and its roots drank up her blood. At fruiting time, the blood drops show in the juicy globes. End of section 50. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 26th of March, 2022. Section 51 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. The Blue Skaneateles. Flood legends are worldwide, and those retained by our northern Indians are in no wise evidence of their early relation to the lost tribes of Israel. That relation has a better or more plausible grounding in the observance among the Iroquois of the rite of circumcision, in the offering of deer meat and first fruits to the deity, as in the green corn dance, and in the likeness of the Indian names for God to the Hebrew titles, as witness Yah, Abba, and Jehovah. Their sages and medicine men often recall the biblical patriarchs, for, like them, they had moments of supernatural power. They tell, for instance, of medicine men who could bring down men or brutes by pointing at them, or by commanding in a loud, imperious voice that they fall dead. Tales of an ark, of a bird returning to it after a search for land, of a destruction of wicked towns by fire, are analogous to incidents described in the Old Testament. In the Indian stories of flood subsidence, however, local traditions are often at variance, but several of them tell of the splitting of the hills that pent waters might flow away and seek the sea. The Six Nations believed that the Great Spirit, the invisible hand, drained the Genesee country of its water, only the narrow finger-shaped cluster of lakes remaining. Skaneateles Lake is deep blue, and they said that when the heavens used to be nearer to the earth than they are now, the sky spirits leaned out of their home to admire themselves in this mirror. The lake spirit fell in love with them and absorbed the color of their robes into the water, so that it is of a fine deep blue to this day. End of section 51. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 30th of March, 2022. Section 52 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Onondaga Fairies. The Onondagas are a dull, peaceful farming people who occupy a reservation of 6,000 fertile acres in central New York. Their pristine wildness has disappeared. They are noted for honesty and do not beat their children. While missionaries have striven with them and induced a nominal acceptance of Christianity, they continue some of their pagan dances and ceremonies, and little is done to make them better workmen. Hiawatha, or Hoawentha, greatest of Indians, they claim as their tribesman, and say that he was born near the end of the 16th century. Among the old faiths that have survived the chapel and the school is a belief in fairies, little people who abounded near Palatine Bridge and were known as stone throwers, in spite of their kindly disposition. Men now living seriously declare that they have seen them and that they could appear and vanish at pleasure. A hunter who lived in the 17th century enjoyed the goodwill of these elves, and for no reason save that his ill luck aroused their compassion. He had been absent on the chase for some days, but nothing had fallen beneath his hand. Tired and discouraged, he sank down in the wood to rest, but becoming aware of a presence, he looked up and saw a very small woman standing beside him. She bade him be cheered, for he should find gold and silver, such as the white traders liked, and should kill as many animals as he pleased, that he had but to call them, and they would offer themselves to his knife. He seems to have neglected the gold and silver, but he always had his dinner when he wanted it, after that meeting. In later times, a feeble old woman, while walking with her grandchild, met one of the fairies who commiserated with her upon her rheumatism and her bent back, and told her to order the child to walk on, that he might not see the gift she would confer upon her. After the boy had passed some rods along the road, the fairy handed a comb to the beldam and bade her use it. The old woman did so, and noticed at each passage of the implement through her grizzled locks that the hair was growing darker and darker. She felt of her face, and broke into a joyous laugh, for the wrinkles were leaving her brow, and her skin was becoming softer and smoother. She was growing young. Had she kept silence, the transformation would, in a few minutes, have been complete. For it appears needful that supernatural gifts shall not be questioned nor too closely noticed. But at the sound of her laugh, the child, who was running among the trees in advance, stopped and looked back. This broke the spell. With a wailing cry, "Dear child, you have destroyed me!" the woman fell dead. End of section 52. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 31st of March, 2022.
Section 53 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Grey Court's Little History. Daniel Cromline, the first settler in Grey Court, New York, a man of distinction because his long cabin had doors and floors of plain boards, was in New York on the day when a ship came in from the other side of the sea. He wanted to buy a laborer. In those days, men and women were sold for debt and were slaves to the man who furnished the amount they owed, until they had repaid the sum by work. William Bull, a young Irishman, was one of the passengers, and he was in hot dispute with the captain of the ship, anent an overcharge for passage money. The skipper had told him on sailing that 5 guineas, all he had, would cover the cost of the trip. But on arriving in America, he informed Bull that this was not enough, and that he would be set at work for someone who would make up the deficiency. Bull answered that he would pay never another penny. He had no more, and demanded to be taken back on the same ship, saying, "I'll be a slave in Ireland, if I must be a slave at all." Cromlin saw and liked the lad, paid overcharge to the rapacious captain, and took Bull home with him. The young fellow became, in time, a landed proprietor near Duck Cedar, which is now, by the elect, called Tuxedo. There was no other white resident in that part of the Shawangunk Hills at the time, except Sarah Wells, who had been sold to a Long Island farmer and had removed here after working out her freedom. The Indians, pitying her lonely state, had built a cabin for her, telling her that she need seek no further for a home site. Moreover, they supplied maize and venison whenever her supplies ran short, and she was in a fair way to become an Indian herself, when Bull arrived on the scene. Both being of the white race, they naturally made a mutual offer of friendly services, and that they should eventually fall in love with one another is no great wonder either. That is what happened. Bull proposed marriage, but explained that, as he was of the Episcopal faith, it would be necessary to publish the banns before the knot could be tied, a condition that gave rise to anxieties until the magistrate who was to perform the ceremony complied with it, to the satisfaction of both concerned, by going to the door and bawling into the wilderness. If anyone objects to the marriage of William Bull and Sarah Wells, let him speak, or hold his peace forever after. He went back, shut the door, waited a minute, and repeated the call. The third summons brought no answer, so in due time the twain were united. There was a wedding feast with much deer meat, corn, wild fruits, and fermented honey, and hunters and bordermen from the country round were guests, in their rough, fringed dress and unfringed manners, and the fiddler, who had come all the way from Jersey, played with irresistible dash, and all jigged it riotously. And thus was begun the long and prosperous career of the family of Bull. The log house where the ceremony occurred still stands, near Goshen. The Cromline house, being on the road to New Jersey, became an inn, and had for its sign a wooden oval, with a picture of a goose on one side, and King George III on the other. Stout, brandy, smoking flip, and beguiling punch were served across its bar, alike to Whigs, Tories, Neutrals, Indians, and every other sort during the dark days of war that followed. Presently, But when the success of the American arms appeared to be certain, everything English had to go, even the crown stone that had been brought from the old country for Goshen jail, and which an enthusiastic patriot destroyed with a hammer. The portrait of the Royal George was sedulously neglected. The once brilliant coat and countenance faded in the summer suns and winter storms, until the figure was ridiculed by the country folk as Old Grey Coat. So in time the tavern itself came to be known as the Grey Coat Inn. Presently came in people from the towns who represented the virtues, especially that of the mode, and they saw that it would never do to have their friends address letters to Greycoat. So they solemnly changed the name to Greycourt, which sounds correct, though of course there is no court of grey or any other colour within miles. End of section 53.
Section 54 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Thurgood. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Good Bird Spirit. In the country called Gaia de Rosera, in and about Saratoga, New York, are many battlegrounds where tribes of old contended for supremacy. The fields about the healing waters that in our time are every summer resorted to by thousands were held by the Mohawks, and they were under the protection of many Manitous, none of whom were more kind than the good bird spirit. Though usually wearing the form of a white dove, the Manitou would take the shape of an enemy and suffer itself to be killed, when it would rise again in its bird shape, guide the straggler back to his camp, and even restore the dead to life. A hunter who had missed the trail and was wandering through the forest saw a gray owl on a branch that overhung him and heard its hoot. It is a common belief that in the rare accident of an Indian's losing his way, some evil influence is working against him, that he is doomed to wander in a circle till he is exhausted, the circles growing smaller as he nears the place of the demon. To his excited fancy, this bird was a fiend and was mocking his distress. He slipped an arrow on his bowstring and shot the creature through. It fell, fluttering to the earth, where he would have dispatched it with his axe, had not a dove sprung from the body and soared above his head. The brooding clouds broke away. The hunter's moon struck its light through the branches, making the new snow to sparkle, and the despair in the man's heart gave way to thankfulness, for he realized that he had been rescued by the spirit of the wood, and following his guide in its slow flight, he presently emerged on the shore of Saratoga Lake, at the point where he had left his canoe 3 days before. Among most Indian tribes, physical courage is the highest virtue, and young men must endure injuries and disfigurements to prove their bravery. If they fail, they suffer the contempt of men and women alike. In the old days, girls as well as young men had to prove their strength and ability, to suffer uncomplainingly, that it might be known if they were fit to become the wives of fighters and mothers of heroes. Saratoga Lake was a frequent scene of these tests, for it was customary to force the maidens in their 13th year to swim from the mouth of Gaia de Roseras River to the Hill of Storms, now called Snake Hill. The Mohawks were never a stronger people than when they gathered at this water to see the daughter of their chief, his only child, cross it or drown in the attempt, as one not worthy to be a princess. In the moon of green corn the day had been set. The father led the girl to the canoe that was to take her to the other shore and bade her be of good heart. She paddled across, disembarked, tossed off her clothing, and plunged boldly, lightly into the lake, the old man watching for her anxiously. It was a long way. The wind had veered so as to baffle the swimmer, and waves were rising. Her progress grew slower and slower. She turned on her back and floated for a little to regain breath and strength, thus drifting away again. It was plain that she was exhausted. Feebly moving forward once more, she began her death song. Her father's face was a picture of woe. Suddenly, a shout of astonishment from the people. A great eagle, darting from the clouds, struck his talons into her hair and tried to lift her. She caught him by the legs, then both disappeared beneath the surface. A moan came from the company, then a cry of gladness. Out of the dark water a dove had flown, and rising to her feet in a shallow, the girl had reappeared. While wading to the shore where a score of arms were held toward her, the dove circled, then alighted on her head and remained there until she had reached firm ground. The sudden rack of pain and joy was too much for her father. With a look of gratitude at the sky, into which the dove was now ascending, he ceased to breathe. So the girl was queen of the Mohawks, and for long after it was the daughter, not the son, who succeeded to the chieftaincy. The dove became the tribal totem. Once, in the Moon of Roses, 500 Mohawks marching northward met a party of Algonquins coming from Canada. The Mohawks, who were of that great family the Iroquois, the Romans of the West, were on ill terms with their neighbors of the cold lands, calling them Adirondacks, tree-eaters, because when game was scarce in the biting winters, they stripped the trees of buds, gum, and inner bark for food. It was near the site of Ballston that they met this time, and a fight began at once. While it raged, an eagle, sniffing blood and hoping to find prey among creatures so wasteful of life, hovered above the field, now trampled and sodden with gore. Yet only an hour ago a flowery meadow, sweet-smelling and peaceful in the sun. Weary with its flight, it settled on a pine as the day was ending, and still watched the exhausted savages as they struck and parried and shot and slew and scalped. Its screams had given heart to both armies, but now they began to believe that it was an evil creature who had lured them to this slaughter. As by common consent the bowmen on both sides shot a flight of arrows at the bird, so many that arrows followed one another through the same wound. Directly that it had fallen into the deep grass, a shining dove arose from the spot and perched on the branch from which the eagle had fallen. The good bird spirit, the dove of peace. Arrows that were being fitted to the bows dropped to the ground. The men seemed as if waking from an ugly dream. The chiefs moved toward each other, their heads hung in sorrow, as they looked on the corpses of their brothers, slain in useless rage for a feud of forgotten origin. There was a long talk, then both sides gathered around a fire and smoked the pipe of friendship. Because of the killing on that day, the stream whose waters ran red is still the morning kill. End of section 54.
Section 55 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Lovers United. In the summer, the high ground of Yaddo, Saratoga, was occupied by Mohicans, who went to drink the medicine waters and break the heads of the Mohawks. The latter claimed ownership of the region. Not that they wanted it, or used it, or needed it, but it served as well as anything else to fight about. One summer, the Mohawks were absent, pounding the lives out of some distant relatives, and the Mohicans, finding themselves pleasantly neglected, made their camp near a beaver dam on the Little Tassawassa. The time was auspicious for a June wedding, Therefore, Wekwagan, who was a chief, like every other Indian whose name had been saved to us, was married to Awanunsk, like every other Indian girl whose name has appeared in the papers, another chief's daughter. Directly after the ceremony, the bride crossed the beaver pond with several of her friends to gather strawberries for the wedding feast. In those simple times, brides did not expect to be waited on much, nor did they take long bridal tours. While the women were gathering the fruit, a shrill yell was heard, followed by the screams of Awanunsk and her friends as they ran to regain their canoes. The Mohawks had returned. All of the women on the farther bank were slain or captured, except the bride, who reached her boat, and all the Mohicans within sound of the hubbub ran to the pond. They were in time to see the girl send her birch out on the water with a vigorous push and ply her paddle, closely pursued in another canoe by a big Mohawk. This fellow was clever enough to keep himself in line with his intended victim, so that her friends should not shoot for fear of harming her. They might as well have done so, for he soon caught up with her, and at a range of only a few yards sent an arrow through her body. Looking into her husband's eyes, with an agony of appeal in her face, she held her arms toward him, toppled into the lake, and disappeared. Avengement was swift, for in another second the twang of 50 bowstrings sounded, and the murderer pitched into the water, dead. The bereaved husband stood for a long time on the bank, while reddened waves lapped at his feet, and a black mist came lowering. A blight seemed suddenly to have fallen on the place. Next day it was the same, and the next. Trees withered, and the clouds hung down. The game fled to the hills, and the Mohawks, having begun the war in a usual and infernal fashion, kept at it until they had driven the Mohicans back across the Hudson, and the pond was deserted. Yet every summer, in the moon of strawberries, Wekwagan secretly returned to look at the spot which his saddest and happiest hours had sanctified to him. Years passed. He became an old man. The last time he returned to the beaver pond, his hair was white, his face was wrinkled. He was as one waiting for death. He stood on the shore, a few followers at his side, and peered into the mist that still hung upon the water. Presently, a brightness began to disperse the dark, and the mist, lifting, showed Awanunsk in the bloom of youth and shining like the moon. All pain had vanished from her face, and with a smile of love she seemed as if advancing to meet her husband. He with a cry of joy staggered 2 steps toward her and fell dead on the sand. Now the dark mist was torn by a bar of sunlight, and the watchers heard music falling from the sky. A form, in likeness of their chief, but young and strong, arose through the waves beside Awanunsk, and the two were entwined in each other's arms. They ascended softly, as vapours drift from pools at dawn, and melted into sunlight, and the shadows never rested on that spot again. End of section 55.
Section 56 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jeff Pierpont. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Polka Moonshine. One of our few satisfying mountain names is Polka Moonshine, or Pika Moonshine, in the Adirondacks, the rule having been to burden our hills with a nomenclature either foolish or commonplace. In this lonely height is a cave with a crack in the roof, through which, in certain phases of the moon, a ray of light will enter, and this peak, or peep, or poke of moonshine has given a name to the mountain itself. In 1757, a young Huguenot noble, Francois Dubois, came to America to join his regiment in Canada. He came the more willingly because he knew that his sweetheart, Clemence Lamoille, would presently follow him, for her father had incurred the dislike of certain political enemies and had been virtually banished from the kingdom. And true enough, it was not long ere Émile Lamoille and his daughter left their home forever. From New Rochelle, where they lived for a little time, they went northward with an Indian guide and eventually settled in a lovely valley east of Lake Champlain, on the bank of that river now called Lamoille. Clemence found a way to let her lover know their whereabouts. He ascended the lake at that time with Montcalm's force, which some days later attacked the English near Lake George, and no doubt he cast a longing eye at the peaceful hills that walled Champlain on its eastern side, for somewhere among them his lady awaited him. Possibly he did not then imagine that in a few days he should be seeking her, a disgraced and heartsick soldier, but so it fell out. Truth is, he had little stomach for his business. He was less in love with war than with Clemence. Being Protestant, he could not sympathize heartily with the scheme of a Catholic government against a Protestant people. And especially he loathed the brutalities that the Indians committed under permission of his fellow officers. The horrible massacre that followed the French victory on Lake George ended his endurance. He stole away from camp at night, found a canoe, and in a few days he had reached the Lamoille cabin, weak, discouraged, but with no jot of his love abated. He did not dare to meet the father. Exile though he was, the old man still revered his France, and loved his old profession of arms. When he learned that this proposed son-in-law was a deserter, he would spurn him indignantly from his presence. But with the girl it was otherwise. Dubois gained audience with her, and with pity for his mental and bodily suffering mingled with her love, she sheltered him. The French army would soon be returning toward the St. Lawrence, and he might be seen, chased, captured, and imprisoned, if not shot. Clemence lived almost as free a life as an Indian, and she was a willful girl withal. It was an easy matter to absent herself for a day or two from home. In a night journey across the lake, the young couple reached a trail leading into the fastnesses of the Adirondacks, and there Clemence left Francois, after directing him how he should reach Poke-a-Moonshine, and promising to join him so soon as she could replenish their ammunition and recover some of her belongings. A few days later, she kissed her father and said she was going upon the lake. She never returned. Her dog reached home that evening with a letter in his collar, but rain or dew had made it illegible. Years afterward, old Lamoille, while hunting in the mountains, took shelter from a storm in the grotto of Poke-a-Moonshine. The tempest lasted so long that he gave up the thought of leaving it that night. So he made himself comfortable and went to sleep. In the small hours he awoke to see a slender ray of moonlight falling through a chink in the rock. It rested on a scrap of gold lace from a military coat, and on a necklace, his daughter's. Was he dreaming? He reached out and took the pearls into his hand. They were real. Had the cave become the tomb of the young pair? Had they fallen victim to bears or panthers? It will never be known. But the cross that stood at the cave door for years after has banned all shadows, and the figures that glide over Lake Onawasca by moonlight are said to be Francois and Clemence. End of section 56.
Section 57 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Niagara Thunder God. An Indian girl who lived on the shore of Niagara, a little way above the cataract, had been promised in marriage in the good old Indian fashion. shared sometimes by the European aristocracy, to a man she hated. The wedding day had dawned, and though no church bells were ringing, the people were gathering for the festival. The bridegroom, ill-favored, selfish, and surly, but for that hour all smiles, replied with jests to the broad raillery of his acquaintances. From the shade of her wigwam the unhappy maid looked out upon the group. She noted the air of easy triumph in the man who would presently command her, whom she would be forced to serve for the rest of her life, for whom she must cook and drudge, whose clothing she must make, whose bed of furs she must prepare, whose lodge she must strike and raise again, whose weapons she must decorate, whose dog she must feed. A strong shudder went through her. She could not, would not be his wife. Stealing softly from the wigwam, she reached the river edge and looked back. The face of her lord-to-be was lower, more embruted than ever, as he smiled meaningly on the people who congratulated him. Yes, death was better than life with him. Death it should be. She stepped into her canoe, pushed it from the shore, threw away the paddle, and resigned herself to the current. Some moments passed. The little boat, drifting idly at first, began to move with ever-increasing rapidity. From a distance behind her, she heard a cry of dismay. She had been seen by her people. In answer she began her death song. Those behind it heard, more and more faintly, then silence. She was fairly in the power of the river. The shores were hurrying by. Had she any thought of trying to make the shore, it was now too late. A vast yet distant roaring could be heard, growing louder every moment. The rapids were near, the long hurry of water leading to the plunge of the green flood into the abyss. The sky lay on the top step of the rapids as she looked downstream. Anon the billows pulsed beneath her and heaved the canoe and dropped it with sickening force and quickness. The slope deepened. The turmoil of waters was deafening, yet the growl of the cataract sounded through it. Over that fearful brink she must pass to liberty. Those clouds, boiling upward from the pit, would hide the last scene in the tragedy. No eye of a chance hunter would see her mangled form when it was hurled against the rocks. The boat leaped forward. It was the last. The last. The prow hung above the chasm. The vast slide of water curled at the edge of the cliff. She leaped to her feet with a cry and shot into the void. But not to death. Hano, the thunderer, rising in the mist, had seen her. He held forth his arms, and into them the girl fell, safely and softly. Stepping through the water curtain, protecting her from its rush and weight, he seated her on a bench of rock. She was in a great cavern behind the fall, and the deluge tempered the day to a drowsy twilight. This place was her home thenceforward. Hano cared for her as for a daughter, and at times she married one of his strong sons, to whom she bore a beautiful child that became an associate thunderer with Hano. For her sake the god was kind to her people. When pestilence appeared, he lifted her to the shore, that she might tell them to leave their villages and go to a higher country. It was the great serpent, she told them, who would poison the water they drank, and would slay them if they stayed. Hardly they left Niagara before the snake appeared, all green and white, and trailing his body through miles of country, like a river. He had slept after poisoning the water, but was hungry now, and would feed on their bodies. On finding the camp deserted, he hissed with wrath, and the hissing was like the rush of the rapids. He would have followed the tribe, but Hano, looking from the mist, saw the creature, and with a thunderbolt struck him dead. The huge mass floated down the stream and lodged above the cataract, a fold in its body deflecting the larger volume of water to the Horseshoe Fall, which was made curving and deep on that day. Hano's home was destroyed by the flood, thus centered at that point, and assembling all of his children and the Indian girl, he arose with them to the heavens, where he thunders in the cloud mists as he once did in the vapors from the fall. Yet though he lives in the skies, an echo of his voice is always sounding at Niagara. End of section 57.
Section 58 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Death on the Palisades. Manitou reared the palisades of the Hudson, that they might hide his dwelling on the top from the eyes of men who hunted and fished and pried along the river. The Algonquin, or Lenni Lenape, first men, having already come from the west to plant their villages by the sea. The Iroquois had promised that they might pass through the Mississippi country to reach this eastern land of fabled wealth without offering war. Yet, like all eastward migrations in history, this was a failure, for the Iroquois, seeing the large numbers of the moving tribe, feared that the prairies would be taken from them, and suddenly revoking the permission, they fell upon and destroyed the Lenni Lenape in thousands. Many of the latter reached the sea, however, and spread over the mountain belt, but they were ever afterward the enemies of the Iroquois. Hence, in after years, it argued a high courage in the young chief from Niagara to penetrate to the heart of his foeman's land. But love gives that courage, and he had seen in a dream a girl so fair that he could not abide in peace 1 hour till he had found her. His dream had told him where she was. Gathering his arms and paint, he said farewell to his people and began his long walk toward the rising sun. 7 days and almost 7 nights he walked and ran and swam, and then he climbed the easy shoreward ascent of Manitou's Wall and came out at the brink of the cliff, 500 feet above the great river, near the spot where Hudson afterward repelled 100 Manhattans with a cannon shot. And opposite the hill, where the Yonk here built the manor that was to grow into the city of Yonkers. He resolved to emblazon his arms or totem on the rock, and had already sketched the outline, when a deer bounded by, with a Lenni Lenape in pursuit. In an instant the painter had lifted himself back to the edge of the cliff, and in a few seconds was fiercely wrestling with the hunter. Neither gaining much advantage, the hunter proposed a truce till he could gather his people, that they might see how both of them could die like fighters. The Iroquois consented, and employed the time of his foeman's absence in finishing his totem in the brightest pigments. Then he flung his axe and spear into the river, and waited, his many-colored belt bound tight upon him. With a rush of many footsteps came the Lenni Lenape, bursting through the bushes, bounding over the rocks, and glaring in hatred on the intruder. He arose, faced them defiantly, and began vaunting death song, mingled with sneers and curses for his enemies. Another rushing sound, this time of arrows, with the twang of 100 low chords, and the young chief stood before them, studded with darts. He swayed, but almost as he was in the act of falling, a new life seemed to enter him, and he sprang erect, with eyes fixed in admiration on a face at the edge of the scowling multitude, a face that had longing and pity in it, the face of his dreams. Before he could speak, the young man whom he had engaged ran forward to him. "I am here," cried the hunter, and picking the Iroquois up in his arms, as he would have raised an infant, he sprang into space and kept his promise. End of section 58. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section number 59 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allegra Littlecole. American Myths and Legend, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner, Panther Chief of the Senecas. White Thunder, leader of the Senecas when they occupied their lands in what is now western New York, was a chief of strength and wisdom, who was always against war. Not that he was timid, but because he was old and wise, and knew what war meant in suffering, waste, and carnage. Yet his people did not always reason, but were swayed by their passions, and after years of inactivity they longed for battle. Even the wife of White Thunder felt angered and disgraced by her husband's peaceful preaching, and once, in the silence of the woods, she begged that the Great Spirit would give her people a chief who would be as fierce and bloody as a panther. A storm was rising as she left the forest. The pines were swaying and moaning, and it seemed as though through the noise she could hear the growl and snarl of beasts. Fallen leaves whirled into spirals in the clearings, and the dancing masses suggested the forms of animals of prey. The lake, which she reached presently, was lapping and hissing against the rock, and the sounds were like the drinking and spitting of a lynx. Great eyes seemed to roll and glare in the openings of the clouds that deepened and hurried overhead. A curious possession of fear, alien to her savage nature, came upon the woman, and drawing her robe about her head, she ran towards her lodge. Before she could reach the village, however, the rains began to pour, and a bolt of fire hurled from the sky rived the tallest pine in the wood. For shelter she climbed a bank to the protection of a ledge, and there, reclined on a couch of moss, and feeling that storm would last for hours, she fell asleep. In a dream she fancied that she had penetrated the wood to a greater deep than she had ever seen before, and had there discovered a giant panther, crouched and watchful, his eyes gleaming, his lips drawn black, his tail twitching, and his hams quivering with impulse for a spring. And the meaning of her prayer came to her, that her people might have a chief who should be as a panther in his thirst for blood and lack of any gentleness. The autumn passed, and in the winter the woman bore a child, and the look of that child was a look of a ferocious beast. White Thunder scowled as he saw his offspring and said, "You have your wish. This child shall be named the Little Panther. He shall lead my people to their death." And it was so. As the boy grew, he became even more a brute in looks, and his ways were the ways of the panther too, secret, slinking, bloody, and full of greed. He lived only for war. He was unceasing in his strife. Hundreds of his fellows he led to death, that he might give death to his enemies. He prowled the woods alone when he could command no following, and burned and harried and slew, sparing neither the aged nor the sick nor the babes nor the women. And the name of Seneca was hated in the land. His people were ashamed of Little Panther, and when they saw his green eyes peering at them from the shadow, they feared him too. But his days were to be short, for meeting a panther among the hills and trying to kill it, he lost his own life. And his people gave thanks to the Great Spirit. End of section number 59.
Section 60 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Spooks of Schooley's Mountain. It is not so very long ago that you could find ghosts in New Jersey. There may be a few left today. Some of them must have gone there to enjoy one another's society and escape those doubters of New York, Philadelphia, and other godless places who were forever running their hard heads against graveyard facts known to every bedlam and every schoolboy elsewhere in the land. What? Had these infidels never heard of the spooks that guard the buried treasure of the beaches? Would they deny that the mark of a spirit hand was left on the chest of a reveler in Andover, and that he reformed his ways in a night? Could they affirm that Blackbeard had not stowed a fortune in coin and jewels under the pirate's tree in Burlington, or that witches did not dance about the big willow in the same village on squally nights? Because a deacon of the Presbyterian Church, a sober, solvent man, had seen the witches. And as to Blackbeard, well, couple of adventurous fellows one night started to dig for his gold. They had turned up 3 or 4 feet of soil about the roots of the ancient walnut when a well-like opening was uncovered, and looking down, they could see, in a cavern lighted by a throbbing, ruddy glow, the old villain himself, with his beard and curl-papers sprawling on his jars of money, and glaring up at the intruders with blue fire in his eyes. Yelling with terror, the countrymen leaped out of the pit and flew to their home, staying neither for fences, rocks, nor bushes, in their determination to get there by the straightest way. Arrived among their people, they told their fearsome tale with chattering jaws, though their parchment jowls and goggling eyes told it better. "Look!" they cried, "at the hell flame rising!" And for an instant a shaft of dull light was seen hanging in the murky air between sky and earth. Then it faded, and in the morning there was no mark of pick or spade about the pirate's tree. Ah, yes, you say these things don't happen now, that the Indian chiefs, long since attenuated to blue vapor, never more stand on the bluffs of Weehawken and meditate on their departed greatness in the tunnels of the Bonaparte House in Bordentown, the only American village that ever had a king for a citizen, may shelter rats, but the people who whisper that shadows of the Corsicans have been seen there are people of indifferent morals and low degree. This is doubtless true, for ghosts cannot abide factories, locomotives, breweries, and trolley cars, and houses with steam heat and exposed plumbing do not interest them. But it was different 100 years ago. We had not then set ourselves with such energy to make it impossible for the departed to visit us, when they took a notion, by scaring them into smoke wreaths with our blazing arc lights, shattering them apart with our earth-shaking railroad trains, and frightening them back to their tombs by the worse-than-spectral horrors of sensational newspapers. And it was because they had specters in New Jersey that Ransford Rogers tramped away from Connecticut to lay them and relieve the anxieties of the citizens. Rogers was afflicted with youth. Something of the ligneous quality of the nutmegs they manufactured in his state pertained to his countenance, especially to that part of it which in these days of low language would be named his cheek. Yet he had been a schoolmaster in his own state, and in common estimation had learned many things the gaping public might never hope to master. Rumor said he had studied chemistry, and in his native village had been known to work far into the night, fearful thing in itself, where righteous people were abed by 9, and doubly fearful when the work was associated with blue lights, seen through chinks in the blind, evil smells, and uncanny noises. He did not deny the rumor. He was complacent under its imputations when it followed him to Morristown, and it cannot be doubted that it raised him in the regard of many burghers in that village when he chose it as his place of abode in 1788. For the jar of the late war had hardly driven out of mind the evil doings of Mother Meacham, the witch, and should her successor appear, why, here was safety in a man who could exorcise in college Latin, and could draw the true figure of Solomon's seal on the earth before a stable when the cows were possessed with devils. Mother Meacham, having a compact with the powers of iniquity, might have lived like a queen, but it betokens the vulgar nature of witches that they ask nothing in return for their souls but the knack of keeping butter from coming in the churn, of breaking sheep's legs as they lie in the fold, of spreading sickness among cattle, and of making pigs to look in at house windows and whisper words of an unknown language. The Yankee pedagogue and the new parson ought to be a match for all the witches in the country, if not for the ghosts, the neighbors said. Rogers had learned of the attempt to resurrect Blackbeard's horde, and he proposed to renew the enterprise, promising to use his strongest Latin and even some phrases in Chaldee on the spectre and curl papers. But the previous experience had been too terrifying, and he could not win a volunteer. There was another mine of guineas and doubloons, however, on Schoolers, now called Schoolies, Mountain. And if only... There are various ways of gaining treasure upon earth, and it takes more than one ghost to get the better of a Connecticut Yankee. Our pedagogue encouraged the citizens of Morristown to tell the fiend and phantom tales of their vicinage until they had so frightened themselves that they dared not go home alone after their evening sessions in the grocery, and he embroidered upon their narratives strange happenings in his own experience that deepened their chills and apprehensions. When he had reduced them almost to a gibbering humility, he would cast out large rumors of the possibilities of Schoolers Mountain. They had found a part of Kidd's treasure on Shelter Island. Did it not behoove them, as men of mark and metal, to recover from the feeble sprites on the hills the larger wealth that pirates had hidden there, and, by so doing, likewise to drive the spectres forever from the region? For himself, he did not care. He rather enjoyed the company of the dead. A ghost? What was it, after all? The mere shadow of a pirate slain to guard the gold. A shadow? Pooh! He knew words and ceremonies. He would say nothing now, but the time would come when they might wish they had been his partners. Did he say partners? He might have used the word. And, if it came to that, why not partners? Why not a company? Why not a mutual trust in the exploitation of this treasure? If they really insisted, Mr. Rogers would do all that he could for such a company, but it would be expensive. 40 residents of Morristown agreed to endure the expense, and having been sworn to secrecy, were invited to meet Mr. Rogers, master of the spirits, in the woods on the mountain at midnight, to learn from the lips of the spectres themselves what would be a fair assessment. Mr. Rogers went about town presently, with his cocked hat a trifle on one side, and silver buckles on his Sunday shoes, which he now wore every day. He several times paid cash at the grocery, when the proprietor was strenuous, and he no longer soothed the tavern keeper with promises. Any unworthy suspicions that may have been indulged by these gentlemen were therefore swallowed in silence. History is a little shy as to what occurred for a while after the formation of the Schoolers Mountain Spook-Laying and Treasure-Lifting Company, Limited, for its meetings were conducted with great secrecy, and Mr. Rogers requested, as a favor, that the small preliminary loans that the other members advanced to him might be treated as personal and confidential affairs, not to be mentioned to the other members. At the meeting in the wood, he was as impressive as a promontory. He called aloud in Latin, and a creature from nowhere leaped into the lighted circle and pranked about, moaning and muttering in a strange voice. Another imp from Connecticut, in a tablecloth, as a witness ventured some weeks afterward to remark. Simultaneously with the appearance of this object, flames burst from the ground with a slight report and evil smell, and the uncharitable afterward wondered if these upheavals might not have been managed by gunpowder and slow matches. The sheeted visitant calmed after a little and told the cringing audience, which cringed the more at the dreadful news, that each man of it was paid to the honest Rogers $60 in gold, and to return to the mountain at a certain date. Some of the investors in pirate wealth had to mortgage their houses and sell their cattle to raise the required sums, and had to do so privately, of course, for they had wives. Yet, at the second session, the spirit declared that one of the 40 had blabbed a secret, and to punish that one, all must prove their integrity by returning home and keeping silent 4 weeks longer. During these 4 weeks, Mr. Rogers, who, it is feared, had found the paths of opportunity so broad and flowery that he could no longer endure to be confined in the narrow and humdrum ways of rectitude, organized another company under an oath of secrecy, and obtained another fund. Neither company knew of the other. The latter guild was provided with little packets of powder made from the bones of the dead that guarded the treasure. In the middle of the night, fateful night for Rogers, a wife, inspecting the pockets of her sleeping lord for possible letters and likelier coin, came upon one of these parcels of dust. In the language of the commoner, the jig was up. The woman's curiosity would be satisfied with nothing less than a full explanation. At this very juncture, the evil genius of Ransford Rogers, having followed him once or twice too often to the village bar, persuaded him to undertake the teasing or terrifying of certain promising residents into a third company of gold hunters. On that night, a sheeted spectre walked the streets of Morristown itself. The constable saw it, and was girding his loins for flight, when the ghost stumbled and distinctly hiccuped. The constable stole nearer. There was a fragrance of old Medford in the atmosphere. This mere odor gave to the officer of the law a courage as high as if he had swallowed the liquor that made it. He laid a heavy hand on the arm of the apparition, pulled off the sheet in which it was wrapped, and behold, Rogers, tipsy and wearing a piece of tin over his mouth to change his voice. It was a sheepish company of citizens that assembled in the grocery next evening. Ransford Rogers had confessed, had made public the names of his dupes, and with an agility that made them wonder if there were not something uncanny about him after all, had slipped through the fingers of the constable, taking most of his money with him, that is, of their money. And so ends this sadly veracious item of town history. Spooks no longer walk on Schooley's Mountain, but bless you, they break out in other places every year or two. End of section 60. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 61 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. The House of Misfortune. Cranberry, New Jersey, does not exactly boast of its pre-revolutionary house, though it is complacent over its association with the names of Washington, Lafayette, Jefferson, and Hamilton. Had these been the only guests at the mansion, the blight would never have come upon it, the gossips say. It stands at the corner of the New Brunswick Pike and King George's Highway, the old coach road from New York to Philadelphia, and it was a fine old place already when it was bought by Commodore Truxton of the United States Navy. To this stout old sailor's misfortune, he knew Aaron Burr, the brilliant, persuasive, handsome, ambitious, unprincipled schemer. Burr was an athlete and a dead shot, as well as a man of reading, a skilled debater, and a clever politician. his power over women was remarkable, and scores of them suffered dishonor from their confidence in his promises. In 1804, he picked a quarrel with Alexander Hamilton, Secretary of the Treasury, a fellow student at Princeton to whom he charged defeat in his struggle for re-election to the vice presidency of the nation. Hamilton did not believe in dueling, but being incessantly nagged by his enemy and fearing to be posted as a coward and used in a scurril fashion if he refused, he accepted the challenge and went calmly to his death on the Weehawken Palisades. He fired into the air while Burr deliberately shot him. The disgraced survivor of this affair fled to Cranberry and was reluctantly allowed by Truxton to occupy a room on the top floor, reached by a secret stair behind the fireplace, which had been constructed when the scene of revolutionary activities shifted to New Jersey. He came out only by night and took the air in the heavy shade of trees. At an early opportunity he fled the country, and after engaging in schemes for the foundation of a rival republic in the West and the liberation of Mexico from the Spaniard, and standing trial for treason, he died in poverty and neglect. The gloomy, vehement, wicked spirit of the man had no other home, so it apparently encamped itself in the place where it had been received in partial friendship, and ill luck fell on nearly all who had to do with the place. Truxton engaged in speculations, lost his money, and moved away. He was succeeded by a judge whose severities won general dread and hate, and who felt the pressure of public opinion through his hard nature to such a degree that the place was no longer tenable by him. Residents in the house seemed to coarsen and brutalize him. He imposed the law to the letter, and once sentenced a man to death for stealing a piece of cloth. An elderly Quaker, who next bought the house, was married to a young wife who presently became a slave to opium. He shut her up in Burr's room, but to passing school children she lowered a basket containing money, and they bought the drug for her. A servant, detected in smuggling pills to her chamber, was beaten senseless and locked in the cellar on a bread and water diet for a month. Shortly afterward, the woman killed herself. The Quaker had another trouble in the form of a son who had inherited no Quaker instincts of peace or propriety, but had become a wild, brawling, drunken, and unruly member. He had ridden a pair of horses through the streets, standing on their backs like a circus performer and lighting cigars with $10 bills. He had ridden them into a pond and drowned them, and soon after he tumbled over the banister on the 3rd story and was killed, his blood leaving a stain on the floor that is still to be seen. The Quaker lost his fortune and disappeared. Next came a slave owner from the South with some of his Negroes. The servants burned his barns and ran away, or died on his hands, one of them falling dead before the fire while fiddling for a dance. This owner, too, lost money and moved. A retired army officer who followed him was forced into bankruptcy within a year. The next occupant of the House of Misfortune was a physician, who thereafter lost heavily from incendiaries of barns and poisoners of cattle, though his wife had placed crosses and horseshoes above all the doors and windows. Then followed a financier who lost his fortune and political prestige, and his wife her reason and her life. Last in the line was a distiller, who came to his end by a hemorrhage, his wife dying in the same manner. Now and then were whispers of footfalls in the passage leading to Burr's chamber, and of shadows on the walls, cast by no living being, but the evil genius of the house worked more commonly in silence and in secret. End of section 61. Read by Robin Lee, Denver, Colorado, April 21st, 2022.
Section 62 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. The Lonetown Mystery. Certain jokes, kept alive by Negro minstrels and the makers of patent medicine almanacs, are said to have been traced back to Egypt and India, and to have been descried dimly receding beyond the historical horizon. The man of the Stone Age may have invented the jest about his mother-in-law to lighten the gloom while waiting in his cave for a storm to pass. And the court fool of the Ptolemies is believed to have originated the perennial tale of the plumber. One quip of long endurance has been traced back for a century to Lonetown, but that may have been only a stopping place on its flight down the ages. It is this. Lonetown had been stirred to its foundations by the arrival of a stranger at the tavern. Any stranger was a refreshment and an excitement, but this one was a marvel, because he was evidently going to stay. Week after week went by. Still he set foot in no other township. Nobody knew his business, and not to know what everybody was doing in Lonetown was anguish. Why, the fellow did not so much as say that he had any business. He did not even give his name. Rustic curiosity could not endure this sort of thing. A committee of citizens was finally selected at an informal meeting held in the store, and they went to the tavern to see what information could be squeezed out of the stranger. He received them with dignity, listened without surprise to their remonstrances against his seclusion and their request for knowledge, and said, "I am obliged to you, gentlemen, for this proof of interest in my affairs, and I will say plainly that I am not a man with whom you are likely to associate. A jury says I am a criminal. The judge gave me the choice of being hanged or of spending 6 months in Lonetown. Oh, but I am sorry I chose Lonetown. Good night." As there isn't any Lonetown, now that you have read the story, it is evident that any one of several localities may be hidden under that name. Several towns have contended for the right to it. But, after sifting the evidence, it is said by the best authorities that the scene of the incident was either Jersey City or Camden. End of section 62. Read by Ted Perkins, Coat St. Luke, Canada, May 2022.
Section 63 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Leeds Devil. Within recent times, the Leeds Devil has ramped about the New Jersey Pine region between Freehold and Cape May, though it should have been laid many years ago. Its coming portends evil, for it appears before wars, fires, and great calamities. Albeit a sober Quaker in appearance, Mother Leeds of Burlington, New Jersey, was strongly suspected of witchcraft, and suspicion became certainty when in 1735 a child was born to her. The old women who had assembled on that occasion, as they always do assemble wherever there is death or birth or marriage, reported that while it was like other human creatures at first, the child changed under their very eyes. It began to lose its likeness to other babes, and grew long and brown. It presently took the shape of a dragon, with a snake-like body, a horse's head, a pig's foot, and a bat's wings. This dreadful being increased in strength as it gained in size, until it exceeded the bulk and might of a grown man, when it fell on the assemblage, beating all the members of the party, even its own mother, with its long, forked, leathery tail. This, despite being wreaked, it arose through the chimney and vanished, its harsh cries mingling with the clamor of a storm that was raging out of doors. That night several children disappeared. The dragon had eaten them. For several years thereafter it was glimpsed in the woods at nightfall, and it would wing its way heavily from farm to farm, though it seldom did much mischief after its first escape into the world. To sour the milk by breathing on it, to dry the cows, and to sear the corn were its usual errands. On a still night the farmers could follow its course, as they did with trembling, by the howling of dogs, the hoots of owls, and the squawks of poultry. It sometimes appeared on the coast, generally when a wreck impended, and was seen in the company of the spectres that haunt the shore, the golden-haired woman in white, the black-muzzled pirate, and the robber, whose head being cut off, at Barnegat by Captain Kidd stumps about the sands without it, guarding a treasure buried near. When it needed a change of diet, the Leeds Devil would breathe upon the cedar swamps, and straightway the fish would die in the pools and creeks, their bodies, whitened and decayed by the poison, floating about in such numbers as to threaten illness to all the neighborhood. In 1740, the service of a clergyman was secured, who, by reason of his piety and exemplary life, had dominion over many of the fiends that plagued New Jersey, and had even prevailed in his congregation against Applejack, which some declared to be a worse fiend than any other, if, indeed, it did not create some of those others. With candle, book, and bell, the good man banned the creature for 100 years, and truly the herds and henneries were not molested in all that time. The Leeds Devil had become a dim tradition when, in 1840, it burst its cerements, if such had been put about it, or at all events it broke through the clergyman's commandments and went whiffling among the pines again, eating sheep and other animals, and making clutches at children that dared to sport about their dooryards in the twilight. From time to time it reappeared, its last raid occurring at Vincenttown and Burrville in 1899. But it is said that its life has nearly run its course, and with the advent of the new century, many worshipful commoners of Jersey dismissed, for good and all, the fear of this monster from their minds. End of section 63. Read by Robin Lee, Denver, Colorado, April 26, 2022.
Section 64 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Rose O'Malley and Calixto. Nothing was known about O'Malley when he settled at Foul Rift on the Delaware, beyond the two facts that he had a daughter and had been a convict. Whether he had served his time in the old country or the new, whether for filching purses or cutting throats, nobody could find out. He was harsh, moody, and dangerous. It was gossiped about that he visited the house of the Grey Witch not many miles away, a house she complacently appropriated when its owner had been killed. She was usually seen to pass a residence just before a death occurred there, and in time she died alone, after making the cross on her floor with a coal to prove that she still hoped for heaven. It was likewise said that when the spirit of the Delaware Indian girl, who had been burned alive on a rival's false testimony, came back in the form of a white doe to drink from the river, as she did on every anniversary of her death, O'Malley was the only one who had the hardihood to fire at her. The bullet went wide, and his gun kicked him black and blue when he did it. O'Malley's visits to the witch and his settlement in this lonely region had some bearing on the Hans Pfaall treasure. Yet, if he recovered it, he never spent more than enough to keep him in bullets and whiskey. Hans Pfaall was a Dutch pirate who had ascended the Delaware in a sloop loaded with the spoil of many robberies. After reaching Pfaall's Point, he packed his gold into a chest, sunk it, and that night killed every one of his crew, lest the hiding place should be revealed and he should lose some of his savings. Young men addicted to late hours and taverns declare that although the pirate has long been dead, he has been seen prowling along the shore by torchlight, arrayed in clothes that are hopelessly out of date in style, and of lamentable thinness as to quality. He appears to be examining the shoal water near the bank. O'Malley was just the kind of man who would help himself to hidden treasure if he could find it, and whether its owner were dead or alive was of little consequence. Ghosts did not count for much with him. He never kept at the search continuously, lest he should be watched. He chose for his work nights that were cold, raw, windy, snowy, or wet, nights that kept other people indoors and sent them soon to bed. A spade, a pick, some rope, and a bull's-eye lantern were his outfit, and a pistol was always within reach. Seemingly, the treasure did not discover itself, for the ex-convict grew more taciturn, and scowled more in his lonely walks than ever. The one soft spot in his nature was a love for his daughter Rose, a modest, pretty, fair-haired maid, who commended herself to more than her father, because she was so unlike him. He did all he could to keep her from seeing the world and from letting the world see her. Yet this was impossible after the girl had grown toward womanhood and begun to take such duties out of her father's hands as required her to do errands and work in the garden. Several sparks visited that garden while O'Malley was looking for Hans Pfaall's money, or was hunting among the hills. But if he caught them within gunshot, they never attempted a second visit. One wooer alone persisted where others had fled. It was Calixto, a handsome, intelligent, half-breed Indian lad, the son of a priest who had formerly been stationed in the vicinity. Though seemingly as mild in disposition as a woman, quiet in manner and low in voice, he had a stout native courage that made him respected by white and red people alike, by all people indeed, except O'Malley, who had warned him never to speak to his daughter or approach his cabin nearer than half a mile. For a young man of Calixto's stamp, such warnings were invitations, and he was a visitor oftener than anybody guessed. Anybody except Rose, who, having been allowed to see few members of the opposite sex, quickly fell in love with this gentle but resolute fellow. O'Malley, returning from the river on a certain evening, saw the two walking arm in arm. He stole forward in the shadows of the trees until he had come within a few yards of them, when he fired a charge of slugs into the body of the young man, tearing his heart to pieces. That night Calixto's friends and relatives surrounded O'Malley's house, set it on fire, and danced about it, yelling and rejoicing as it settled into ashes. Both Rose and her father perished in the flames. End of section 64. Section 65 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Goblin Jesuit. Lo Pat Kong, the name was given by the Lenni Lenape to a pretty valley in the Blue Mountains of Pennsylvania, contains a mission house that village rumor declares to be haunted by the Goblin Jesuit. Some residents will tell you that they have heard the chimes ringing the Angelus, and that the sound grows higher and fainter as you approach the ruin. It is long since the old place had an inhabitant, and for a century and a half the superstitious have looked at it without liking, for during the Indian War of 1755–56, half a dozen British troopers and an officer met here with misadventure. Being benighted in a winter's storm, they had taken refuge in the house, built a roaring fire, and were bousing it stoutly from leather bottles. The empty chambers were echoing to the profane songs and boisterous toasts of the soldiers, when the officer, looking about the hall, exclaimed, "Why, I recognize this place. It's the old mission, and they say it has a ghost. Let him stay below this night. I warrant it's warmer where he is," sang out a maudlin fellow. "Tush! Be quiet! Let us know the story," said another. The lieutenant tossed down a heating draught, and answered, "So far as I remember, the ghost is a Jesuit, a monk, a Frenchman, and sure to be no friend of ours. I wonder his bones don't stir in their coffin at the idea of his house being in the hands of his enemies. Eh? What was that? Sounded like something moving in a box. Well, they say that on the anniversary of his death, just when the chimes had gone midnight, there are no chimes here any longer, you know. Hark! By Jove! Did you rascals hear that? It was like a bell. I'm sure there's no village near. A high wind plays pranks with a man's imagination on a night like this. Where was I? Ah, yes. As the bell sounds the last stroke of 12, there is a knock at the great door, and the monk— Rat-tat-tat! The knocker on the door had fallen. The men turned, lowering their bottles from their mouths, and stared. Their ears hummed with their own blood. They could hear the surge of it above the snapping of the logs and the roaring of the wind. Pah! No spirit could rap so soundly. It's some poor belated devil seeking shelter, like ourselves. Come in! Though the lieutenant shouted the last words bravely, he fell back in his chair, clenched the arms of it, and turned white in spots through the flush of the brandy. For the door had swung open, and a cloaked and grizzled man, with fixed eyes and snow-white face, was entering the hall. He scowled darkly on the company. Then, advancing to the table where the liquor was, he picked up a bottle with a bony hand. "Ha, ha!" cried one. "He takes his tipple. He's honest flesh and blood. Sit by the fire, neighbor, and rouse it to old King George." "Aye, drink!" shouted the others. The monk stood still and stared into the faces of the soldiers. Not a word was spoken then. Again the silence fell. The watching faces turned white and sharp. The stranger walked noiselessly to the fireplace and poured the liquor on the hearth. In a moment it began to rise in steam, thicker and thicker, more and more stifling. One could no longer see across the room. With a shriek, the officer broke the spell that he felt to be closing about him, and rushed into the storm. It was daylight before he dared go back. When he reached the mission, he still lingered on the step, fearing to go in. At last he turned the knob and entered. 6 bodies lay on the stone floor. End of section 65. Section 66 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Kindness Repaid. During the Revolution, there was no little friction between loyalists and advocates of liberty in parts of the country that were not often scourged by the armies of either colonies or king. In Pennsylvania, the Germans were inclined to side with the Tories, possibly because their kinsmen, the Hessians, had engaged as soldiers of fortune under the English flag, while the Scottish settlers endorsed the Declaration of Independence, and some of them bore arms with the troops of Washington. In doubtful districts, the opposing parties kept close watch of one another, and on the arrival of a stranger in a village, not many hours would elapse before his business was known. While the patriots lay encamped at Morristown, New Jersey, during the winter, Spies were abroad in the service of both armies. A tall, courteous stranger arrived at Brakeley Manor, Lopatcong, one evening, for, as there are no inns hereabout, he had gone there to ask food and shelter, which were willingly granted by the hospitable old squire. If the stranger had thought to arrive or leave without being seen, however, he was mistaken. Guards and watchers had reported his progress from point to point, and late in the night there was a clatter of hoofs outside, a clang and click of weapons, then an assault on the door, which was forced. Squire Brakeley, roused by the commotion, went into the hall holding his candle high, and was confronted by half a dozen cavalrymen in buff and blue. "Gentlemen," said he, "for I take it from the color of your coats that you are gentlemen, I do not know your errand here, but I have to remind you that there are ways of entering one's house without breaking in." "Your pardon," said an officer, "but we feared that if we gave warning, our man might escape." "What man? Have I disobeyed the law?" "We know you, squire, yet you are disobeying the law. We have learned that you are harboring a spy. The notorious Moody is under your roof at this moment." "It may be as you say. I do not know this Moody. A man came to me asking food and shelter. So long as he has placed his life in my hands, I shall not betray him to his enemies, though his enemies are my friends." Threat and argument availed nothing. The old man was so determined, yet so complacent, that the troopers guessed the neighborhood to be unsafe. They might be menaced by the approach of a British squadron, so they hastily withdrew. As they rode away, Moody, for it was he, stepped from his concealment and thankfully wrung the hand of his host. "Sir," said the squire, "I would have no harm befall you under this roof, but if it is true that you are seeking the injury of my country, I must ask you to go." With a bow and renewed thanks for the favor he had enjoyed, Moody took his leave. Some months later, Squire Brakeley was stopped by 3 highwaymen while riding toward his home in the moonlight. With the butt of his whip he struck one fellow in the face, and almost upon the stroke there came a pistol shot from a thicket. Another of the robbers grasped a wounded wrist. Then all 3 ran away, uttering loud curses. A stranger stepped from the bush. He lifted his hat. As Brakeley thanked him for his interference, and showed the face of Moody, the British spy. Was he chief of the robber band, or was his arrival an accident? At all events, the old squire's kindness was repaid. End of section 66.
Chapter 67 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vincent Yao. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The White Wolf of Venango. On Corn Planters Reserve in Venango County, Pennsylvania, lived an Indian family named Jacobs. Big, athletic fellows, full of hard sense and afraid of but one thing, the white wolf. For to see the wolf was bad medicine, to chase it, death. There was never a doubt as to its being a real wolf. It had eaten too many hens and sheep, and killed too many dogs to leave room for any question on that point. Yet traps would not catch him. Dogs in packs could not bring him to bay. Bullets either missed him or glanced from him. A young member of the Jacobs family engaged to guide a party of hunters through this region, and all went well until they had reached the head of the Clarion. On breaking camp at this spot, Jim Jacobs took no part in the preparations. He smoked a silent pipe and said that the others must go on by themselves, for he had seen the white wolf, and that meant bad luck. They joked and jibed him without moving him in the least. He finished his pipe, told them by what trails they could reach McCarthy's trading station, bade them adieu, struck into the forest labyrinth, and went home. He was killed in an accident soon after. The hunters, scoffing at Jacob's superstitions, kept on. They got the help of a trapper, who kept a number of dogs, and decided to leave the deer to their liberty for a time, and hunt down this hoodoo. After much luring and watching, they came upon the fellow's tracks, and on a quantity of pheasant feathers, for he had left his lunch in a hurry, and presently, near Baker's Rocks, they saw him, white as a polar bear, 3 feet high at the shoulder, bristling and snarling. The eyes of this beast seemed to shoot red fire. 4 rifle shots rang out, and the wolf was gone, with the dogs in hot pursuit. In an hour he was overtaken again, and the guns were emptied. The animal leaped over a cliff, 60 feet into a stream, almost at the moment when the shots were fired. No blood was visible, no splash was heard. The dogs found no scent. It was the last time that the white wolf was seen, but in a few months every member of the hunting party was dead. End of section 67. Section 68 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Wheeling Stogies. In Wheeling, West Virginia, they make a cheap cigar called the Stogie. Similar offenders are made in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one variety of which is known as the Toby. These long, thin bunches of tobacco are hastily put together, native leaf and leavings being used in the making. They are alleged by experts to be not more than half as bad as they look and smell. The name stogie came about in this way. Before the days of canals and railroads, all freight had to be sent from the coast cities to what was then called the West in big, canvas-topped wagons known, from the place of their manufacture, as Conestogas. The teamsters were willing to take a part of their pay in tobacco, out of which they fashioned a rough likeness to a cigar that became known as a Conestoga. That name was too long, so they called it a stoga, and this got itself twisted into stogie by the tavern idlers to whom the carters gave the rolls of leaf. The tale of the Pittsburgh Toby sounds less likely, but its origin has become a town tradition. So, here it is for what it's worth. When that city was a village, and a good blue Presbyterian one, a certain Burgess suffered wide renown as a swearer. Every time he was taken to task for his temper and profanity, he would quote the passage from his favourite, Tristram Shandy, in which Uncle Toby said a bad word, which a guardian spirit took straight to heaven, a wrong place to take such words, for though the recording angel entered it on the great book, he dropped a tear that blotted it out forever. As the Burgess grew old, his memory became uncertain, and it troubled him not a little to be compelled to get his book from the shelf when he wanted to repeat a paragraph that had been as familiar to him as his own name. Deep was his sorrow when some unconscionable reformer ran off with Tristram's shandy, leaving the old man to gasp and glare and stammer when he tried to frame his usual excuse. They did say that a church elder took the book, in order that the burgess should have no support in his sin. This elder, at least an elder, began an earnest effort for the burgess reform, and he was at it one day, preaching, arguing, gesticulating, while his victim sat on his porch, hunched in his chair, his eyes roving sadly, and his fingers working in a vain attempt to recall his defensive quotation, when Tom Jenkins, a well-known teamster, came lumbering along in his Conestoga. He knew the burgess, and taking a sudden pity on him, halted his horses, jumped off from his wagon, and stumped up the steps to have a word with him, but also to save him from the avalanche of adjuration. Giving no heed to the elder's hints and signs, he offered one of his stogies to the burgess, the first the old man had ever seen. Flint and steel were pulled out, a light was struck, and the two began to smoke, while the elder grew in deeper earnest and shouted louder and louder in warning and expostulation. The stogie seemed to have medicinal qualities, for soon the burgess began to find his tongue in the old way, and he loosed a torrent of profane objurgation that made his tormentor stand aghast. Then he quoted, "And the ministering angel, the angel, damn, flew up to heaven, you blink, blank son of a sea cook, with the oath and blushed as he gave it in." He shouted this, his memory coming back to him. But the recording angel, as he wrote it down, dropped a tear upon the word, and blotted it out forever. "Forever, sir," he roared, as the elder hurried down the steps, holding his hands to his ears and raising his eyes in despair. Then, turning to the teamster, the burgess said, looking significantly at the roll of tobacco he held in his fingers, "Tom, you've brought back my Uncle Toby," and the name of Toby fastened upon the cigar that day. End of section 68. Section 69 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Man with the Skates. For all they have schools and colleges round about Bryn Mawr, Haverford, and other near towns, keep alive the traditions and superstitions that belong to early settlers west of Philadelphia, and it is suspected that the colleges have as much as anything else to do with the survival. There are abandoned houses and ruined mills, and desolate cemeteries to which ghost stories naturally attach themselves, and the students of Bryn Mawr know the house with a chamber in which nobody can sleep because a red eye is watching all night from a corner, and the house with a boarded-up room in which the grey lady walks, a quiet, unobtrusive, well-bred spectre, and the two-story stone house at Glenwood that was built in 1753 and is so undoubtedly haunted that sensitive visitors, even as they approach it in the daytime, feel that they are being watched by something through the heart-shaped holes in the green shutters. The original occupant of this house was a Tory miller, who sold to the revolutionary troops flour in which he had mixed powdered glass. His only reason for remaining about the place in these days is to protect the money he buried in his cellar before he himself was buried, his neighbours having considerately hanged him. It is reported that several persons who have attempted to explore that cellar have come to a quick and violent end. But no ghost of the neighborhood is quite so creepy as the man with the skates. He was a young fellow, a collegian, who, while skylarking with his roommate, lost his temper and dealt a vicious crack on the other's head. His friend seized him by the throat and punished him with a terrible choking. People in a passion do not realize what strength they exert, and when the roommate relaxed his fingers, he was horrified to see the young man fall back, his eyes staring, his tongue thrust between his teeth, a livid mark about his neck. He shook him. There was no resistance. He called to him. There was no answer. He listened at his heart. There was no beating. The man was dead. The homicide's first impulse was to shout for help, to summon a doctor, but as he placed his hand on the knob of his door, he asked himself how he should explain those ghastly marks of murder. Murder! The blood of a fellow creature was on his hands. He cowered. He wept. He prayed. But the figure on the bed did not stir. He threw a towel over the face, but the lips seemed to move beneath it, the eyes to shine through, and he took it off again. How should he be rid of that accusing object? He went into the hall and listened. The house was still. A clock in a distant room struck 1. He went back to the dead man, put the stiffening body in an overcoat, gloves, and hat, fastened skates on its feet, and dragged it as quietly as he could down the stairs. But every now and then the skates would catch with a metallic click, and he would pause in an agony of fear, to know if the sound had roused someone from his bed. He drew the body out of the house without being seen, however, and hauled it over the frozen earth to a pond often used for skating. The ice was thin. He broke a hole through it and cast in the body. Next day a search was made. The corpse was found in the pond, and the coroner's jury declared that death was caused by drowning. On the next night, soon after the clock had struck 1, there came to the ears of the sleepless man in the chamber where the killing had occurred a clinking sound on the stairs, and a chill coursed through him as he thought of the skates. The sound came nearer, and he could hear that it was caused by something dragging itself along the floor. The knob turned, but the door did not yield. Then, by the light of the lamp, without which he had not dared to stay in that room, the watcher saw 2 swollen hands in wet gloves clutch the edge of the transom, and heard something scrape along the door as the body lifted itself into sight. The man in bed pressed the quilt against his mouth, to avoid a shriek of terror, for the face that glared through the transom was the face of the man he had killed. The body lowered itself, the skate-clogged feet shuffled through the hall, and there was silence. On the next night, the man found an excuse to change his room, but shortly after the stroke of the clock at 1, the same sounds were heard, and this time the drowned man entered and stood threatening above him. Then the bloated, dripping shape lumbered out of the apartment, and there was peace, that mockery of peace that has no rest. The man had a feeling that if he were visited for a 3rd time, it would be his death night. Worn out with fear, remorse, and sleeplessness, he went to the house of a friend and asked leave to lodge with him. In the morning he was dead. with finger marks on his throat. Some say that babbling crazily in his sleep, he disclosed his secret, and that the friend, in a sort of hypnotic frenzy, repeated the killing. Others believe that the drowned man returned in the small hours and avenged himself. End of section 69.
Section 70 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Death of Tammany. In spite of its present status, the organization known as Tammany was once composed of Americans and existed for a benevolent purpose. Tammany, or Tamanend, the Indian chief for whom it was named, was as migratory as Homer in the matter of birthplace, but it is commonly agreed that he was a Pennsylvanian, that he lived at one time on the site of Easton, that he lived in Delaware afterward, that he hunted and roamed over the hills about the Delaware Water Gap, that he occupied Tammany Flat in Damascus, Connecticut, that he was one of the Indians who made the treaty with William Penn, that he had a favorite tree, an elm, in the shade of which he was fond of loitering, and the Tammany Society of Philadelphia used to assemble beneath it to eat planked shad, a fashion of serving this delectable fish that is believed to have originated with old Tammany himself. He was a brave man and sturdy fighter, but he kept faith with the English and Americans, and did much to restrain the martial order of his people when they howled with longing for scalps with red and yellow hair. Admiration for this service led to the appearance of societies named in his honor in 13 states, in towns and villages too, in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and Louisiana. His last resting place is as various as that of his birth, for he has been distributed over parts of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, one tradition putting him under the cellar of Nassau Hall in Princeton, another denying to him an earthly burial, because, like Passaconaway, he was translated in a flame to heaven. In this last tradition, he took leave of the world on the bank of Neshaminy Creek, near Prospect Hill, New Britain, Pennsylvania, a spot that was an Indian burial ground a long time ago. It is related that when he had grown quite old, he undertook a journey to Philadelphia to hold conference with the Quakers, but having become rheumatic and slow, the younger men left him on Prospect Hill, supposing that he would keep on at his own pace, while they pushed ahead, being impatient to reach the town. A girl of the tribe remained with him to cook his meals and prepare his couch, but as she had a lover in the neighborhood, she ran away shortly after the fall of night, and the venerable chief found himself entirely alone. Then he realized that he had outlived usefulness and respect, and might better be dead. To the poor little fire which the girl had left for his cheer, he added wood until it became a blaze that could be seen afar, and its glow against the clouds filled several watchers with astonishment and with fear lest it should be a token of coming misfortune. Standing close beside the fire, he plunged a knife into his heart and fell into the flames. A great shower of sparks arose, and Chief Tammany was a memory. His charred corpse, with the knife in it, was found by the other Indians on their return from the long talk. They buried it between 2 trees, and as his relatives died, their bodies were placed in the earth near his, every grave being marked with a stone. But there are some who say that by reason of the virtues that made him a saint, he did not suffer in his death, and instead of committing self-murder, the flame bore him lightly upward out of the sight of men, and that he reached the happy hunting grounds alone. End of section 70. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 71 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Hexenstädel. Pennsylvania no longer has its witches, but it has its Hexenstädel, or witch village, that was founded in the 19th century. It was famous in the 20s for the 3 witches, or hexes, who practiced spells and divinations there, and were regarded by the neighbors with awe. One of these old women, who was accustomed to spend her time in wandering over South Mountain, had a dead cheek. The devil had touched it. In those times, a witch also had this power of numbing and killing flesh by touching it. The 2 other beldams, Withered and Forbidding, often met this woman on the mountain, each bent upon her cane, her sharp nose and perky chin appearing beneath the hood. What they did and what they said no Christian might know, but the 3 moving dots on the mountain top that were seen against the moon were known to be the witches, and every good Dutchman, when he saw them, read his Bible with all the speed he knew. While these meetings lasted, all sorts of mischiefs were abroad. Windows rattled, the trees whispered, there were scuttlings and clickings of clawed feet on dark stairs and in cellars and garrets. Corn was also stolen from cribs and scattered about. Hay was lifted from mows and lugged off to the barns of less thrifty people. Fires went out, ovens refused to bake, cats bawled as if their hearts were breaking, bells were struck, and occasionally some person suffered a downright injury, as in the case of the girl who disliked work and was spelled for 21 months, so that she could not leave her bed and chair. Her father became aweary of these doings, and made his peace with the witch who had cast the spell by carrying water for her. When he had done this, the crone made signs in the air, cackled a laugh, and showed her 3 teeth. "She's well," she squeaked. And when the father went home, the daughter was on her feet, singing hymns with the rest of the family. One housewife could not bake her bread. The oven misbehaved so. She sent word to the witches that if her bread did not bake next day, she would rouse the village and drive the hags for 20 miles. A blood-curdling yell was heard outside of her house that night, as if a devil were being forced from his congenial fires into the December chill. Nothing was seen through the windows, no hoof marks were found in the snow, but the bread was baked next day. Some of the more timid kept on the safe side by making presents to the witches, especially of flour and vegetables. For all the devil's aid, these poor old women lived in greater straits than any of their neighbors. In the old world, a soul was never sold except in payment for riches, splendor, power, fame, love, pleasure, youth, long life. But in America, hardly a witch made any material gain through her barter with the fiend. She usually dwelt in squalor, and her powers were principally exercised in prodding pins into hysterical subjects, frightening children, curdling milk, causing pigs to walk on their hind legs, and affecting hens with pip. Poor creatures. End of section 71.
Section 72 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. A Philadelphia Excitement. Philadelphia has been compelled to endure a reputation for peace that is galling to the spirit of those residents who gauge the importance of a town by the amount of commotion it makes, and who point with envy to cities where murders, politics, sensational journalism, and steam whistles betoken the intellectual ferment, as New England felt the restraint of the Roundheads, and as the opposing spirit of the Cavaliers was kept alive in the South. So Philadelphia was impressed by Quaker doctrine and Quaker dress, and never went in for hysterics. Even in witch times, it refused to engage in hangings and burnings. It prayed over the suspected, made them feel uneasy, but it would not punish them. When one genius, who was born too early, for he belonged to our age of self-advertisement, proclaimed that he was going to hell at 6 p.m. sharp, only a handful of town idlers gathered to see him off, and appeared to be sorry that he changed his mind. There used to be a phantom coach that was driven madly through the streets in the middle of the night by the ghost of a man who had died in an unforgiving spirit toward one of his servants. He created no end of din and clatter in order to show how sorry he felt, and the people said, "If it relieves his feelings to do this, even let him continue his excursions." Philadelphia came perilously near to being excited, however, in the days of Colonel Tom Forrest. He was one of those people who knew where the pirate Blackbeard had buried his treasure. It was somewhere between Atlantic City and Elizabeth, and the mysterious hints he kept dropping, his wise nods, his ifs and buts, spoken in tones of thrilling significance, stirred the town deeply. At one time he allowed it to be supposed that the wealth was hidden in the earth on Coates Street, now called Fairmount Avenue, near Front Street, and with hope and enthusiasm Philadelphia laid off its jacket and dug for it, but in vain. He appeared in the marketplace soon after, with a parchment that looked old. His enemies and several of his friends vowed that his look of age was due to candle smoke and dirt and vinegar, purporting to contain the dying confession of a scamp who had been hanged on Tyburn, and who, just before he submitted to the halter, told his confidant how he and other associates of Blackbeard had put several golden fortunes into an iron pot and sunk it in the sand at Cooper's Point, New Jersey. A company was formed to consider this revelation, and Colonel Tom had engaged a room for its business purposes. This room was just under a hall used by secret societies, and in the midst of a discussion, which was being carried on in a bated breath, the colonel's being more strongly baited than usual, a trap-door in the ceiling slid open, and a skeleton leaped down upon the table at which the adventurers were seated. Here again the colonel's ever-ready enemies declared it was no skeleton that broke up the meeting in such fell disorder, but a young man in black tights, on which a skeleton had been painted. Forrest held his ground, like the soldier that he was, and when he rejoined his comrades, who were shivering in the street, he told them how the awful visitant had unbent to him, and had given permission, on behalf of the pirates, to dig for Blackbeard's treasure. The hat was passed in order to cover the expense of the venture. A few nights later the company assembled at Cooper's Point, and, so soon as it was dark enough, began to ply picks and spades under the colonel's direction. Just as one of the spades struck a metal substance, supposed to be the treasure pot, two black men in breech clouts leaped from nowhere upon the pile of stones where the Tyburn rascal's parchment lay, and all except the colonel fled. He succeeded in persuading his associates to return, when two black hats sprang out of the pit, with tails sputtering and fizzing and snapping, wondrously like firecrackers, The horror was complete. Yet the pot was unearthed and carried to Philadelphia. But while lifting it from the boat to the wharf, the tackle broke, and it sank into the river, never again to be seen by any stockholder in the Blackbeard Treasure Company, unless it might have been the Colonel, for he appeared so merry and prosperous for months afterward that he was boldly accused of emptying the gold in his own valise before the pot went overboard, and was actually sued by fellow members of the corporation to recover their share of the plunder. End of section 72. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 73 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. The Belled Buzzard. Roxbury Mills, Maryland is the home of a buzzard that wears a bell about its neck, and the clang of the tocsin strikes terror to all who hear it, for so surely as this iron note sounds through the air, so surely are war, pestilence, or accident impending. None knows when or by whom this curious freight was added, but it is said that the creature has affected the hills of the Patapsco for many years. It avoids all company, or else its kind is frightened and avoids it, as it is always seen alone when seen at all. It will sit for hours on a limb or crag, gazing over the country and dreaming of the time when the land shall echo again to the rattle of rifle volleys and crash of cannon, for the people believe that it took its abode here soon after the Civil War, and having tasted that most expensive of meats, human flesh, will not touch meaner carrion. It has never been known to prey on dead cows or horses, but it seems to divine the provision of its wished-for food, for whenever riot or murder or conflagration or pestilence or disaster approaches in any form, its black shadow is seen moving across the fields and roofs, and its bell is knelling some soul to a speedy flight. End of section 73. Section 74 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1 by Charles M. Skinner. Stickpile Hill. A mournfully decadent village is Orleans Crossroads in Maryland on the line of the old Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. Especially mournful to people whose memories are long enough to recall it, when it was a bustling place in the coaching days. The disappearance of the stages, the lessening of canal traffic, and the opening of other districts by the railroad took the life out of it. While the canal was a building, many rough fellows were employed in the construction, and rougher ones hung about their camps, profiting on wage nights, by the selling of liquor and cheating at cards, and graves on the hillsides marked the scene of drunken differences. Among the spots along the canal which have their haunts and spooks, none is better known than Stickpile Hill, with its terrifying peddler. In the flesh he was an old fellow who had arrived at Orleans Crossroads by canal, and after selling some of his goods in that settlement, had flung his pack on his back, and trudged away on the bad road that wound across the mountains. The loafers basking in the spring sunshine watched him until he disappeared. Next morning a scared man rode into Orleans and stammered a tale of murder on the highway. How riding to replenish his jug and sack, he had found at the roadside the body of a stranger with the head beaten in, "to sausage meat," the pockets turned wrong side out, and a rifled pack close by. The victim of the crime was buried where they found him. A week later, one of those worthies who make a business of sitting in village stores on Saturday nights was deprived of a month's growth by a vision near the peddler's grave, and he retained such a nightly fear of the place afterward that he would go 1.5 miles out of his way to reach his home. The peddler had appeared to him, misty-like with his head like mush, and his clothes dabbled with red. Others began to report on the apparition. It dodged in and out among the trees. It rushed at them in a way to make their hearts leap out of their throats, where those organs had lodged at first sight of it, and, whirling off like a leaf on the gale, emerged from an unsuspected corner and made them faint with dismay. People fell out of the habit of using the road at night, and presently out of the habit of using it at all after it had been noticed that when one passed the grave in the day, some quick misfortune was sure to happen in consequence. The travelers lost articles of value. They fell and broke their bones. Their wagons collapsed. Their horses ran away. The road threatened to go utterly to the weeds, and people went around the spot until a worthy at the crossroads recalled that a ghost could be laid by a small branch thrown on the grave where the body had been interred. And to this day the farmers who cross the mountain toss a few twigs on the earth in which the peddler has at last consented to secrete himself. The pile sometimes reaches a height of 5 feet, and is burned every winter to make room for a fresh accumulation. That is the reason for calling it Stick Pile Hill. End of section 74. Section 75 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Picture Tree of Tenalleytown. A large chestnut oak near Tenalleytown, Maryland, is held in much account among the people round about because it has a part in the story of the place. It relates to a slave owner named Claggett, a coarse, ill-natured fellow who vented his spites on the backs of his Negroes and who could live on kindly terms with nobody. It was said of him that he sold his own children into slavery partly that he might profit by the sale and partly that he might inflict the pain of separation on the slave women who had borne them. Claggett left his house on a rainy night in one of his tempers and started for the village 2 miles away over a road deep in mud. He did not return, and towards morning a search was made for him. He and his horse were found beneath the chestnut oak, both dead, their skulls broken by a collision against the trunk. They must have struck it with tremendous force. The body of the man had Christian burial, but there was no sorrow at his grave. His widow bore a red stripe across her face, Claggett's goodbye to her on the night when he left home. So soon as the estate could be settled, the family moved to a northern town, and in time the name of Claggett was half forgotten. The slaves were either sold or ran away to the free states, and the way of their owner's death would have passed out of the local traditions, if it had not been that the knots and gnarls in the bark of the old tree began to take the shape of the torn faces of a man and a horse, just at that part of the trunk which had been spattered by their blood. It was not until after the war that it became known how Claggett had died. It had been supposed that he was reckless with rage and liquor, and that in the intense dark his horse had not seen the obstacle he had struck. Reckless he was, but the night was not so black as to hide a sheeted figure that arose at the wayside, tossed its arms at him, and screamed in a voice which sent a chill through his fevered blood. For like many harsh people, he was superstitious, and was known to believe in ghosts. When Claggett was drunk or disappointed, he would find somebody to vent his cruelty upon. His usual victim was the first slave he encountered, man, woman, or child. On the last day of his life, he had seized upon an unoffending elderly woman, and had tied her by the wrists to a tree. Her clothing was torn from the upper part of her body that he might strike her with his whip as he passed to and fro about his plantation. And there she stood, hour after hour, with blood trickling from welts on her back and a chill rain numbing her. After darkness had fallen, Claggett's wife stole out to the poor creature, cut the thongs at her wrists, led her to her cabin, and gave her some restoratives as well as some pitying words. She had hoped that presently her wretched husband would go to bed drunk, and would not discover the release of the slave. But he did discover it, and he stormed into the house shouting and swearing at his wife, and finally striking her in the face with the very whip which had been reddened in the blood of the old negress. Then he went forth cursing, kicked his stable boy, ordered him to saddle his fleetest and most spirited horse, and in a few minutes had posted off toward the tavern through the rain. There was in his household a stout negress, the mother of one of his children, and her wrath against him that night was so deep as his against his wife, though more silent. The slave who had been so outrageously treated at his drunken whim was her mother. When the boy started to saddle the horse, she knew where Claggett was bound. It may be that she merely wished to shock or scare him or cause him to break an arm or leg by a fall, so that he would be incapacitated from further abusing his people for a time. And it may be that she did not think about the matter at all, that she obeyed a blind instinct for revenge. With a sheet from the wash in her hands, she ran across the fields and by a cut-off reached the chestnut oak, just as he came lurching and pounding by. She threw the sheet over her head, sprang forward, and screeched with all her lungs. She heard his frightened yell, a crash, and then the world was better off. End of section 75.
Section 76 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Devil's Racecourse. In his own improper person, the Devil was a more familiar figure in the Old World than he ever became in the New. It seems as if he must have found more subjects there. Yet he did find time to pay an occasional visit to these shores, and one of the towns that he favored with a visit was Baltimore. It is alleged, indeed, that he found this little city so congenial that he set up a sort of headquarters there, but the residents pooh-pooh at his statement, and set it down to the workings of evil minds in Annapolis, since Baltimore became the state metropolis, and Annapolis merely secured a brick capital and a naval academy. But to our story. There was in Baltimore, on the edge of the hill called St. Clair, a circular clearing 300 feet across that was known to a few as the Forest Ring, and to the many as the Devil's Racecourse. Until the 19th century had been half spent, it was avoided by the superstitious, who could still trace it on the earth. Near it stood the cabin of Sam Jones, a free Negro. The Jones who reported that when hunting one night he fired at a coon in the middle of the ring and nearly died of fright, for the coon sat up and uttered a long bellowing laugh, and the stump he sat upon flashed into livid flame. It took 2 or 3 years for Sam to recover his nerve, and when he did, he kept about the populous districts after dark. As luck would have it, however, he was halted in the twilight on one of his infrequent errands in this quarter, and bidden by a tall, dim stranger to give a letter to a recluse, commonly known as Surly Bill, who lived on the other side of the river. The coin that the unknown dropped into his palm to speed him nearly scorched his fingers. The stranger, as the reader will have guessed, was the Devil himself. But why didn't he take his own message, will be asked. Because at that instant the shadow of the cross, made by branches of a withered pine, rested on Bill's roof in the half-moonlight, and 2 parsons who had offered to pray for the hermit were talking under his window, though, as it fell out, neither had the courage to enter. They were hardly out of hearing when Sam whacked his summons at the door. "What the devil brings you here?" bawled Surly Bill, as he faced the messenger. "Letter for you, sir," answered Sam, thrusting a square missive into his hand and holding out his own, in evident hope of reward. He got a kick and fled. Still, he had not fared badly in his own accounting, for the Devil's dollar kept him in rum and mischief for a couple of nights. Over the fire in Bill's kitchen hung a cauldron of witch broth that had been bubbling and stewing, giving out the vilest odors, and as he bent to the perusal of the letter, the fire died, the stuff chilled, and its power of ill-doing was lost. For Bill dwelt long upon the letter. It reminded him that since his compact with the chief of hell, he had not sent a single soul below, and the time had arrived when he must do so. He must shed the blood of someone who had committed a crime. Who should that one be? Ah, he had it. The captain under whom he had sailed as a buccaneer, the blackest-hearted rascal he knew, whose hands had smoked in the gore of 50 victims, and who, a murrain on him, had triced him at the mainmast for breaking into a liquor cask, and lashed his back till ribbons of skin hung down. He would be revenged tremendously, for he would not only slay his body, he would worse than slay his soul. Surly Bill had served behind the old brass murthering pieces aboard the Pirate, had chopped the timbers of many a merchantman with 8-pound shot, and never felt a kink in his moral inwards, because he hadn't many of those fitments. Yet now, when he came to deal the blow to his old captain, he found he could not do it without first engaging him in a fight. He went about the business early in the morning, got into a successful brawl, struck and killed him, tipped his corpse overboard, and left for the other side of the sea in the first ship that had her nose pointed in that direction. His chest was full of the captain's gold. He was buoyant in the devil's promise of 5 years of pleasure and plenty. Under a name that is best not told, for the tradition of his bounties and entertainments is still current among many whose blood is blue, he flourished through the old world capitals, drinking deeper than any prince, yet never drunk, gaming fiercely, yet always winning, throwing money right and left, yet never lacking. With all his fortune he could never keep a friend. His temper was high, his tastes were low, his passions were vulgarly displayed. But there was something more. At the wine a wild light that was like despair blazed in his eyes, and the mark of a claw burned on his forehead. In St. Peter's at Rome, the meaning of his doom came over him, so that he shrieked in agony. And so fearsome was his cry that a priest who was serving at the altar fell paralyzed. Toward the end of 5 years he returned, hoping, believing that through his arts and promises he could gain another stay from Satan. His house was as he had left it, and he resumed possession, unknown to any neighbor at the time. The last night of his 5 mad years had come. Sam Jones, making his way home, belated, had the second and vastest scare of his life. A storm was raging, such a storm as the oldest resident could not remember. Rocks were splintered by lightning. Trees fell with a resounding crash. Torrents burst through dry hollows. Cries and moans sounded through the booming, howling, and plashing of the tempest. At the Devil's race course, Sam saw a figure in flight, seemingly crazed and not aware that it was running in a circle, while close behind, going at an easy lope, was the fiend. A Niagara of fire descended. A long bellowing laugh reverberated through the heavens. Sam's liver, heart, and other works went up. In the morning, a charred thing that had been Surly Bill lay in the center of the circle. End of section 76.
Section 77 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Spectres in Annapolis. No town of its size in this country contains more quaint old houses than the drowsy capital of Maryland. If it were not for the drilling and skylarking in the Naval Academy and the periodical eruption of the legislature, Annapolis would be in danger of oversleeping every now and again, and so missing a day. It is a place not only of lawmakers and future admirals, but of ghosts, some of whom belong as rightfully to the wharves and markets and old mansions as do the white porticos and brass knockers. There is the headless man, for instance, who frequents the market-house, and has been seen, even within a dozen years, by a crabber who, going abroad at a small hour to prepare for his work, was startled on beholding the trunk walking down Green Street, and loitering about the empty place where the gardeners and hucksters would presently assemble. The beholder turned his back on the apparition, and scuttled away for home with all his might. Judge then of his horror when he found the grisly being awaiting him on his own doorstep. The Bryce house, with its $50,000 wine cellar, had a gentle ghost that the occupants regarded with a friendly interest and did not interfere with, for she never groaned or glared or knocked at doors and windows as ill-bred spirits will do. She appeared at dusk, just before candles were lighted, when the rooms were vague and shadowy, rather than at midnight. She seems as in search of someone, for she looks into the faces of those she meets, then turns sadly, goes to the great mantel in the parlor, and leans against it with her face in her hands. When the lights enter, she is gone. Her visits may have something to do with the treasure secreted in the walls. A whitewasher working in the cellar alleged that he pulled a loose stone out of the basement, thereby disclosing the entrance to a hiding place. He rolled up his sleeve to thrust his arm the easier into the cavity, when a spider of monstrous size and horrific aspect leaped into the opening. Its head was as large as a child's, and armed with ferocious fangs. The whitewasher struck at it with the handle of his brush. The creature bit it off, as one might crack a clay pipe with his teeth, and swallowed it. Then the workman pushed the stone back to its place again, convinced that if any money had been put there, it was not for him. And there was the ancient hip-roofed Chandler mansion on Duke of Gloucester Street, where a woman abode who was held in respect for her courage and sense. Both of these qualities were put to the test one moonlight night, just after she had retired. The curtains at the wide door parted, and a man entered her bedroom. Had she lacked courage, she would have fainted. Had she lacked sense, she would have thrown a pillow at him and screamed at him to get out. Her first thought was that he was a thief, but his bearing was that of a gentleman. His action was not furtive or menacing, and he was well dressed, as she saw by the moon when he crossed the chamber, and resting his head on his hands, looked sadly down the street toward a light that twinkled in an upper window, her cousin's house. The man gave no attention to her, nor to the objects in the room. Her next thought, therefore, was that the unknown was some visitor of distinction, the guest of a nabob in the town, who had the habit of sleepwalking, and had entered her house through some door or window accidentally left open or unlatched. Should she call the servants and reveal his presence to the household? The situation would be called compromising by any gossips base enough to put evil constructions upon accidents, yet the very fact of summoning the servants would prove that there had been no secrecy and no understanding of such a visit. She was resolved. It was only a step to the bell cord, and she gave a pull to it that roused a long jingle in a remote part of the mansion. Feet were heard pattering through the hall outside, and the servants entered with lights. The stranger had disappeared. No trace was found of him, high nor low, and no bolt or clasp or lock had been tampered with. In the morning the woman called on her cousin and related her adventure, describing the man with some minuteness. The cousin fell into a chair, crying in amazement, "It is Mr. Blank, my betrothed! What is he doing here?" A few days later came a message announcing that Mr. Blank had died at sea at the hour when he was seen in the Chandler place. End of section 77.
Section 78 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Goggle-Eyed Jim. Near Lake Drummond in the Dismal Swamp is a lonesome house, half in ruins, surrounded by rotten palings and dead trees. It is said to be of great age for a new country, to have been built, in short, by a land partner of one of the famous pirates of the Spanish Maine, who wanted a safe hiding place both for captured treasure and himself. Being so close to the line between Virginia and the Carolinas, he felt that in case of pursuit by the officers of either colony, he could claim to be out of their jurisdiction, and this uncertainty as to boundaries helped a number of other scalawags out of trouble in later years, for they took shelter there also, and even so late as the Civil War it was used by spies, deserters, blockade runners, and smugglers, a rumor that the place was beset by haunts, favoring the privacy that lawbreakers and adventurers wished to keep. At one time, a poor parson set up his office here for the wedding of runaway couples, and the spirit of a bridegroom, slain by the angry father of the bride, is one of the haunts most often seen about the place. Another phantom that may be met in this vast and lonely marsh is that of Goggle-Eyed Jim, a horse thief of distinction who wore green goggles as a disguise and came to his end. But that is a mystery, the when, the where, and the how of it. Suffice it that the fellow had been troublesome for many years along the border, and he usually kept so close to the state line that when a Carolina sheriff was after him he could dodge into Virginia and vice versa. At last, a Carolina constable was put upon his track by a swamp angel, as residents of the swamp are called, and followed to this house near the lake. The thief-taker's mad was up, and, requisition or not, he was resolved to have Goggle-Eyed Jim. Under cover of night, he climbed by a rickety ladder to a window where he had seen a dull light, and looking in, he saw Jim carousing with a bold-looking woman. They were drinking liquor from tin cups. "You don't go out of this place alive," muttered the constable, as he pulled a big pistol from his belt. Jim's face was toward him, and the thief still wore his goggles. It seemed as if the eyes behind the glasses shone green, and the face, gray and uncertain in the light of the one candle, turned toward the window with a malignant grin. The pistol went off with a startling clamor. The woman leaped to her feet and whirled out of the room. Jim, with both hands clasped over his heart, where the bullet seemed to lodge, rushed to an open window and balanced, ready to leap into the air. On firing the shot, and seeing that it had sped to its mark, the constable slid down the ladder and ran around to this window. He saw the dark form of the robber shoot into space and disappear in the grass. "I have you," he cried, and sprang to the spot where Goggle-Eyed Jim had fallen. But nothing was there. Nothing but the long grass rustling in the evening wind. No mark of a body, no print of feet. The constable lit his lantern, but it revealed no trace of any human creature. He knocked at the door of the house. No answer. He pushed the door open and ran through the rooms, silent and empty all. He went away in a hurry. A few days later, the body of the swamp angel who had betrayed the criminal was found floating in Lake Drummond with a buzzard perched on its breast. Is it any wonder that Goggle-Eyed Jim is thought to be the devil? End of section 78. Read by Debbie Talley, San Antonio, Texas, June 1st, 2022.
Section 79 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. The Dismal Swamp Ship. Among the buccaneers from the West Indies who afflicted our coast, Spadebeard was one of the worst. He looked every bit the devil he was. His eyes were like fire, his hair and beard were glossy and coal-black. He was alternately treacherous and imperious. He had fallen in with an English merchant ship that had been separated from her convoy in a gale and turned her adrift after killing all of her crew and stolen all her treasure, for she was freighted with bullion. Before the frigate which was her convoy could attack, he had run in behind the Virginia Sandkeys and escaped. But heaven's vengeance he could not thwart. An immense tidal wave swept against the shore. The pirate vessel was lifted upon it and carried inland, mile after mile, through the cypresses, and left among the trees when the tide flowed back. There in the dismal swamp among the bayous, barely wide enough to give her passage, this shattered hulk is doomed to cruise forever. Her rigging and sails are gone, but swamp moss has grown to her masts and spars in their place, and the crew, wasted to skeletons and gray with mold, still work the ship, reefing gales with dangling snakes, and yell oaths and blasphemies. Spadebeard, with one arm off at the shoulder and a piece broken out of his head, copes with phantom enemies and fires silent broadsides of green light from rusty cannon into the melancholy woods. Pale gleams flit over the deck and shine through the seams in the hull. This dreadful ship is usually seen in thunderstorms at night and is often struck by lightning, though never disabled. Guides and hunters in the swamp dread it beyond all other things of this world, for whoever meets it is doomed to death within a year. End of section 79. Section 80 of American Myths and Legends, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. American Myths and Legends, Volume 1, by Charles M. Skinner. Jimson weed. Among the flourishing, therefore despised, growths of waste places in our cities is the stratymonium, or thorn-apple, more generally known as Jimson weed. It has a beautiful trumpet-shaped flower of white streaked with lavender, faintly fragrant, and the blossom is succeeded by a seed pod as large as a butternut and covered with thorns. The odor of the crushed leaves is sickish and unpleasant. The plant has long borne an ill name, for it is said that witches have used it to work injury, and to this day Halapai medicine men take a decoction of it in small doses to produce visions from which they can prophesy. Jimson is a short and careless way of pronouncing Jamestown, for it is recorded that after Jamestown, Virginia, had been burned in 1676, in order to keep out the objectionable Governor Berkeley, this plant sprang up and covered the ruins. Nobody knew how it got there, for according to one authority, it had to come up from tropic America to reach our vacant lots, while another expert says that it came all the way from the Caspian. It is, or ought to be, well known that the plant is a poison, and children who swallow its seeds require the doctor, quick. In proper form, it is a useful remedy, but it is not for quacks and grannies to play with, nor is it to eat, as the soldiers at Jamestown discovered, for they picked a quantity of the young leaves in the spring for greens, and the effect was a very pleasant comedy, for they turned natural fools upon it for several days. One would blow a feather in the air, another would dart straws at it with a fury, another stark naked was sitting in a corner like a monkey, grinning and making maws at them. A fourth would fondly kiss and paw his companions and smile in their faces with a countenance more antic than a Dutch doll. 1,000 simple tricks they played, and after 11 days returned to themselves again, not remembering anything that had passed. End of section 80.